Like, this is like, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
About the reason that I've been away for 3 years. Well, this thought has sort of come as a result of, I graduated from university, I was studying philosophy, I had all of these thoughts, and I was posting on this channel a lot. And then I kind of stopped. My life eased into this almost natural complacency. I got a 9-to-5 job. I started having like a steady income. I had access to all of these luxuries. I've had access to all of these luxuries. And I found myself sort of lulled into a state of unquestioning, a state of uncuriosity almost, which isn't a word, about the world. And as someone who cares about and used to really ferociously fight for all of these different sort of causes and talk about these kinds of things, I've been really disappointed in myself. Honestly, like I stopped reading theory because I don't know, maybe I was like, let me take a break after uni, but then I just never started again. The news, I saw it as like I've been seeing it as a very depressing kind of source, which it is, but it also doesn't mean that you should know what's going on in the world. And I've just stopped showing up for the causes that I was so avidly into. I've sat and I've thought about why, and I've examined this within myself, but I've also examined it within our collective consciousness. And I wanted to return to this realm and talk about it. And I think a lot of this happens, obviously, like I've described, as you grow older, access to power, privilege, etc., causes a lot of forms of radicalism to retreat. Because, who doesn't like being comfortable? You know what I mean? I've been really disappointed in myself for almost falling victim to this as well. And I'm glad that I've somewhat, woken back up a little bit. And I think that has a lot to do with the current political climate, like the rapid descent of the world into, honestly, fascism will do that to a person. Like, I can't necessarily sit back and just watch the fire burn and not do what I know I can do and not know what I know that I can know and share it, kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to be back doing. And actually, that's what this video is about. I'm going to be talking about this whole kind of decline in critical thinking. No one wants to think anymore. No one can think for themselves. What is causing this, that, the other. So let's get into it. I think in general, globally, there is this sense of fatigue. And it has a lot to do with sort of this age of information wherein we have access to everything always, all the time. And we're constantly bombarded with news and entertainment. It's overstimulating, to say the least. And it has the effect ultimately of sort of leading us to drown out any noise that isn't immediately pleasurable. It means that anything negative or that requires a little bit more thought or is just less stimulating automatically is filtered out because we want the easiest information, the most fun information first because there's so much of it, right? Unfortunately, the stuff that we tend to ignore tends to be the stuff that we kind of need to know. It's the stuff that informs us as to what's going on in the world and the stuff that almost challenges the status quo. That's the stuff that we find ourselves ignoring with all of this information. The sheer amount of information that we get, it almost facilitates a sense of unquestioning because the stuff we choose to consume is simple, it's straightforward, it's entertaining, which means that the stuff that we ignore that would require us to think and evaluate and use our critical thinking faculties, that's not the stuff we're engaging with. And that is the problem here. We're not being instantly gratified by that stuff, so we don't engage with them. But that's exactly what we need to be engaging with. Now, there are still people in the world, including myself, for example, who have chosen to, despite all of this, despite the odds being against us, still engage with this kind of content, with political content. However, I still argue that the sort of algorithmification, whatever, of information and of knowledge means that even those who do choose to engage with critical perspectives, with politics, philosophy, sociology, whatever, anything that sort of requires a more of a morsel of critical thought than most other forms of content consuming do, that still exists within an echo chamber. So in this sense, it's a bit dangerous because one has a view. And because of algorithms, the way they work, every single piece of information that a person is consuming, once they kind of already hold that view, reinforces that view. So you get people who maybe kind of believe in something, and then the algorithm clocks onto it, and they're like, oh, I'm going to show you everyone else who also believes this thing. So this is the only thing you believe. There's only one perspective you're ever getting, and it's the one you already agree with. And you can understand why that's dangerous, right? Because then you don't see any flaws in your perspective. You think this is the ultimate truth. There's nothing else there's nothing that could be wrong about this, which obviously isn't the case. Even if a position you hold is truer than another one, you still need to know the other one in order to justify your stance, right? And I think this is actually exactly how we get the quality of conversation and debate that we do with things like the car and, just like this general inflammatory content, this exaggerated debate. It's never really debate. It's I'm right, you're wrong, this isn't a conversation kind of thing. It isn't about having productive conversation. It's about saying gotcha. It's about saying you are wrong. And I don't think people realize this. I've said this forever. You need other perspectives to strengthen your own perspective. And I think, again, the volume of information, the algorithmification of information is eroding our ability to engage with other perspectives, which in turn, despite the fact that we're like maybe this specific group of people might still be consuming content that requires them some thought, it isn't engaging them in a way that is productive for, like actual change, for example. And I think that in these echo chambers, that's why we lose nuance. It's one of the ways in which we lose nuance. Like it's one thing to, just not engage in any kind of, critical or vaguely intellectual, political, whatever content. I think to engage with it and only engage with one particular part of it, because then all nuance is lost. There's no details, it is just, this is how it is. And that's that. The lack of nuance in both instances is a problem because nuance is the thing that allows us to see the gray. And without a gray, there's only black and there's only white. And then we have a world in which extremism is normalized. We have a world in which it is so easy to become almost complacent and almost agreeable even to the kind of extreme political climates that we see ourselves in currently. I think what we see playing out on our little screens is just like a microcosm of the world at large. So what I'm talking about in terms of, social consuming, social media content, whether it be political, not, and picking a side, we've developed like a marriage to complete and utter correctness. We're completely right, everyone else is completely wrong, there is no in between. It doesn't matter whether our views sway one way or the other. All that matters, I think, here is that we're committed to one side, incapable of thought outside of that group. And I think the danger of this is that we're being taught not how to think for ourselves, but how to remain agreeable to an opinion held by a group already. There's a lack of questioning. It's like the blindly following. I think that is the danger zone that we're in because we're creating conditions for a population that doesn't know how to think for themselves. The population that is susceptible to groupthink, a population that is easy to manipulate. Hannah Arendt, who was a philosopher, political theorist, she actually spoke a lot about this. She wrote about totalitarian movements and how they use ideology and this idea like of this is completely right, this is completely wrong, to isolate people. And it is through this isolation, through this removal of one's ability to critically think for themselves, to form opinions that they themselves hold, that extremism thrives. She argued that the way that this happens is through the creation of sort of cynicism and skepticism. You have to make people skeptical of the world around them in order to isolate them, make them easier to pull into things like groupthink, make it so that they can't rely upon their own judgment, which is exactly where we're at. We're a population of people who can't rely on our own judgment because we are being formed by algorithms in a way. I want to talk about how this happens in two ways based on the two kind of groups of people I've just sort of spoken about. So first, the sheer volume of content that's available on the internet, coupled with how tired everyone is, what I was talking about, how everyone, it sort of is like in their routines, they just want to be comfortable. It creates a sense of fatigue. So people only want to consume the stuff that is easy, is comfortable. They don't have to question useless content. even. You know, think like your shopping hauls, your like get ready with me's, all of that stuff. Entertaining, yes, but ultimately useless content. You know, like it's not really giving value other than pleasure. It's the kind of content that requires no thought. And I like to call this it's like a bit of a pacifier. This kind of content creates a cynicism towards the world and everything going on within it, because the actual events of the world versus, you know, the get ready with me, the hauls, it doesn't produce the same kind of dopamine. Like, consuming that content doesn't give you the same hit as watching these videos. And I think in this instance, the individual loses their ability to think for themselves by way of constant distraction, because they're not engaging those facilities ever because they don't want to. There is no desire to, because it doesn't produce dopamine. And that becomes a tool for extremist movement by way of indifference. It becomes a matter of, if one is unwilling, and Arendt talks about this, to come face to face with the world as it is, then you'll be susceptible to ideological thought, because you won't have the faculties to differentiate between what you actually think versus what you are being told to think. And the second way that Arendt's ideas can be used in the second example that I gave is through this idea of polarization that I've discussed. Echo chambers create like a unique sense of isolation, which often results in like an unwillingness and eventually inability to think outside of the thoughts of a group or of the box that one has been put in. And it is through this group isolation that extremist movements thrive in, because they completely remove an individual's ability to see nuance and form their own opinions outside of those of the group. And honestly, if you think about it, it's a bit of like a frog in boiling water situation. Like, again, like I mentioned with the previous group of people, we enter the workforce, it ties us out, we scroll for hours online, we have an opinion that confirms our opinions, it reinforces itself. And this kind of content keeps us engaged through like a kind of sensationalism, a kind of like, again, like I said, gotcha quality. And it doesn't feed us context or nuance behind ideas or any opposition to strengthen ideas. It just tells us that we're right. It creates a habit of disengaging.
What's up, Dave?
Again, similar to the first.
Not much. What's she up here yapping about?
You know what? She's talking about critical thinking. But
Yes.
oddly enough, I've been sitting here thinking, gee, I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Does she talk about this critical theory Hannah Arendt stuff online because he doesn't want to hear it?
You know, she is chocolate. I'll give her that. I've always been a fan of chocolate.
I think she's gorgeous.
Yeah, chocolate. You know.
Yeah, chocolate.
But see, the critical thinking is important, and I don't think everybody has the ability to do that. You ever strike?
Oh well, I've been on a Nightish's panel. I'm absolutely certain that many people don't, and worse than that, many of them are over 40. Oh shit, she almost has 1,000 viewers. She's 7 short.
Yeah, you just got 5 more over here. I've been campaigning for you, trying to get your numbers up. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, you know what? I'm past week has been pretty good. I was over on Nightish's panel, and I'm actually going to talk about it at some point. But I don't know.
Nightish is back online.
No, he's got a second backup channel.
Oh, he does. Oh yeah, drop that real quick. Let me get that.
Okay. It's called Nightish Hobbies and Reviews.
Hope it doesn't navigate me away. If it does, I'll be back.
It'll take you over to his channel. I'm going to drop it in the chat. He actually he and I are going to do a little bit of collaborating. He wants to look at some of that Brooklyn St. Michael's, the readings he did from Black Metropolis.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you remember the president of the space?
What space?
The Manosphere president, MOT.
Yeah, Man of Tomorrow. Yeah. I didn't know he was the president.
You got to address him as the president. Yes, he's the president.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's the president. Okay, and there are no more elections, so I guess he's the king. And I know how you
He's the
feel. You might,
autocrat.
yeah, you might want to protest against kings and everything, but you can't. That's MOT. All right, show some respect.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. So Big J, you know, that's my guy. I like all of you guys.
Oh
So
yeah, he puts up a spirited debate.
yeah. I don't always agree, but I do like what he's doing over there.
Right.
Yeah, same as here.
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit more sedate, I guess would be the word. Let's see what she's all about. Uh, well, she doesn't really have that much of a description. I would definitely go for her if I were her age.
She looks like
Queen,
the
I
girl
like her
from
accent.
Hi, welcome. Today, I'm going to talk.
Hi.
what is that, French? Where's she
No,
from?
she's British apparently. She's got
Oh,
a really proper British accent. I don't know if she's actually from Britain or England or whether she's first generation, but she has no accent. That's for sure.
mm, okay, yeah.
So
Let me
anyway,
go sub to this. I will be back. I was just
okay.
popping up to say what's up and
Well, I'm
interrupt
gonna.
your flow.
Uh, I don't know. I'm kind of done with her. It was really more just looking at her and listening to her speak. Uh, I was kind of drifting away from what she's doing. The problem, you almost have to be up in a classroom and more engaged. This is a little too unexciting, I guess, the topic.
Give it
But
time. I want to see if I see some of that. Mm, never mind. I want to get into it because anytime you make it about sex, you tend to jump in and get your cape snagged in the door. So I just wanted to see if she could be
I mean, this
consistent on the.
girl is young. Why would I care?
Well,
She's
I wanted
young
to
and
see if she could be consistent. So I was trying to choose my words wisely.
what do you mean consistent?
Will she give it from a female perspective, or will she just keep it logical as far as the the
Oh,
the train of thought she's on?
uh, um, if she's talking Hannah Arendt, I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit of both. But I'll just finish up. This is just what 4 more minutes, and then I'll go into some news stories. It's just the only stuff that's important to know for this weekend. Um, I was actually supposedly gonna do a JB wants to look at the interview he did with 777, except the video isn't up. It was up yesterday and it's been taken down for one reason or another. So I will either have to disappoint him or we'll have to scare up 777 to see if it can be restored. Or maybe JB has a copy of it somewhere.
What are you talking about? The John Galt interview?
No, before 777 did the John Galt interview, he had like a pre-show and JB went up there and about half of the pre-show, which was about an hour, he interviewed JB for one reason or another. So JB
JB
was
Smooth?
yeah.
What? That had to have been interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately it's been taken down. It was up yesterday and I started to just run it, just tape it into OBS, so I had a copy of it, but I figured, it'll be up. And I was incorrect. So we'll figure it out. I'm not overly worried. I hate to disappoint JB though.
Man, that 777's a unique feller, man. He makes me laugh. I'm not gonna lie. There's times I listen to him and I'll be
Yeah,
busting
I
at the
think
seams laughing.
he's kind of an acquired taste, I imagine.
Oh man, I got dark humor. Him and HB together. Oh my
I
god, that shit.
literally don't think they have dark humor.
They haven't said
I
that.
mean, it's
That
really
wasn't funny to me.
well. I don't know. I don't appreciate the blue humor. I guess you would call it that. I just to me, it's borderline potty humor. I outgrew that. Uh, years ago.
Good stuff.
But
Good stuff.
they're yeah. Well, you all are still young men. You'll mature one day.
Never.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, well, let me get back to this young lady. I really find her attractive, and I don't generally like braids and all that stuff, but I might be able to deal with it. At least she has no tattoos.
The box that one has been put in. And it is through this group isolation that extremist movements thrive in, because they completely remove an individual's ability to see nuance and form their own opinions outside of those of the
Well, that's
group.
kind of like this
Honestly, think about
Black
it, it's a bit of like
manosphere.
a frog in boiling water situation. Like, again, like I mentioned with the previous group of people, we enter the workforce, it ties us out, we scroll for hours online, we have an opinion that confirms our opinions, it reinforces itself. And this kind of content keeps us engaged through like a kind of sensationalism, a kind of like, again, like I said, gotcha quality. And it doesn't feed us context or nuance behind ideas or any opposition to strengthen ideas. It just tells us that we're right. It creates a habit of disengaging, again, similar to the first group of people, from things that we don't immediately agree with. And instead of in like a pacifying way, in like a way of gratification, we don't have our views affirmed if they're being challenged. And I think that in a different way wears away our critical thinking skills, because we just don't want to be wrong. Like, no one is open to being wrong. No one is open to hearing anything that might mean that they're wrong. It's this process of slow and measured like isolation that people really like in this specific group think like, okay, yeah, I'm informed, when in fact they are just as bad as the first group of people, in the sense of they remain susceptible to being pulled into something that might not be good for them, might not be good for the world, because they can't see beyond what they're being told. So obviously both of those are very doom and gloom, and both are awful situations. And I think the majority of people, at least in this part of the world, Northern Europe, and I guess the West, I believe fall into at least one of these categories, which I think is really scary. Like, either people don't engage in politics at all, making them susceptible to capture by way of any sort of stronghold ideology, or they do, but they engage in one-sided, unnuanced, almost religious cult-like devotion to certain causes that handicaps them also from nuance.
Yes,
Anyway,
she is
critical thinking
absolutely
is becoming
right.
a scarce resource. It's happening while the world descends into various kinds of extremism and political extremism, with no one having the faculties to challenge it. If anything, becoming a tool for it, much like Arendt spoke about. I don't really know what the way forward here is, but I think one of the ways forward would be to sort of re-engage these faculties, like reclaim our attention spans. We train ourselves to become more comfortable with engaging with alternative forms of media. It comes from looking outside, from forming community, from seeing what is going on with the world, interacting, exploring with perspectives that might be different from our own, seeing beyond the black and white of issues, and really, really leaning into nuance, not retreating into the lives of convenience we've grown accustomed to. This is how we start to think for ourselves and remove the sort of main powers fueling the almost oppressive extremist regimes that we see unfolding throughout the world right now. Ignorance is never the way forward, whether it be willful in the sense of this doesn't make me feel good, I don't want to talk about it, or like almost unintentional, whereby you feel informed, but what are you informed about? Are you challenging your biases, etc.? There is just a lot that we need to look at and sit with, and this is where I'm at, and this is what I'm doing, and that's what I want to keep trying to do now with my return to this channel. I'm not sure how comprehensive that was. I don't know if any of that made any sense, and I'm sorry if it was really jumbled. I'm still kind of getting back into this. I haven't written an essay in a really long time, so I don't know if my ideas made sense, but I hope they did and you were able to take something away from this. I'll be back soon with some more thoughts. I have many, probably on a different issue, but thank you very much for watching. If you did make it this far, if you enjoyed it,
I'm impressed.
What's
up, LA?
In the next one. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
This narrative about hard work being
two things about that. I think she's
welcome.
I think
Today,
she's preaching.
I'm gonna talk-
I think she's pissing in the wind, to be blunt. As she's sitting here talking, I'm thinking to myself, I'm online so much these days that even I have to kind of focus when I sit down and actually read, because I tend to do that. I'll read. Lately, I've been getting to bed like 9 o'clock at night. So, I'll hop in bed, read till I fall asleep. And then a lot of times falling asleep so early, I wind up waking up really early. Because, I've been getting up and doing shows at like 2 or 3 in the morning. So, I'm kind of used to being up, so I'll catch up and do, another hour or two of reading. But I actually have to focus. I don't know whether it's because of age or whether it's because I'm online so much. I don't think, and I honestly am kind of pessimistic about critical thinking skills being transferred through the current education system. I suspect that if there is a big divide between, say, elites and non-elites, the gap is just going to get wider, because in high school, for instance, they don't have textbooks the way they used to. I know for one of my son's English classes, there was a reading list that he did over the summer of maybe 4 or 5 books. But other than that, when I was in high school, it was reading intensive. You were getting, I literally, like, when I went to 9th grade, somehow or another, the teacher found her future students, and it's like, here's your reading list. Make sure this shit's read before you report to your 9th grade English class. They were like, no one's gonna come here, unprepared. They don't do anything like that. And I've also heard that even in Ivy League schools, reading long form stuff is a dying art. This young lady talking about critical thinking, I don't know how you recover to where we were, say, even 30 years ago when I was in high school. In my opinion, you actually have to be able to sit down and read a book or solve a math problem. It's really an attention span issue. And because of the internet and smartphones and stuff like that, attention spans have plummeted. And to solve problems or read a book or be pensive and think great thoughts, you actually have to focus and sit somewhere for longer than 5 minutes sometimes. And so, long story kind of short, I think she's pissing in the wind. What's up, Yeti? What's up, Calvin?
It would be casting your pearls before swine. I don't think people have the mind to sit, listen, and digest anyway.
Well, I think they can. It's just no one's requiring it.
Right.
And I don't foresee that happening.
Thank you.
I don't foresee that happening in our current state. What's up, Richard? So who knows? Maybe I'll subscribe to her channel. But I'm going to run through these quick news stories. Wasn't even going to do news articles, but some of these, are need to know in my opinion. So the Senate is actually doing a Saturday session, a rare Saturday session, trying to work through this. So senators are back on Capitol Hill for a rare Saturday session aimed at ending the government shutdown with few signs of an imminent breakthrough. So they convened at noon. Have done a 15th vote on the House passed continuing resolution. Even if there are any modifications to what the House bill is, it's got to go back to the House to be for their approval. So this isn't going to happen because the House isn't even in session. I hear that Mike Johnson wants to keep him out like another week. Though I'm sure he can get them back in, if need be. So we're still shut down. I don't foresee, anything happening. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't foresee anything happening this weekend. So this is actually a surprise. The first circuit, the small 3-panel session or 3-panel group of judges basically upheld the district court's requirement that Trump pay all the SNAP benefits in full. Well, guess what? Ketanji Brown Jackson says, hold on a minute. She was on duty, I guess. So the Trump administration appealed it to the Supreme Court, and Ketanji Brown Jackson basically put a 48-hour stay. So the benefits were going to go out, but they're not now because the Supreme Court has said, nope, let's send it back. They're going to, I guess they're going to put it to the full, I forget what the term is. Is it en banc or en banc or whatever it is? You have the 3-judge panel, and then you have the full circuit court panel. So apparently Justice Jackson wants to send it back to the circuit court and have them go through the entire process before it comes back to the Supreme Court. So no SNAP benefits will be paid, at least to some people. Now, just so people know, Georgia, for instance, they were going to, people in Georgia are going to get their full SNAP benefits. A lot of it is maybe it's block grants to the states. The states administrate it. The federal government or Department of Agriculture specifically sends the money down. And I've heard JP got his full check, so that's something.
That's news. That's part of the news. Yeah.
Oh, that's that's good news. Good news. Things are looking up.
Yeah. So does Ketanji get the coon card like Clarence did?
No. She probably did the right thing. It's not a. It's basically. I think she gave 48 hours. So it may wind up coming back to the Supreme Court at some point.
Yeah, I just hear it on both sides where people are like, oh, yeah, the Supreme Court's paid off. We got to get them out of here. There shouldn't be lifetime appointments to the Supreme Court. And look who stood in the gap, Ketanji Jackson. Oh, my God. They should be disappointed instead of just pointing the finger.
Well, it's just no. This is just a 48-hour stay. Basically, she doesn't want to do a decision. Let the full panel review it. So, I mean, I think any of the judges would have done it. It's a prudent thing. Why should the Supreme Court rule on something if it hasn't percolated fully through the lower courts?
Yeah, absolutely. The murmur is loud.
And I see Damian H. Welcome, Damian. I'm not familiar with the name, but just so you know, I will just assume you know Ryan. He wants to throw up that hokum about illegals and SNAP and all that bullshit. Do better, son. We're a little more rigorous than you might be used to over here. So next story, judge permanently blocks deployment of National Guard to Portland, saying Trump exceeded his authority. Boy, is this going to go to the Supreme Court. A federal judge ruled on Friday that Donald Trump exceeded the president's authority when he sent federalized National Guard troops into Portland in a 106 decision. I don't even know what the hell does that even mean. In a 106 decision, Trump appointed, maybe that's a statute or something. Trump appointed U.S. District Judge Karen Immergut, made permanent in order she issued last month, blocking the deployment to the city. So she's a Trump appointee. The evidence demonstrates that these deployments, which were objected to by Oregon's governor and not requested by the federal officials in charge of protection of the ICE building, exceeded the president's authority. So apparently the local ICE folks didn't ask for it either. After a 3-day trial, Immergut rejected the Trump administration's argument that immigration-related protests amounted to rebellion or danger of a rebellion, the standard needed to justify a federal takeover of the National Guard. So Trump has lost this round. I think she's a district court, so I'm sure they will appeal it to whatever circuit court is handling for that district or circuit or whatever territory. So this is an opinion piece, and when I read it, I kind of chuckled. Nicholas Kristof says Trump aid cuts, and he means USAID, kill more Christians than jihadists do. It's a very provocative title. And rather than read it, I'm going to let the auto reader do it, just so it's crisp and clear and well pronounced.
Trump aid cuts kill more Christians than jihadists do. This article is by Nicholas Kristof and read by an automated voice. I have great news for President Trump. He has expressed such outrage at attacks on Christians in Nigeria that he has threatened military intervention there, and the Pentagon has obligingly prepared plans for attack. Trump's concern for Nigerians is welcome, but here's the awkwardness. Trump's aid cuts are killing far more Nigerian Christians than Islamic terrorists are. So if Trump wants to save the lives of Nigerian Christians, the good news is that he doesn't need to spend billions of dollars on charging, as he put it, into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing. Rather, all Trump has to do is restore the American aid that was estimated to be saving the lives of more than 250,000 Nigerians each year. The president's threat to attack Nigeria seemed a response to heated talk in certain circles lately about killings or even genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas has denounced the mass murder of Christians in Nigeria, and Bill Maher claimed that more than 100,000 Christians have been killed there since 2009. If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck, Maher said. But Maher himself doesn't seem to know what's going on in Nigeria, nor apparently does Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who announced that the Pentagon was preparing for action in Nigeria. There have indeed been killings of Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria by murderous jihadi groups like Boko Haram and Islamic State. More broadly, insecurity is an immense problem in Nigeria, with 8,000 civilians of all faiths killed so far this year. It's also true that several northern Nigerian states have blasphemy laws that can be used to terrorize Christians or non-observant Muslims. Trump's attention to all these problems would be most welcome, but to call the situation a genocide is to mock the victims of actual genocides. Right-wing claims of tens of thousands of deaths of Christians appear far off the mark. Rigorous reporting by Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, an independent monitoring group, says that there have been 33 deaths so far this year in attacks against Christians in which religion was reported to play a role. The equivalent figure for Muslims is higher, 88 deaths. Since January 2020, the Data Initiative counts 475 people killed in attacks targeting Christians, and 404 deaths in attacks targeting Muslims. It is possible that these figures significantly
Nobody's
understate
crying
the
over
totals,
Trump.
because it's often unclear whether a victim's religion was a factor in the killing. Some killings involve Muslim Fulani herders who have conflicts with settled Christian farmers. It's difficult to know when such a killing is rooted in religion, or when it's a dispute about a herder's cow eating a farmer's crop. It's also not clear whether Muslims or Christians are suffering more casualties. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom said in its report last year that violence affects large numbers of Christians and Muslims alike. Another reason to be skeptical of claims of a genocide against Christians in Nigeria is that many top Nigerian officials are Christian, and the First Lady is not only a Christian but also a pastor. In any case, the number of killings in Nigeria, while tragic, pales beside the 400,000 people believed to have died in Sudan's civil war over the last 2.5 years. If Trump cares about atrocities in Africa, he should call up his friends and business partners in the United Arab Emirates and ask that country to stop financing the Rapid Support Forces militia responsible for mass murder and mass rape in Sudan. There's something else that I find offensive about the Trump-Hegseth bombast about Nigeria. If you care about religious repression of only your sect, you don't really care about religious repression. Persecution of Christians, Muslims, Baha'is, Ahmadis, and others is a global scourge and deserves more attention, but some of the most urgent cases today involve Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar and Uyghur Muslims in China. A radical theme of Jesus' teachings, as the scholar Bart Ehrman notes in a forthcoming book, Love Thy Stranger, was his emphasis on empathy for all people, including strangers outside one's circle. Some missionaries, nuns, and aid workers live that principle. One such heroic figure, a missionary aid worker named Kevin Rideout, was recently kidnapped in Niger, where for 19 years he had committed himself to improving the well-being of local people. But chest-beating about a non-existent Christian genocide strikes me as puerile and performative. My Times colleague Helena Cooper reported that in response to Trump's threat, the United States military has drawn up options for intervening in Nigeria in 3 variations: light, medium, and heavy. None seems likely to accomplish much except waste money, just as Trump's forgotten campaign against Yemen in the spring squandered $1 billion in the first month alone and achieved nothing obvious. Trump might also reflect that while jihadists have been unable to kill tens of thousands of Nigerian Christians, his own administration appears to be doing just that. The Center for Global Development in Washington calculated earlier this year that before Trump took office, American humanitarian aid was saving about 270,000 lives a year in Nigeria. It's too soon to predict confidently just how many Nigerian Christian children will die because Trump cut off their access to vaccines, AIDS medications, food assistance, and other essentials. But the number killed by jihadists is very likely to pale beside the number dying from Trump aid cuts. So if Trump cares about Christians or anyone else in Nigeria, all he needs to do is restore aid and let babies live.
Wow. Well, you know what? There's no accounting for actual critical thinking. I think that's actually a really good point that he makes. This next story, I'm not going to even. It's an opinion piece by Stacy Patton, the professor at Morgan State University. The title of it is "Ain't Nobody Fleeing New York City or Blue States to Catch Meth Dust and Bible Belt Halitosis in Magaland." She has a way with words. I think she actually is pretty good with a one-liner. Mark Wayne Mullen, he's a senator from Michigan. He writes, "The communist won. He's about to drive America's largest city into the ground. Now Americans have a clear choice between communism and common sense. Forgive me if I don't panic over liberal states going blue." Well, here's the deal, Mark Wayne. Um, he hasn't even been sworn in. He hasn't driven anything into the ground yet.
I
And
don't even think he
quite
can.
well, I don't think it's not. They're trying to make Mamdani out to be like the leader of the Democratic Party. There's no way you're gonna, nobody's gonna think a mayor is gonna be driving Democratic politics at a national level. And then the other thing, and maybe Dave, or somebody in the chat will know, what happened to that terrorist threat that supposedly got interrupted on Halloween? Mark Wayne Mullen, that's his state. I heard there was a threat and then it went away. I haven't heard anything else about it. Have you?
No. But
I
oh, go ahead.
I think it's a false alarm, and I don't think what's his name. The rumor is, and this is something I read in some newspaper, that I'm not sure that Kash Patel is going to last the year, or shortly after the new year. I don't. He just doesn't seem a right fit for the FBI. You were going to say something?
No, I could see that too, but I think people are sensationalized from what they hear on the news and places that they get their information. I don't
Well, it was
think that
Kash
this.
Patel. It was Kash Patel who tweeted.
No, I'm not.
about
I'm not
terrorist-
responding to the Kash Patel, the Mondami. It's more about the Mondami. I don't think he'll have the power or the ability to turn it into a straight up communist state. He just may have.
Well, he's not. Well,
influence.
for starters, he's not a communist.
Right. The fear mongering that's going on about this guy, I just don't. I don't see it. I really don't see how that
I
can
don't
change that
either.
much. New York's already a screwed up place.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Dave. It's overhyped. Like Mondami isn't coming to Georgia or anywhere else.
Well, God forbid he should actually do something productive.
Right.
JB, your interview is for some reason or another has been taken down. You have any idea why?
Buddy?
I have no idea.
It's still on there.
Well, drop the link in the back chat. I didn't see it. Maybe I don't recognize the name.
It's on there, Bubba.
Okay, listen to what I just said. You go find it, copy the link, and put it in the back chat. I looked for it and didn't see it. Now I'm in the middle of a show, and I don't really have time to go through it. So just find it, put the link in the back, and then we'll proceed.
Yeah,
All
we'd
right,
love
Bubba.
to review it. We'd love to review that. How do you think you did on that, JB?
I did amazing on there.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to seeing it if you can find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna find him, motherfucker.
There we go.
We'll wait. So in the meantime, this just popped up on my my phone from the Marietta Patch, one of the local newspapers. Marietta's not too far from me. Apparently, Wendy's is going to close 140 outdated restaurant locations in slow or underperforming areas. So that's going to be, I guess that's going to be more workers laid off.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really miss about the South, Stanley, is like that Wendy's chili and that Wendy's baked potatoes. Oh man, that's some good.
Yeah, well, I mean,
eating
you can make that stuff. You can make probably better chili or potatoes at home.
Yeah, I do. Matter of fact,
they used to have a good salad bar. I haven't been to Wendy's in probably 20 years. Well, my son's 19, so probably maybe more like 15 years. But they used to have a good salad bar. I don't know if they still do.
Nah, I don't think they do.
So check your Wendy's. It might be closing, folks.
Dang. Well, we don't have one here anyway.
You're probably not missing much. So, I was on Freezy's, not Freezy, Nightish's show. Not too long before I started up this live, and he was reviewing a Freezy show, I guess from last night that he was on. And he, the topic of matriarchy and patriarchy in the Black community came up. So, I wound up going up and talking on that. So I wound up staying because I wasn't really doing much.
Yeah.
But what really amazes me, the topic that Freezy's panel was talking about loosely was the Andrew Wilson, is it Greg Adams debate?
Yeah, Coach Greg.
And apparently it devolved into ad hominems. It wasn't really that substantive a debate. And I didn't watch it because I'm not that big a Wilson fan that I'm going to sit there and watch him, debate.
Yeah.
At least if I don't know the opposite person. I did watch Andrew Wilson debate John Fusselgang, which I thought was pretty good. Fusselgang, basically just outclassed him, at least in my opinion. Others don't agree with me. However, the thing that actually interested me about this particular Freezy panel is just how poorly 40-year-old Black men think. They don't think critically. At least the group that I'm familiar with. It's like I'm just shocked. It was so many bad premises and observations and so many just like ahistorical points that it truly disappointed me, to be honest. What's up, Dirty Dude? So I just kind of wonder. I think the reason, if you want to look at a quote Black community, I think the reason the Black community is in a predicament, and it's really just not just the Black community, it's like America. We have totally lost our ability to think critically, to solve problems. I think we've also lost our ability to even understand what the problem might be. When we sit down and analyze trying to troubleshoot, I don't think we even identify the right problems. And if we do, different people are identifying different problems. And, so all of a sudden we can't even agree what the problem is. We can't figure out what the problem is either individually or as a group, apparently. And it would be funny if these people weren't literally asking for or saying we need a Black leader who can do this, that, or the other. And I'm thinking to myself, why do we need a Black leader? Can't you figure it out for yourself? Do you really need a Black leader to tell you how to have a good marriage? I think that's just sad. So
they don't want marriages. I was wondering if you got a chance to ask, or at least to let them know what you thought the issues were.
I talked to Freezy. It was Freezy reacting to the panel he was on the night before. So I didn't get to ask Freezy or any of those guys. I talked to LA in Nightish. And then Josh was up there, the white nationalist. He was up there for a little bit, but he had to run off. What's up, Bobby? Josh, the white nationalist.
Josh is good. I like Josh.
No, I don't deal with white nationalists. I don't even give them the time of day. He could be the smartest white. He could be the highest IQ white nationalist on YouTube, and I don't care. I don't deal with white nationalists. And he's self-identified. I'm not, putting a label upon him.
I can't explain it for him, but he did have a stream where he explained. And
I don't care. I've talked to
know.
Josh. I've had an exchange or two with him on Discord. He's on.
But if he's a key component of that conversation, then you're not really giving yourself a chance.
No, I'm not. No, I don't care if I'm shortchanged.
Yeah, you're shutting down. You're doing exactly what the girl said.
Okay,
the girl you played earlier said that this is a natural
what
reaction.
I said. Dude, I'm 60 years old. I have an idea of what a fucking white nationalist is. He is not going to reinvent any white nationalist wheels. Okay, don't discount me. I know what a fucking white nationalist is, and I don't have time for it. I don't have time to listen to arguments. And see, this is another thing that many in this blackosphere section of YouTube think. No, I do not have to waste my time listening to bad arguments. I do not have to let you have your say. I do not have to have civil conversation with people I don't want to hear from. I don't owe it to anyone.
Yeah, I get it. You're answering a lot of questions by your reaction.
Oh, well, you know what? I hope the reason I'm answering them with a reaction is I want to head this shit off at the pass. I don't care if people are disappointed. No,
I'm not gonna pry. I'm not prying.
I don't associate with racists, and I don't care if you're not a personal dude. If you tolerate racists, you're a racist. And if I have to deal with racists, and it's hard not to in these United States, I get to pick and choose. A white nationalist is not my favorite flavor of racist.
Stanley, you ought to have seen the Gospel of Bob last night. You know what? I rarely listen to what I'm saying because I'm cutting you off. I rarely go over to Bob's. Bob's show is not my cup of tea. They spent 2 hours. I don't care which part of that. Which part of that can't you understand? Well, I literally do not care. They spent hours. Why are you wasting your time telling me something? I don't want to know. They spent like several hours. Oh, this motherfucker is just drunken on automatic.
Damn it, shut up. We don't give a fuck, boy.
Oh, motherfucker, don't tell me to shut up. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. Today is the day you don't want to fuck me, boy.
I was talking to 12 man, Sam.
Oh, okay. My bad. Did you find that clip? Oh, did you find the link?
Well,
hell no, I couldn't find it.
How can you spend like hours talking about the N-word, Stanley?
I don't.
Shut the hell up,
That's
12
crazy.
man.
I literally, have you heard me use the N-word so far today or even think about it?
You better not.
Okay, motherfucker, answer my question.
He's a fucking idiot.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, looking at this particular video that I have up on the screen, the N-word doesn't really come up either.
Yeah, so why is it a popular topic?
Bobby, that's a good point you bring up. Go ahead and finish 12th man, and then I'll address Bobby.
Why is it such a popular topic? Why can't?
Because America is a racist country, and people like John Galt say it at least once every other sentence. That's why.
12 man, shut your ass up, boy.
You shut the fuck up.
No. By the way, thank you, 12th man, for supporting the show. I appreciate it. By the way, and this is to Bobby's point here. It is Saturday, and the Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment / donations. Help a brother out. Buy a brother some Guinness Stout.
God
So, or you know what? I might just do Coors Light. We'll keep it light. Hey Dawn. Here for the tea. T, do you happen to know if you've got 777's email address? I would really appreciate it if you could ask him to put, if he can, put JB Smooth's
interview that I did up.
I'm sorry, what?
The interview.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows off the top of her head what it is. Or T, you can just email it to me or something, and I'll email him. But we had planned on reviewing JB Smooth's interview with 777 for some reason or another. So if you can help a brother out, I would appreciate it, ma'am. And hit the link if you want. By the way, it's more or less an open panel. I do have a couple videos. I want to see Cynthia G's. There's a video that I want to at least have a look at for a little while that she did. And then I want to have a look at this particular video that I have up on the screen. Not the whole thing, but just a little bit of it.
And we want
reacting
12 girls
to my reaction. You what?
And we want 12 girls to shut the fuck up.
I got your
Well,
girl swinging, motherfucker.
He's not currently talking right now. Thank you, T. Okay, well, don't worry about it. It's not an emergency. If I run into him, I probably should have like copied it or videotaped it or something. But it's not a huge deal. And let me modify this. Well, there's not much I can do.
You gotta go find it, Sam.
No, I don't have to find it. If he took it down, it's not to be found. I don't have access to his YouTube account.
Get on the phone with him and find it.
I have no idea how to contact him. He interviewed you. I'm surprised you don't have his details.
Cause it was the spare of the moment thing. Get on the goddamn phone and find it, Sam.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna when you say jump, I'm asking you how high.
As high as I want you to jump, boy.
Yeah. Good luck with that. So in the meantime, till we figure out how to run across 777, we can look at this particular event here. And thank you to our show sponsors, our Saturday show sponsors, 12th Man and our own Here for the Tea.
Fuck 12th Man.
So this particular video, like I said, there were some things in here. It's roughly about marriage. It winds up being about marriage in the Black community. Let me take it back. And yeah, I do actually have some things to say. So maybe I'll just take it back farther. I was on there longer than I thought it was, actually. Oh, here we go.
I'm having.
So we'll start it here. And if anybody needs me to stop it, feel free to do this. I'm not wedded to this video. There were just some things that struck me, and if I'd been worth a darn, I would have written down timestamps in points. But
do you know?
Believe it or not, part of the time. Part of the time I was on the show, I literally went and butchered up a whole chicken.
Do you even know how to write, Stanley?
You butchered a whole chicken, Stanley?
Yeah, just cut it up into 10 pieces. And so
or
half
was
of
it live? Was it alive before you
No,
killed it?
no. It was a grocery store chicken.
Oh, okay.
So I just cut it up into 10 pieces, and I may fry half of it tonight.
10 pieces? You
Yeah,
cut
how'd you
10
cut it into
pieces
10
out of a
pieces?
chicken?
You're Spanish. You sound Dominican.
You take the breast and cut it in half.
Chicken got breast?
What?
Chicken's got breast?
Yes. So instead of eight pieces, you get 10. Because if you fry chicken, you don't want to fry a whole breast. It's actually hard to do at home. Cutting it into 2 smaller pieces actually gets it easier to fry. What's up,
good.
Uncle Fatty?
I'm coming over to your house for dinner, Stanley.
Told you he's gay, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Bring beer.
Oh shit, y'all fit get freaky.
So wait, hold it. You said my brain is the size of an acorn?
Hell yeah, I said that.
What's up, Mike? MFB, how you doing?
Hell yeah,
All right,
said your brain the size of an
thank
acorn.
you to our show sponsors. We will go ahead and start this blessed event up. And like I said, anybody can feel free to just stop me if they have points to make.
Hell yeah, your brain the size of an acorn, Stanley. I said
Oh wait,
that.
what? Oh god damn it! Did he just take this fucking thing down? What is up with these people? Well, I guess what I'll do is
you want to interview me, Stanley?
No.
Why?
Why would I? I don't.
You not smart enough or something?
No. I haven't prepared. So anyway, Nightish has decided to take the interview down. So I'll just tell you what my problems were. We basically get into marriage in the Black community, and they're just all kinds of things that just rankled me about it. Number one, too many people want to look at the Black community as one contiguous thing. Most people kind of know my complaint about that. But the other thing is these people just want to talk about the Black community as if we all come from the hood. So I get a lot of hood perspectives. I don't get a whole lot of non-hood perspectives, and most Black people don't even live in the hood. So that is a problem in and of itself. And one of the things that came up, and I don't know who the guy was who made this point, that most Black people have trauma. Most Black people are basically fucked up because most Black people. Okay, god damn it! Can I fucking finish, JB? Today is not the day.
I was just agreeing.
Okay, I don't care what you were just doing, JP.
All right, well, shut up and keep on
I
going.
don't have the patience. 90 basically the number wound up being 90% of Black people are just screwed up and shouldn't be getting married. That's why the marriages aren't working out, because 90% of the people, 90% of Black people are fucked up. That's why marriages aren't working out.
That's true, because they cheat on each other a lot.
Okay, hey, dumb fuck, you literally don't know jack shit about the Black community. So what you should do is button your lip and learn. I am not interested in your non-Black perspective.
Yeah, JP,
I'm just gonna have to be blunt about it.
Fuck you, 12
I'm not open to your perspective.
But you asked me a question.
I did not ask you shit, JB. The only thing I asked you to do is not overtalk me.
Oh, did you? Oh, my bad. I
That's
didn't hear
literally what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, sit down and
do
shut
not
the
offer
fuck
your
up,
perspective
JP.
unless I ask for it. Is that
Well,
clear enough?
Stanley, get on your knees and tell me you
Motherfucker,
sorry.
no. I literally told you today is not the day. Any other questions?
Yeah, why is that bitch 12th man laughing at me?
You know what? What you need to do is type in the back chat that question.
Oh, okay.
So the point I'm trying to make is that, number one, thinking that 90% of Black people are too screwed up to get married is a problem. I understand you are entitled to your opinion, but I need a little bit of data to back up that. And then it somehow got narrowed to just Black people coming out of the hood, which is a little bit more of an argument. But I need you to put data to the opinion that most Black people in the hood are too screwed up to get married. There were a lot of problems with that statement, and I'd feel a whole lot better if you have data to back it up, because I don't think you're right. If with that high number, 90%.
Now, may I say something?
No.
What gives you the right to think you know it all,
other
Stanley?
problem that I have is this idea that Black people in America need some national leader to tell us how to be married, how to raise our kids. The point came up about the Black community being matriarchal, and I'm like, no, that's not true either. Historically, the South, after or during or after the Great Migration, tended to be older in age.
What
and
the
it
fuck
tended
do
to be
birds
more
got to do with this?
Okay, god damn it, JB, you don't seem to understand how much you're annoying me.
I'm just trying to ask the question.
Okay, motherfucker, I do not need your help.
No, I'm
If I
asking
need
you a
your
question.
help, I don't care. Wait till question time to ask me a question. Don't ask
okay.
it while I'm talking.
Go ahead.
The South, during the Great Migration in the early part of the 20th century, started skewing older in age and more matriarchal because a lot of the young males went north for work and to get away from the Jim Crow South. So, kids tended to stay home with, quote, Big Mama. And Black males, older Black males at the time, and I think that's probably, males in general, but Black males in the early 20th century who were older tended to die before their wives. So, there would be more matriarchy and the population would tend to be older, whereas in the North, it tended to be more patriarchal and skew younger and male. So, the Black community, saying the Black community is a matriarchy, I don't think you have the data to back that up. And if I'm wrong, because I'm not a sociologist, prove me wrong. But until you prove me wrong, it's not an argument I'm going to entertain. So that matriarchy bullshit that you sometimes hear in the Black manosphere, I've yet to have anybody that was able to back up that point. And then there's the broader thing, because we've been listening to Helen Andrews all week talking about the feminization of America. I don't think she has a real solid argument either. A lot of people feel that way. But one thing that she said that definitely raised more doubts in my mind, she made the comment that oaths, like the loyalty oaths that came to be during the McCarthy era, she basically said that, requiring loyalty oaths and stuff like that are male. And my question is, okay, well, if oaths or loyalty oaths or things like that are male, I'd love to know her opinion on marriage vows. are marriage vows male? Because both men and women take them. I just don't find her argument as convincing as a lot of people in the manosphere. I don't think she's right about feminization. I think that's just opinion, and I don't think it's a thing. I think it's just a lot of people's opinion, and I just don't think that it's something that you can verify. Who taught me how to dress, Fred? Believe it or not, both my father and mother had opinions.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they kind of agreed. Like they would hate it when I was in high school. My mother used to complain that I wore jeans everywhere. And there were times when she would make me change my clothes. My father had a lot of input. His opinion was clothes make the man. So I had input from both my parents.
Yeah, that's what I was telling 777, that you got your brain the size of a peanut because you think you know it all. What gives you the right to think you know everything, Stanley?
Well, let me make it easy for you. I know more than you.
How can you
How
figure that?
How about that? I know more than you about more things. So
you telling me you know more about the black community than me? It may be the size of a peanut.
My brain may be the size of a peanut, but what does that make your brain size?
It's a big one. Do you mean to tell me you can tell me about the black community more than me?
My mother.
I bet JB eats acorns.
Shut up! Go suck a dick, bitch.
Yeah, Fred. No, I didn't change it.
Brain the size of an acorn.
Shit, Stanley, you
Fred,
think you know more about the black community
I added
than me.
to it. I might have been thinking about something else when I was with my mother more. My father tended to work a lot. And when he was younger, he worked shift work. My mother, being a teacher, spent more time. But they both had input. I would actually say my mother probably had more day-to-day input.
So what, they put you in dresses when they was getting you out of them jeans?
My father had more had input as well.
We all love our mamas, don't we, Stanley?
No, we don't.
I suppose.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
I do think that in a lot of ways the black community is similar to a matriarchy.
I accept your opinion. It's not one I would.
I mean, but for several,
I mean, you could say that because there's so many single mother homes. I think I wouldn't outright disagree.
Family structure is one reason.
I think you could actually make the argument in 2025. You might be able
what
to
the fuck
actually.
Is that noise?
I don't know. You might actually have a better point in 2025 than
Stanley,
you
you
would.
don't know shit. Shut up. That's why your brain little, buddy.
I would think that it would be slightly different over history, though. I don't think you can say historically that the black community was one way or the other.
No, that wouldn't be the case. But like the way politics is set up, the family structure.
No, I don't think politics. I don't think politics is set up.
They got their own voting block.
If you look at the number, if you look at the number of female presidents we've had, if you look at the historically even at the male.
Wait, did you say female? Did you say female?
Congress has been. Congress has been on
nutcase, man.
Okay, god damn it, dude. Congress has been almost exclusively male. Supreme Court again, almost exclusively male up until.
And how much are those entities inside of the black community, Stanley?
Okay, I'm talking America.
You're just saying shit.
General.
It's not relevant.
God damn it, Dave. You said politics. You didn't specify which politics.
Well,
And
they're
even
not
if you go
catering
back,
to black
even
men. They're
if you go
catering to black
back and
women.
you isolate the black community politically, since Reconstruction, it's been mostly male.
Yeah, historically, yes, Stanley.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking, Dave.
Well, that's not
I
what I
don't
was
agree
talking.
with
If I
your
brought it
point,
up, why
Dave.
don't you hear
I
what I was
don't
talking?
agree. I don't agree that American politics has been mostly feminine.
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, well, motherfucker, if you're actually going to make these arguments, I need you to be much more precise. And I know it's not a requirement on most of the panels that you go to, but just saying politics doesn't
Well,
really
please
mean much.
forgive me, Stanley. Please forgive me.
Well, I'm
Because
sorry, I have
I
standards.
let you. I did say something and I didn't clarify. So I do apologize for that.
Well, I would definitely appreciate clarifications or qualifications. It would be so nice.
Okay. Well, the trend lately is that they put black women in the heads of like so many different areas of politics. They're catering to them.
Okay, well, did you
Quite
notice what you
literally.
said? You said lately?
Yes, and we're talking about
Okay.
lately. And you can say today moving forward.
No. I'm literally talking about making historical points.
Okay, so let me just eliminate the politics since I don't have a good example for you, really. I don't.
Well, I mean, I think a good example is Mom Donnie. His little cabinet there is all female. So, I mean, recently,
But is it all
yeah,
black?
I would agree
though?
with you.
Is it all black? Because we're talking about the black
No, there's only
community or the
one
black
woman.
bloc.
There's only one woman that looked remotely like she might have some black heritage on that panel.
Right. So we're talking about the black community.
No, you better specify black community because I'm kind of
I
going
know.
back
I
and
don't
forth.
believe in that either. So I can't do that either. So I don't think there's a community. But I do think most people want a leader based on their what the hell was it called? Oh geez, I'm drawing a blank.
Well, here's the deal. I don't. Number one, why do black people need a leader at all?
Because they ignorant without one.
Because they're a collective. They want to be a collective.
Okay, and see, you and I will never agree on that. I think black people have not been a collective since like 1964. We scattered to the winds after Jim Crow, and I don't think we can go back to being a collective. If we were ever a collective, I think you'd have a better argument during Jim Crow.
How would you know that, Stanley?
Because I read books, motherfucker.
Books ain't gonna teach you nothing out
Okay,
here, boy.
books have taught me more than they've taught you, apparently.
They ain't teach you shit about how to
You
be a woman,
do
Stan.
realize that you and I going back and forth is not productive. If you
Yeah,
don't
'cause I'm
agree,
smarter than you,
if
but
you don't agree, how about just say you don't agree? That'll be
I'm
much
not
more
gonna
efficient.
say that because I know what I'm talking about and you don't.
Okay, motherfucker, JB, I don't know why you're so cantankerous today. Maybe you're just trying to generate some audience, which I definitely appreciate.
No, motherfucker, I'm trying to get
Is he drunk?
an opinion.
See, he doesn't sound that
Fuck
drunk.
you, 12 girl.
I think he's drunk, Stanley. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I know what I'm talking about, asshole. Howdy,
Okay,
cowboy.
well then you're
Yeehaw.
making you might be the best judge of that right now, 12 man.
He don't know shit. That motherfucker don't know.
Oh, what's up, Kimmy? What's up, Dwayne?
Shit.
Stanley, I think you're
Stanley, when I
relating
get
this.
up here, you gonna respect me, Stan.
He sure will, JB. I think
Yeah,
that's what I'm relating.
Wait, what'd you say, JB? Can you repeat that?
I said when I get on here, you gonna respect me. You gonna get on your knees
Yeah,
and tell me
motherfucker,
you sorry.
make me respect you.
You gonna get on your knees and tell me you
hear
sorry.
the respect in my voice, JB?
Shit. Get on your knees and tell me you sorry, boy.
Yeah.
JB, no one respects you. Shut the fuck
This
up.
motherfucker thinks he's back on the plantation.
Yeah.
JB's
Are
hilarious.
you channeling? Are you channeling some ancestor who is a slave driver or what?
Shit, I'm pissed off, Stanley.
I don't really give a fuck.
Cause you a fucking
But
idiot. That's why,
don't really
that's
give
why
a
I
fuck.
told
Dude, you being
777
pissed
all
off
he needs to
is
know
not
about
my
you, buddy.
concern.
I told him how
You
you
seem
was
to
a
think
piece
it's
of
my
shit.
concern.
JB needs the golden shower. He'd rather be pissed on.
Shut
than
up, fuck
pissed
boy.
off.
I told 777 how you was a piece of shit, Stanley. You don't let nobody talk and you a bitch.
Dude, I don't let nobody talk. I don't let nobody talk who's irritating me.
Cause you scary. You scared of the truth,
Okay,
Stanley.
dude, I don't know where the fuck.
Don't call me dude. Call me massa.
I don't know what planet some of y'all come from. I don't owe you a voice on this panel.
Call me massa, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you behind. I'm gonna call you in the back in $20 to bring you back. I'm gonna start high.
Do you want to fight, boy?
Put him in the back, Stanley.
Put you under your bed, you bitch.
So since I can't review, let's see what else was on that Breezy panel. It was just really just I cannot get why people think that we need a black leader. And the other thing is, you know, if you're 30 plus and you realize that, oh, hey, I came from a single mother home and there's some things I need to work on. Why can't you just fucking pull yourself up by your own bootstraps?
They hate that.
Well, we know
Jack.
you pull yourself up by your thongs, Stanley.
Why do you get up on a panel and complain about it? Why do you get up on a panel and complain about it if you know there's a problem? Do some self-improvement.
Yeah, JB, go watch your ass.
Shut up,
Go
fat
watch
boy.
your nasty ass.
Is self-improvement beyond the capabilities of a young black 30-year-old male?
I mean, you got to know what to improve upon, I think. And I think most people catch on late. And it's when you get around people who kind of got it that you see where your deficiencies are. But I don't know. It takes something to spark that fire.
Yeah.
Well, let me give you a good example. Scam Likely was up on panel, and he basically was talking about marriage, and he's never been married. Apparently, he's come close a few times or something like that. So he's up there literally pontificating about marriage and, you know, all this stuff. And, you know, finally, Nidus just gets a little annoyed and asks him, well, have you ever been married? And the answer was no, but he had a relationship or two that he wound up screwing up. So
you don't know that for a fact, though, Stanley.
Okay,
You just
well,
put
you
your
have
opinion
had,
in.
okay, motherfucker, I'm talking.
I'm just saying, when I'm talking,
Okay, I
listen,
can't
boy.
hear you when I'm talking.
But listen to me
Do
real
you
quick,
know?
boy.
Do you know that I'm wearing earbuds? If I'm talking, I can't hear you. Did
Well,
you know
listen
that?
right now, then, boy.
No, I'm not going to listen. I was talking.
Well, keep going.
What I'm thinking is that, dude, if you've had a couple relationships and you have all this knowledge that you've gleaned from whatever sources, well, between learning from your mistakes in those relationships, and some of it is self-admitted, you were the problem. Okay. Why are you not married or working towards it? I mean, why aren't you learning from this? You're up here talking about marriage, not being married.
I'm not married.
You don't get up on
not
panels.
married by your
You
voice,
don't get up
boy.
on Manosphere panels and talk about it, do you?
He probably married to a woman. I mean, to a man,
I
that's
don't
all
want
we
the
know.
headache, Stanley. Too
Okay,
much
the
problems.
point I'm trying to make is here is a young man who's up on a panel talking about it, talking about marriage, has never been married, has had some relationships that didn't work out. So what I'm thinking is, okay, well, you have learned from these past relationships, and you seem to have read a self-help book or gotten some knowledge from some
That's
YouTube
what
panel.
you do. You said you read books for all your shit. So what's
Okay,
the difference?
motherfucker, do you honestly think? Do you honestly think what you're adding is in any way productive, JB?
Yeah, because you saying that he reads books on that. You read books on your stuff, so what's the difference?
You're at, dude. You know what? I feel a bounty.
You don't want to
coming on.
answer no real
I
question,
feel
do
a
you?
bounty. I feel a bounty coming on with you. What's
You
up,
don't
Mike?
want to answer no question. That's
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
don't want to answer stupid questions.
Well, continue.
What's going on?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, not much, man. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
This bitch.
Hey Ryan. Hey Ryan. He managed to
Deacon Dave, salute.
fall
12 man
asleep
salute.
on last
what
night's
up?
video
What's
that he
up?
was reviewing, and then he fell asleep during the
Three-time
review.
Grammy Award winner Stanley, salute.
That nigga
What's
ain't
up,
no
Mike?
fucking reward winner. He's a bitch. What a brain size of an acorn.
So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is it's always the right. It seems like
that
it's
bitch nuts.
always the people who have no clue what they're talking about who want to get up and pontificate. This man has never been married. Why is he talking about what should happen during a marriage? I told the story of me doing the same thing that young man did, and my boss
What
looked
he
at me, who
choking on
was
some
married.
dick?
Okay, motherfucker, this is too much. My boss looks at me and goes, "Well, Stanley, I can tell you've never been married." Well, I kind of thought the same thing with Scam Likely. I can tell you've never been married. You're talking some shit that just doesn't happen if you know anything about marriage.
Stanley, what was the context behind that?
It was a video that I was on Nightish's show reviewing with him.
Yeah, I can't
So
get in the
I was
rhythm.
gonna show the video, but it looks like Freezy took it down, so I can't show it.
What's up with everybody taking everything you want to review down?
I don't know. Now sometimes they'll go back and edit stuff.
It's all Dick and Dave. I think it's
Maybe
about
there's
the money.
something because I know CT will take stuff down
Yeah.
and edit it and then put it back up. I don't know what Nightish is.
I think they're losing viewership is what I think.
They have no problem with reviewing other people's stuff.
You mean when I'm up there?
No, he's saying like if you play it over here, they won't go to their channel and watch it. But they will review everybody else's
hold
stuff.
it. I mean, how can he make that? He's up reviewing someone else's show.
Right. You just said what I was saying.
I hope that's not the reason.
Wait, did you have that video? Go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
What video? Oh,
did you have that video queued up? Yeah, did you have it queued up and ready to go?
I guess I could do that. That's a good idea. See, this is why I need you here, Dave. I'm so busy funding off.
I thought you had it up and then he took it down.
No.
It up.
Well, the thing is I had some things that I talked to Nightish about.
Oh, okay.
That I wanted to review as well.
Okay.
Because he and I were reviewing, talking about, the Freezy video. So there were some things that, I wanted to talk about that I talked about with him. Reviewing a review is kind of dicey anyway.
Yeah.
But let me see if Freezy left it up. Oh, shoot. What is it? No Captivity?
Yep. He's got some good shows on there.
they tend to, it tends not to be my cup of tea, really. That because it's a lot about relationships and stuff, and it's stuff that I don't particularly care about, to be honest. I don't really care that much about, other people's points about relationships.
What's going on,
Okay,
Mike?
so everybody, this is No Captivity. It's Freezy's show. So I want to make sure I'll even drop the link to the episode in case anybody wants to watch the whole thing. This is Freezy's show because I'm not going to review the whole thing. I just wanted to review some parts.
Hey, Stanley, should I still shut up?
Yes, you should always shut up.
Get on your knees and say sorry, boy.
There should never be a time when you don't shut up.
Well, I ask questions that nobody else won't ask.
You know what? There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
you want to know why? You want to know why you ask questions no one else does?
Yeah, JB, you should never open your mouth.
Fuck you. You need to close your mouth.
God damn, this guy's nuts.
But anyway, how you doing there, Mikey girl?
And I'll start from here. Unfortunately, let's see.
And came from a
Stanley, just start the goddamn show, Bubba.
Apparently when you're drinking, you get mighty bitchy. Don't make me treat you like the bitch I think you are right now.
I'm not a bitch.
I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but dude, you're not my bitch. So shut
Stanley,
the fuck up.
start the goddamn show, man.
You better be a whole lot more polite, son.
So when y'all sit up here and say, "Oh, if you just do blah, 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 blah," that's that dust shit.
No, just so you know, Freezy and Scam Likely just keep going back and forth at each other. It's actually pretty amusing.
Now you're bending what was said.
Not bending anything.
You're bending a little to the left, a little to the right to say anything can just happen.
No, I'm not.
At the end of the day, leadership is graded by how the followers respond.
How am I doing that? How am I doing that?
Okay, it's not just you roll the dice. Well, I taught them, so some go a little to the left, some go way out there. No, the right leaders at an 80, 90, 95 rate, the people don't move that much. You get Mr. Dusty in there, the kids ain't listening to him.
So then you're contradicting yourself.
Eventually, if you keep playing word salad, I'm a contradict, and then it's trolling time. Because you're playing word Tetris right now.
Not at all. You said that
Word
I said something
Tetris.
about 80% of us was
I
getting
like
married
that.
and we was oh so moral and we had our stuff together. I never said anything about statistics. I don't
was a
believe
good
The thing
right
is that a lot of times with Tetris, if you've ever played it, and I used to play it a lot, fitting the right words together, actually you wind up winning the game.
That was some stupid shit.
I don't know that
was a
word
good line.
Tetris. I don't know that playing word Tetris is a bad thing. Making
Yeah,
sure
It was a mix up from word salad.
you're
I like
using
it.
the right
That
words.
shit
and
was
all.
stupid to me.
Yeah, well,
everything's stupid to you.
a lot of things are stupid to you, if not outright unintelligible. But that's
Everything's
because of
stupid
your
to
lack
that
of
son of a bitch.
that's because of your lack of vocabulary.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Who knows?
Oh, we know. I ain't know who know. We know.
Fuck you, Mike. What's funny, Stanley?
So yeah, let's go back to this.
When I said 80%, I specifically said I'm the talking
Right, but you put it on me though, and then you said y'all in these YouTube streets. I'm not a part of the y'all.
Okay,
I'm talking
that
about
doesn't
my,
apply.
I'm
to me.
hoping.
But you know what I'm talking
Midas
about when I'm saying that
comes
80% net week. I said it before. I'm talking to the talking point.
But I'm not talking to talking points. I'm talking to the historical stuff that they say and my anecdotal experience. So we were on the panel before, and I said my grandmother had 13 kids on my father's side. So I named all these people that was in my family. the majority of us got married, and
I
all of
don't
them
see
are still
another
married.
fucking thing
So
funny,
you talking to
Stan.
me about the 40s? That's cool, but I'm saying me and my first cousins, the majority of them got married, and they're married today. And my wife was alive.
This is another thing. People using anecdotes. Like somebody will say, well, you know, the black community has a problem with single motherhood. And then someone will go, well, I had both my parents. So we're not talking about you. In these manosphere streets and just the blackosphere, or whatever you want to call this sector, people literally don't know how to make decent arguments.
That
We're
sounds
not
stupid to
talking,
me, Stanley.
we're
What
not
you think?
talking about individuals. We're talking, you know, broadly. And you going, well, hey, I'm the exception. That really doesn't do anything. It doesn't move the argument forward or doesn't shed light on anything.
How you know that, Stan?
Well, you're a good case in point. We weren't really, I don't even know that this is a matter of knowledge. It's if you are making a broad point, you telling me how you grew up, basically saying, hey, I'm the exception, does nothing.
It does. It indicates that
Other than let us know your parents weren't part of the statistics, I guess.
or that the topic excludes the person who says that. Because I was in a
Well, then why
like
not
when you
just
say
someone?
single mother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm saying, well, you identifying that you weren't in the statistic or not saying anything, it does the same thing.
But
It
it's an
doesn't really.
inability to relate to what somebody's saying if there's a sentiment
Well, if
shared.
you don't relate, how about just be quiet? Maybe you will relate once you know they finish making their point.
It's like saying I'm on the outside of this, and I if unless it comes up where it's relevant, I don't have anything to add because, or I have
Right.
observed
And
this or
and
this.
everyone should follow your example.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer.
Well, if you're a part of
I
the
would say
conversation, you know.
Okay, you don't have to say you don't have to address every point in a 5-person panel.
You know
Rudolph
what? You
the
know what's funny?
red-nosed
You know what's funny,
reindeer
Stanley? Whenever I hear
had some
somebody say something
cocaine in
about
his
single mother
nose.
homes,
Why is
I
this
really
dude?
never relate to that. I can't. It's like,
I'm
dude,
sorry, relate to what exactly?
when somebody is speaking on single motherhood homes or single mother homes or single parent homes, I can't relate. But then the funniest thing is that I see certain things that or certain points where they didn't develop certain things. There's like deficiencies that stand out. It's like
Mhm.
you can see it.
Sit down, bitch.
Well, I mean, I think we can all agree that an epidemic of single mother households is going to have negative effects. I think everybody can relate to that.
Yeah,
The other problem I had, it's the way we argue about single parent homes or single mother homes in the Black community. I tend to want to step back. I think.
Well, don't you
every
think they single
demographic.
for a reason, Stanley? It ain't by
What
choice.
does that have to do with anything? I don't care
Rudolph
why
the
people.
red-nosed
I don't
reindeer
care.
had some
I don't
cocaine
care
in his
about.
nose.
Okay, you know what, dude? We know
Goddamn.
that single parenthood is a problem. I don't really care the cause. We just know that there is an effect, and I think that the way it gets argued in isolation on these Black Manosphere panels, I don't think it's very helpful, and it just winds up being repetitive. The way I would personally approach it is we know that single parent homes are a problem in every demographic. My real question is why are we catching the flu if everybody else is just catching a cold? Why is single motherhood affecting the Black community more than say the white community or the other demographic communities.
Because the women don't want to do their job and cook and
I think
shit.
that is the actual real question.
Because they don't want to do their job and clean up and cook and all that.
Again,
I think
you are not God's gift to problem solving.
I'm trying to ask the question. I'm answering the question.
Okay. No, I didn't ask a question. Other than why do we argue it? Other than why do we argue it this way? Because I don't think saying there's a problem with single motherhood in the Black community, it's a problem in every community.
Well,
why is it a more acute problem in the Black community?
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had cocaine in his nose.
I think it's a problem because just me. It's just me. I think it's a problem because in the Black community is what you asked. So I think it's a problem.
That's
mainly
not what
because
I asked.
It's a problem in the white community too, not just the Black community.
Why does it have more of an impact? It seems to, and I think I know, I have a couple notions why, but it's the impact is
the Black community. The Black community.
The number is more acute in the Black community, and I think it has more of an effect in the Black community. Those are the questions that need to be asked.
We deal with that in the white community too.
It's so much more in the Black community because they can't.
I'm talking about Mike. He keeps saying about the Black, but we deal with it too.
I'm not saying all Blacks.
Okay, dude, I can't hear what Mike's saying.
It's a problem with just me talking. I think it's a problem, and I'm not saying all, but a lot of Blacks, they don't know how to keep a man. They see something, they want to run off.
Okay,
get that
that's
person.
not the question I asked. I asked why is
but you haven't let me finish.
Let him finish. Stanley, shut up, bitch, and let him finish.
Mike, if I think you're on the wrong track, I'm going to intercede. I don't want to go way off the beaten track. If you're not answering my question, it is my duty to step in and try and let you or clarify what my question is.
Well, you said so much, Stanley. I'm responding to what I'm hearing.
Why is there more impact and why is the number higher?
Well, it's obvious, Stanley. Like I was saying, it's higher in the Black community because people don't want to accept the fact the Black men and I'm not saying all. It's a lot of Black men and women that just can't stay in the household. They can't stay in the house.
Okay, well, you're
Oh,
saying that white people are better at staying in marriages than Black people?
Hell yeah, we are.
Stanley, your question was in reference to the Black community.
Well, yeah. Why is it worse? Why?
And then you trying to say I'm worried about I'm speaking on the community you're speaking on, but you trying to reverse it now.
Mike,
Stanley, I know the answer.
I don't know what your problem is.
How do I have a problem?
And it's a clarifying.
Stanley, let the young lady talk.
God damn it, JB, motherfucker! If you want to come back, it's $20. I've had enough of you. What I'm saying, Mike, is that if you're saying that one of the reason the number is higher in the Black community is because Black men and Black women don't know how to maintain a marriage. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so is not being able to
I know
that
wasn't that was part of the question. He didn't let me finish.
Okay.
Okay, is not being able to maintain a marriage why is it?
And that happens in every demographic. That happens.
Black people don't know how to do it, but white people do.
And that happens in every race or whatever you want to call it. It happens in every race. I'm not just saying. I was responding when you said, "Why do Black people?" That's why I commented on that.
Well,
why you're speaking on every race?
Okay, well, so your opinion is basically that Black people don't know how to stay married.
That was your opinion. You brought it up.
No, that wasn't my opinion.
Is that because
I asked the question.
The answer is because of the wealth and education gap, and that's why it matters more in our
No, that doesn't
demographic.
make any sense.
But
It
was
makes a
you
lot of
not were
sense.
Stanley? Were
Okay,
you not speaking
everybody
on the
can't talk at
African
the same
American?
time.
Were you not speaking on African Americans or?
So the wealth. Can you explain that? Why would a wealth gap
See,
cause?
this
Wealth and
is
education, the wealth and education gap in the black community is too far down, too far apart from the rest of society. That's why single parent families, I know like there's a lot across many different demographics, but it affects us the worst because we're already so
Okay,
far behind
I'm
in the
sorry,
wealth
I'm
and
not
education
following
gap.
you. My question is,
hmm
why is you're saying that the single motherhood number is higher in the black community because of
No,
wealth and
you
education gaps?
no. That was not the original question. The original question you asked is why does it get more scrutiny in the black community than
No,
it
that
happens
was
in?
I didn't ask that
yeah.
question
You
at
did
all.
ask that,
You
Stanley.
did say
You
that.
Okay,
did.
no, I didn't
You
ask the
did,
question,
Stanley.
Mike.
You did.
Mike,
Whether you like
I
it or
did
not,
not.
you did.
Mike, dude. My question is, why is the number higher? There were two questions actually. Why is the number higher in the black community?
See, what's the, and we're
And
responding on the black community, and you
hey, dude, so many interruptions. I can barely
because
remember what I'm
I don't
asking
think you
for.
know what you're saying, Stanley.
Okay, and I don't think you know how to not interrupt my flow of thought.
Can I answer the
The
question?
question I
Daddy,
have
because
is
Stanley keeps changing
why
his mind.
the number is bad in America. Why is it worse in the black community?
You
Why is
speaking on
the
the black
number?
community, and then you bring
See,
all these
I'm
other
trying to ask a question and you are literally interrupting me mid question.
because you can't get it right, Stanley.
Can you fucking stop doing that? Why is the number higher in the black community and why is the impact greater?
Can I
And it
answer,
might
or
that
who's
might be
up?
the same question.
Sorry, Dave.
Because black men believe in white supremacy and women don't respect men who aren't at the top, and it becomes a mental psychosis that keeps on ruining relationships. You're not mentally sound. You
I don't
think
Okay,
think
so
that's
somebody's better
right.
now
than you.
now we
I,
know
I
I
your
wanted.
think
I just wanted to
opinion.
honestly,
swing so hard. I don't give a fuck
Now
how it lands.
now we know your opinion. I'm not going to even address it.
I
So
Yeah,
Kim,
disagree.
what
because
were you
it's
saying?
probably more right than what you're going to come up with, Stanley. I didn't hear you take a
I don't
crack
think
at it.
it's a Kim, what were you going to say?
I think that we have to remember that we are the minority in this country, and when we are the leader of something, that means that the majority of us are affected by it. We're the minority in this country. We can't.
Right, and I'm
We.
trying to figure out
Mhm.
being a minority does to me it doesn't just preclude that the effects are worse.
But it's a bad look. If it's a bad look on our community, if the majority of single parent homes comes from the black community, and statistically we're the minority in the country, we should never be leading a statistic. You know what I mean? Like that means the
Well,
majority of
yeah,
us.
I understand. Okay, I see what you say. There's so few, the numbers are going to swing wider. I don't know that I agree with that though.
But I also
You're
think the
right.
why.
We shouldn't be leading it, but I'm trying to figure out why we're
I
leading
also
it.
think the why is controversial because it might go back to Lyndon B. Johnson and when black women were told to get rid of black men to collect social welfare benefits.
I don't agree with that. I think that
You
answer.
wouldn't because you're a Democrat, but
I
it's okay.
Well,
literally,
you
I
want to know why
literally
you're the
think,
minority?
I literally think that I don't think that welfare caused. If it caused a problem, it just exacerbated an already existing problem.
Well, it
Marriage
did
rate.
cause the
Our families
problem,
were
Stanley,
Keep
intact.
because
saying that marriage rates were high during Jim Crow. I see no evidence to verify that.
yeah, it
Actually,
caused a
Stanley, you
big problem.
answered your own question. You just answered
No,
it.
I don't
You
think I
said
did,
that it
Dave.
exacerbated it. I think that it definitely is the crutches, the why we don't
Okay,
need
when
each
I
other.
say it exacerbated it, what I mean is there was a problem with marriage rates before the Great Society. It just
Good
made the
Lord.
problem worse.
So, what
Am I
was the point
speaking?
of your question, then, Stanley?
I have no idea what you're asking, Mike.
Of course you don't.
Stanley, JD is asking if you can let him back up.
He knows. That'll be $20, sir.
He got a bounty on his head.
Yeah, dude, I gave him every chance.
$20 to bring that pussy back. I would
Yep.
pay for him, but
Yeah.
the way he
So
disrespect me.
what I'm saying, and I guess everybody kind of has their theory. I basically think I don't agree that there's mental illness or black people are worse at keeping marriages. I do think that divorces are famous for happening because of finances and stuff like that. So Kimmy may have a point about wealth gaps and stuff like that. But the thing is poor people have been getting married forever.
No, but the
It's
wealth gap
hard
is
for me.
That
why
wasn't the
we
question.
the wealth gap was more answering why are we under more scrutiny when every
No,
Yep.
I
And
every
we
don't
human
agree with that.
experiences divorce, single parenting.
Why would
Like,
people be looking at us
Dick and
because we're
Dave, I'm
poor?
with you, man.
Okay, God damn it, Mike. I mean, I don't think I understand because because of the wealth gap, that means we get more attention.
no, we had
yeah,
enough
yeah,
time to get it together. Like everybody else can
Hey,
come
can
here
you
and
let
get their
Kim
shit
answer?
together. My bad.
yeah,
I just
because
wanted to throw that in. Go ahead.
I mean, David's not wrong though, but because of the wealth and education gap, like when you look at the education gap between blacks and whites, for example, it is like it looks like blacks came here. It looks like the current black people probably speak Mandarin, and our English language learners and can't get it right. Like, and then the wealth gap, the education gap leads into the wealth gap, which it dictates the quality of life for humans. So that's the
Okay,
problem.
that
Like we're so
literally
far
makes no
behind
sense.
in all of the good. We're so far behind in all of the good and positive statistics
Okay,
that
okay,
divorce
we
and single
know that
parent
we're
homes
behind.
Hey,
don't help
Stanley,
our
real quick.
situation.
What I'm saying is
Real quick, Stanley.
I don't think it takes much more than a high school education to stay married. I mean, if you go back and you look in history, like there are plenty of great grandparents. You
You're right,
hear.
Stanley. I just think we're
Okay, I
saying
need to finish
slightly
what
two
I'm
different
saying,
things.
please.
But you are right.
There are plenty of examples of people with 8th grade educations being married forever. So I don't understand the education point. I mean, it doesn't take a college degree to have a successful marriage.
But it's not about only a successful marriage. It's why are we getting the most scrutiny of having single family homes
You
when a
have to
lot of people
maintain
do?
it.
Well, we're getting so much scrutiny
You have to
because
maintain the marriage.
okay, we're getting so much scrutiny because it affects us more. The number is really
Exactly.
high. I think the reason we're getting scrutiny is the number's really high. And a lot of the scrutiny we're getting is internal. We're doing whole panels on it.
But it's just accepting, the only reason why y'all claim y'all minority is because you accepted that term when they told
Who
you
is
you was a
y'all?
minority. You
Oh
and
my
everybody
God, you're
else.
right. I agree with that too. I really
Y'all
do.
Okay,
y'all
that's like
accepted y'all accepted that
wait, hold
term
it.
when they
So
told you that
you're saying
you
black
forced
people
yourself.
aren't
Let
a
me finish.
minority?
Let me
No,
finish.
motherfucker, I'm not going to let you finish. I can interrupt you. You cannot interrupt me. Those are the rules. Live with it. Are you saying, Mike, that black people aren't a minority?
I'm saying that.
Why? Okay, you have to explain that.
Okay, and I was trying to explain it because everybody started out the same. Everybody started the same. They
Wait,
called you
hold
a
it.
minority.
Everybody started
Listen,
out the same.
goddamn, you
When are
asked me a
you
question, I can't
okay,
get it out.
no. You say everybody started out the same. That doesn't compute. I don't even know what that means.
Well, let me
How
finish
do
what I was
you
saying.
can you explain how we all started out the same and when?
Everybody not might have the same religion as me, but I think everybody started at you started this world. Everybody was born the same, and
Wait,
everybody go
everybody in
in the same.
America is born the
So you
same?
asked me the question, let me answer it.
Okay, god damn it, dude, you best be making sense. Okay, when you say everybody is born the same, I'm literally asking
And
you,
everybody
in
gonna
what way
leave
are we the
different
same?
ways, but you gonna die. Everybody, you gotta accept that.
Okay, you really think that's an answer?
Well, that's my answer. I don't care what
I
you
think
think.
he's
But
saying that God created us equal.
let
Like
me
God created us
continue what I
equal
was
is what he's
gonna
Okay,
say.
saying.
God does not create everyone equal in the
And
United
we know
States of
that,
America.
Stanley. I just said everybody's not gonna be the same, but everybody
But you
gotta
said
die.
everybody was born the same.
You came out of a pussy. No disrespect, Kimmy. You came out of
Okay, you know
pussy.
what, Mike? I think I'm just gonna have to accept your answer and move
Well, let
on.
me move on. You bought all this extra shit on.
Okay,
You made me.
I
I
don't
lost my
think
train of thought.
when I say I thought you meant when you said born
Deacon
the
Dave, can
same,
you
like
refresh where I was
all
going for me,
parents
sir?
have equal incomes,
He
all
was talking
parents
about the
have the
race,
same.
like being
Dude,
minority or choosing to be
Yeah.
black.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what?
What I was saying was everybody.
I think I
Whether
like it
Stanley.
better when there's
All
no
right.
one on the panel. Everybody's
Stanley
over
just don't.
talking. I
He can't accept it.
let Mike defend himself, Dave.
No, I knew what he was talking about. You don't know what he's
Okay,
talking
well,
about. I know
you
what
know
he's talking
what?
about.
Yours equal. I don't know what he's talking about.
He was
Let
trying to
him
explain it.
explain. He doesn't need you to do it for him. That you know is great. Now let him make me know. Mike, I thought you meant when all people are born the same, you meant income wise, basically situation wise.
See, the key word is you thought. That's the key word.
Okay, so well, let me just reject your argument. Is not making
That's what you're
sense.
gonna do anyway,
Not
Stanley.
all
Goddamn.
people are born. Not all people are born in the same circumstances. Some get born with the silver spoon in their mouth. Some get, laid at the firehouse door and wind
Where
up
I was
orphaned.
getting with that was I was saying everybody you came out of a vagina, didn't it? Everybody came out of a vagina, didn't it? Answer that.
Yes, unless they were
Okay, so
born,
whether
unless
you
they had
choose
a,
what you want to do,
unless they were
okay, your
born,
answer was yes, and let me
unless
continue.
they were born via C-section.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But
What
you
the
get what
fuck?
I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
Dude,
That
you
is true.
literally don't know
But
how to
you don't.
even make
You.
you
But
don't
what
even
I'm the
understand
bigger
your own
picture.
point. That's
The
the
bigger
problem.
picture.
Not everybody comes out of a vagina is my
All right,
point.
let's just move on. Let's just move on. We ain't gonna get nowhere.
Thank God. So Dave, you had look, I think I'm not going to even bother belaboring the point. What I think is that the reason we get affected more by single parent homes is because we're not as wealthy. If you go back and there's a statistic I saw a while ago that if you compare white single mothers and black single mothers, believe it or not,
I literally just said that.
the wealth gap between a single white mother and a single black mother is single black mothers have negative wealth. Single white mothers have an average net worth of $3,000. So there's like a 3,000 plus difference in net wealth right then and there if you compare single mothers. I think Kimmy making the point about the wealth gap, that's why it affects us more. I don't agree that black men and black women are less able to stay together. I don't think there's anything inherent in being black that means you can't stay together in a marriage. I don't buy the cultural arguments that like black culture means, that
That's why this argument has been hard to make
I
for
don't buy
Mike.
that argument at all.
Stanley, listen. What you just said, black mothers versus white mother, and the results are different.
Well, the net worth is different.
But that wasn't his original question. His original question was towards the blacks. He said, "Why do we?" So he could. That was the
Yeah,
original.
why
Now he
is
bought
it
white.
worse?
He
Why do
bought the
we
whites in
fare
later.
why do we fare
Now he's
worse
trying to
is the
compare.
question. And my thinking is it is a net worth or net wealth thing. in among other factors. I mean, there are probably other factors that I'm not thinking of. I'm not a sociologist. Kimmy is actually closer to that than I would be. I don't buy the culture argument. I don't buy that, black culture is inherently worse at marriage. I don't think there is a black culture per se. There are black cultures. There's an inner city culture within the black community that's different, say, than a bougie culture, to use a word.
Well, can I get in here?
Go right ahead.
I think that black culture only exists as a juxtaposition to white culture. And there's this resistance to do anything with any form of structure. And that's why you're getting the results that you get.
Okay, so you're basically saying that if you take the white demographic and the black demographic, and
just switch cultures, yes.
Yeah, I don't buy that, because there's no one white culture either.
Well, we're figuratively using these loose terms. They're not.
I'm not sure you can do that. I mean, if you go and you compare, say, Appalachia to, I don't know, some, ritzy area, you're going to find a lot of stark disparities too. You'll probably find that, what's happening in Appalachia would be closer numbers wise to what's happening in the inner city. So I don't know. I'm just not one to just do the gross, hey, whites have this culture and blacks have that culture. America's too diverse for that.
Bullshit. You can look at our voting. Look at our voting statistics, family.
I can tell you right now, growing up in Anacostia is going to be different than growing up in Prince George's County or whatever it is in Maryland.
Right.
They're going to be starkly different.
That's the county that they say that if blacks had money, they wouldn't have these problems. But that county has money and still has the same problem.
But not to the same degree.
Damn near.
No, not even.
There's enough of a trend to not really slice it no kind of way.
The explanation for that is, if you grow up in Anacostia and you move to Prince George's County, you may bring the ghetto culture with you to the suburbs.
And then what happens after you bring that culture?
But they're two different cultures. They're two different cultures. It's almost like immigration. You're going to bring the culture you were raised in or to the suburbs, and the results are going to be the results. I think it's explainable. If you go from the ghetto to Prince George's, you're going to bring some of the values that worked in Prince George's maybe that don't work. A good example is the Great Migration. If you remember, what's his name, talking about, people from Mississippi coming up to the big city, Chicago, and just being like fish out of water. Okay, Kimmy. I think there was basically kind of a culture shock, and what was happening in Mississippi and what's happening in Chicago, you can't just lump them together and go, it's black culture. They're two different, subcultures.
Yeah,
So JP, I don't know why you've got both accounts trying to log in. I know your second account as well.
Have a heart.
Let me go ahead
Give
and start
JP
this.
a chance. Give him a shot.
No.
Well, that's not the 40s. And I'm not the most moralistic person. I just made a commitment to Rich or Poor, Her Bad Habits, or whatever else. We in this thing until we ain't here no more. I didn't say she had, and I'm not one of these people. I didn't hear about submission until I got on YouTube.
Same here.
That's another thing.
Same here.
Submission and leadership and submission. I guess it's a biblical thing. Is that correct? Because I've always heard it as honor, like in marriage vows. Where in the Bible does it say women should be submissive and men should be leaders? Is anyone familiar? I guess not.
Yeah. We would.
No, where do you happen to know? Because I've never heard it put quite in those terms. Of course, it's been a while since I've actually sat down and studied the Bible. But I thought it was a matter of honoring or something like that. It wasn't a matter of submitting, was it? It's in Ephesians.
No, you were talking about that good old fashioned black culture again, and pimping was part of it.
Well,
So
how is black culture?
guerrilla
the
pimping
Bible.
requires some
Are you saying
submission.
the Bible is black culture? Is the Bible black culture?
No, we was raised with pimps, and pimps used to go hard on a bitch, and you gotta submit.
Stanley,
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's because people get the Bible verse wrong that Eve was made from Adam's rib. They took that too literally. And what it really means is that God created two halves of a whole. I don't know if that makes sense. So in the creation of beings, the man and woman are the one half of each other. So the idea of women or Eve being created from Adam's rib was to show that they were side by side in life. But I don't know where. I think people think because she came from him that there's some
Okay,
superiority there.
so
That's what I
T
think.
gave me the quote in Ephesians 5:22 instructs wives to submit to their husbands as they would to the Lord.
And that could be an issue of translation. I remember the
And
Bible was originally written in Hebrew, and the Greeks and Romans that translated the Christian Bible didn't know how to translate Hebrew properly. So that could be an issue of translation.
Okay, well let me read the whole quote. Can y'all see it on the screen? It says Ephesians 5:22 instructs wives to submit to their own husbands as they would to the Lord, emphasizing a voluntary, respectful, and purposeful relationship grounded in reverence for Christ. This submission is not an indication of inferiority, as both husband and wife bear God's image, but rather reflects a God-given role within the marriage designed to mirror the church's submission to Christ. So that actually explains it.
so now you got to bend the
That
bitch's
actually
fingers
doesn't
back,
explain it
family.
because it
Okay,
says
but
that
the
it's a,
thing is, it's not black culture. This is, a more biblical thing.
but that doesn't
Thank
explain
you,
it. That
thank
supports
you, T.
that supports more of what I'm saying that they were created side by side based on what you just read out loud. It actually doesn't support that God said man is superior over woman or husband is superior to the wife.
Okay, and let me just take a dig at everybody who T, thank you so much for the clear, succinct help in answering my question. Hopefully everyone else can emulate your crisp, clear, succinct answer
Oh
to my
God,
question.
wrap it up, B. Come on.
So salute here for the T. Dave, you're not taking offense, are you?
Nah, and I do understand why she doesn't join the panel, man. We be up here with the bullshit.
Hey, she can hold her own up here. I usually go easy on T, and I don't see. The thing is that Kimmy and T and Mo Love, the women are just better behaved, much less belligerent,
Oh God,
much
don't
less
snag your cape
disgusting.
in the door. Stop it.
Hey, you cannot say I'm wrong. They are way less dismissive. I'm sorry, disruptive.
Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's an issue of translation because I just looked up that same quote and it said for them to submit to one another. So I think a lot of times when people
And
interpret
that's the way I
wait
remember it actually.
one second. I think a lot of times when people interpret what God says as an answer to things in life, they're not getting the translations right. It's just there the interpretation that matches whatever is in their mind. I think that's what usually happens.
Right.
And that's what I think happens on these panels with the manosphere stuff. Is more of what I'm really trying to get towards.
Gotcha.
Yeah. There is some bravado behind the way people listen and the way they disseminate what they just heard. Yeah, I want her to respect me, but I also want it to be like when I say shut up, shut up. There's some machismo behind it. Nobody's afraid to admit that. But I do think like no, go ahead, go ahead.
I think there's some men that just never got pussy, so they're just bitter about it. You know what I mean?
I think there's some of that too. It's not just machismo, it's some frustration.
I'm not saying they've never had sex. I'm not trying to be that crazy, but what I'm saying
Well,
is that
then
they
let
can't
me
get the
say
woman
it.
they want. Okay, go ahead.
You know, when I was young, you know, the saying would be, "Oh, I can tell you haven't had any in a while." So
amongst
And
men,
also with, yeah, it's
well,
with
you
women
know,
that
the
they
young boys, the teenagers, you know, some guy would be acting all twitchy or just kind of, you know, frenetic, and they go, "Oh yeah, you know, he's so jittery. You can tell he hasn't had any in a while." That sort
man,
of
I
But I
thing.
don't
think
know.
I'm a woman, but in the man's world, when it comes to women, you have the cool dudes that get the girls, you have the cornball guy that gets overlooked. And I think a lot of the manosphere were the cornball guys that got overlooked. They didn't get the girls that they wanted. And that's nerds, because even a nerd could still be cool, but like they was just the less desirable man, and they feel some type of way about it.
And that's fine. I don't think there is a guy that gets all the girls he wants. I mean, that's pretty
Some men
general.
do. Some men do. I've seen it.
Yeah,
I see
but
it.
the majority of men do not. You're talking about 1% guys or something like that. Yeah, there are
But I
guys
think
like
those
that,
men
but there's
compare
no
themselves to
shame.
those other guys.
There's no shame when if a guy's batting average, like every girl he takes a crack at, never goes over 200. That's actually pretty good. 1 out of 5.
Um,
One out of five is not bad.
This man talk. I got lost. It's okay though.
Okay, let's say if you talk to the 10 girls and you get 2 numbers, that's not a bad average. That's decent.
But
So
is
there's
it the two
all
girls that that
guys.
man really wanted, or is it so he's settling for because that's what he could get? That I think is
Well,
the issue with the manosphere
well,
stuff.
well. There's a lot of women, and I don't think that all. I know all the women want to believe that they're the greatest catch, but that's not necessarily true. A guy talked to a woman within a range of what, from 2 to 10, and to say that he doesn't get the ones that he wants, that's a
So
nothing
then
burger because
why
that's
would those
that's
manosphere
very
men
used.
be
That's
like?
very typical.
Why would they care about who a woman has been with, if she's a 304 or what's the other thing? The Ray Rays and the Pookie. She wanted the Ray Ray and the Pookie. Like, why does that even matter to you? If you probably weren't competing with Ray Ray and Pookie to get that girl, like, why would it matter? It matters to them though.
There is some form of like we value women who just don't get got by the losers. Maybe I don't know.
So then value those women. Why talk about the ones who are not in that category? They spend all their energy on women who are not in that category.
See, you're in a category that somebody like my category and the next man's category it can be different.
That's true, but they spend more of their energy on women that they don't find desirable instead of talking about the ones that they do.
Well, Kimmy, I'm not a woman. Um, I don't know where these. I don't understand it the way you do.
That's fair, I guess.
I'm just being fair.
I think you are being fair too.
all right. Well, let's see what else is in this treasure trove.
I didn't hear all about this alpha males and beta males and until I got on YouTube. But nobody talk about that nonsense.
I can agree with you on that one. It's some dumb shit.
Now,
But,
well, I
but-
will
but
say
listen
I heard of
here.
submission before I got to YouTube. Now. That's because that's big in the church.
But not with a relationship. It was with God.
Well,
The
no,
way
I'm
they
saying if
push
you're
it-
married,
okay.
if you're
Yes, yes.
married, husband and wife, they say that in church.
That's
I hear it in the church and it gets abused. At the end of the day, submission and super leadership, the two people need to get along. Yeah, the way they make it, this dude know everything and he right, he's super logical, and it's an emotional, out of control woman who don't want to listen to nothing. That's not reality. Or if it is, it won't gonna work no damn way. Let's be real. She don't like him.
And that's valid. And that's valid. She doesn't have to like him.
Huh?
She doesn't
It's
have to
valid.
like him. There comes a point like
that's gonna be a
Scan, I
problem.
think like, can I just say something real quick, Scan?
Sure.
It's kind of like you're going doomsday like the other kids, but you're doing it in a different way. Now, I didn't mean to say kids. I don't want to be dismissive. But it seems like you're doing doomsday another way. It's like you're saying, I'm gonna be black, but I'm gonna accept doo-doo.
What?
Like you keep saying, like, Scam, you talk in circles and it's hard to talk to you.
Yeah, this guy's weird, bro.
You keep going back to an 80%. And in the past,
Who
all
Scam like
fantasy.
No, the guy
like
talking.
me and Nidus are up here telling you we've seen successful marriages. We're just like Nidus is different. Scam, come on, give me 2 more minutes.
Let him finish his point, Scam. Go ahead, Rob.
I'm just gonna talk about Nidus because he's here. Nidus lost his relationship because his wife passed. I lost my relationship because me and my wife grew apart. Either way, my morals stayed the same. I still believe in marriage. I still believe in family. I still believe in grandkids. I got 5 grandkids. I'd be a fool to be out here with a free agent lifestyle. Why would I set that example for my grandkids? I have moral fiber to say, I'm not gonna keep bringing women around my grandkids and saying, this is your new auntie or your new grandma. That's not cool. I got grandchildren that are girls. I got 3 girls and 2 boys. I gotta
What are
worry
you
about
accusing me of?
I do have a question about that though. If your grandkids are not living around you, why? I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I understand what his point is, but not to the degree. And the reason I bring this up is my grandfather died and I don't know, shit, it was probably 5 or 10 years later. You know, my grandmother did have, you know, a little, he was an older gentleman, her age, and, you know, they never got married or anything, but I mean, we knew who he was. Sometimes he'd be over there, you know, in the summertime, we'd stay with my grandmother. And yeah, you know, he would, you know, hang out, you know, nothing, you know, what are 80-year-olds going to do? However, I don't know that your grandkid, I mean, I understand the running the streets part, but I mean, you can have an elder relation and, you know, it's kind of cute actually. So I don't, you know, maybe I'm just kind of misconstruing the degree that he's talking about. I mean, what do grandkids have to do with it unless they live with you?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Nothing. What are you accusing me of? I never took a shot at you or
I'm accusing you of being so stern that you can't listen to another man tell you his experience and you just accept it as his.
I listen to Nidus' experience and I listen to yours.
Everything he says is a contradiction. Y'all are liars. You ain't do what you said you did. You weren't happy.
That's not what I said.
You weren't happy.
That's not what I said.
You weren't happy in the 80s. You weren't happy in the 90s. You had the crack era. I never knew nobody that smoked crack.
That's not what I said. That's not what I was implying. No.
But you always come back with a counter argument to that man saying everybody in his family married.
Did I tell him his family? Did I tell you that people weren't married? Is that what I said?
So what you said is that the marriages was bullshit.
Did I say that your people's marriages were bullshit?
No, that's not what we saying.
Hold on, before you say that, Nidus, make sure you hit the notification bell. Subscribe and hit the notification bell. And also hit the like button. If you're just coming in, if you're just starting to watch the show, hit the like button. We're almost at 100 likes. I appreciate everybody.
Parents blaming the damn kids versus saying, hey, man, what is wrong with the dynamic between me and her? That's why I push back on.
And that's an individual thing.
And married people shaming single people. Single people calling the married people simps and all that dumb junk. Even though I'm not married, I still advocate for better man, better woman.
So, Scam, are you saying are you saying it's too many people trying to make up too many outside causes of the dissolution of marriage instead of taking full accountability themselves?
That's a good 50%.
Listen, he is saying the thing that's
Reason you heard what I'm saying.
I know. I hope you did hear what you said.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Say it. So these two people should be looking for perfection.
Is that what I said?
Better man, better woman. I'm listening to you.
Better mean perfection?
Yeah, I think Nidus is probably making too big a deal out of it. Better doesn't mean perfect.
You said, 1 second, sir. You said that feminism, the government, the white man.
Yep, it was the government that did it.
One second, sir. You said that none of this stuff should have never took a
This is the other thing. Kim talked about wealth. There are, money problems, that sort of thing. Now, a lot of times feminism gets blamed and, the government gets blamed, all kinds of things that, don't necessarily make any sense. I would think, if anything, feminism would be, if we're to actually use feminism as a cause, it would prevent marriages. I don't know that it would break them up. What do you think about that, Dave?
Unique set of circumstances. I think by the time the information gets to some people, maybe they do what they will with it, and you can develop a new point of view based off that information.
You mean inside of a marriage?
Inside of a marriage, whenever new information is presented to you.
How do you not know what feminism is in 2025?
In 2025, I don't know. Like, people don't know that there's a manosphere still.
Well, they may not know what it's called. I can't imagine, they wouldn't know the effects if you explained what the manosphere is.
I don't know, but a lot of the stuff we talk about online, you talk to somebody in real life, they have never heard of this shit. The concepts, the
Really?
arguments, the ideas, like, people get new information every day. And some of it could actually touch your heart, and you might have it change your heart about other things.
Okay, so I mean, you're saying it's possible as a hypothetical that some man could be married and he would learn about the manosphere?
Yeah, and he might go mash out on his wife. Who knows? Or it could be like women with Oprah. They were in marriages, and now she had a reunion show where she was talking to some of the women who were divorced, who were avid Oprah watchers, and it's like, where are they now? And they're still fucking miserable because they digested that information. They digested that information, and they found something wrong with everything and everybody they came across. They're fucking miserable.
Well, I mean, can you really blame feminism for such? I mean, do people change that much just because of some, ideology?
I think so.
I mean, I think those people would be totally weak. I mean, coming out of childhood, your perspectives are going to change, but I don't know that I veered that far from, the way I, left home. I'm probably more conservative than I was, say, 30 years ago, but that's kind of expected. I can't imagine a new ideology just showing up and it causes that kind of a sea change. To me, that was a person who was struggling in the first place. You were rudderless in the first place. At least that's my opinion. Again, I'm not a sociologist, so I could be way off base. What's up, CK? Thanks for the show support, by the way.
But Stanley, just like how the military changed you, the people have to have a base, and
well, it didn't change me that much. I mean, I was in ROTC in high school.
I know people that did boot camp and they came out like they've been in the military for years. They walk like it, they talk like it, they even sign paperwork.
Yeah, it rebuilds you. I mean, as far as military bearing and that sort of thing, I kind of came out of high school with that. I think if it changed anything, the military did, it actually made me less shy. I'm an introvert still, but if I have to get up and do public speaking, I can do it. So that is a change. And then I have a whole, I have, I was always, I was called conceited by women when I was in high school. Oh, Stanley, you're so conceited. Well, when I came out of the military, I definitely had an idea of what I was capable of. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can remember my I think marriage changed me more than the Navy did, to be honest.
Well, now in 2025, you got Instabook and FaceGram. So, and that's got people acting different, all in together. Now, like it's different from when I was a kid. We used to see a girl, you get her number, you call her house, and her dad would pick up. You just hang up. You call again, you let it ring 2 times, and then she knew to call you. Or you had your own way of doing things, or even just cold approaching. People don't do that no more.
Well, see, I never that part. Like if I called, some girl, you always talk to the parents. It's like because they pretty much knew who I was, and just please, if you would, no, ma'am, there's no message. Just tell her I called. That sort of thing.
Oh, I can remember back when talking to parents. My last name in my hometown had a good reputation. So like I wasn't one of the people in the neighborhood that was like, oh yeah, them the Smiths. That's not my last name, but using for an example. Oh yeah, I know his mom, and yeah, he's a good boy. He's of good stock, literally. That's literally your name used to have that kind of value. Oh yeah, he's got brothers, he's got a sister, blah 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 blah. He's good people. You could talk to him because he's not going to call you at 9 trying to whisper you to jump out your bedroom window and all that.
Let me tell you something. There, as a matter of fact, I kind of wish I were more secretive. I was supposed to meet this white girl for lunch one summer, I didn't particularly want my parents to know because I never really discussed dating that much with my parents. So anyway, I don't even remember giving this girl my number, but I was late and she was looking for me, so she called home. And so when I got home that evening, my wife was like, "Who is that white girl who called here?" I was like, and you know what? I had to think a minute. I'm like, white girl. I'm like, damn. My mother was none too pleased. But what is she gonna do? I was what, 18, 19? She wasn't gonna spank me, but dude, she did not have a smile on her face.
But she preferred you to have a black woman?
I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. Of course she did.
Absolutely. My mom was never like that.
But then you also have to understand, my parents grew up knee deep in Jim Crow. So no, you grow up in South Georgia during Jim Crow. You have not seen the best of you've seen the best of white people. You've seen the worst of white people. So they probably
my dad's in between you and your parents. He was he's a little older than you, and he's from that area. Let's say off the 85 belt. And he was trying to explain that to me as well, but he never had that issue. He never had a problem.
Well, if he grew up near Atlanta, Atlanta, growing up, in the Atlanta area, even if you grew up in Macon, Savannah's
Decatur.
4 hours.
What about Decatur?
Oh yeah, well you might as well say that's Atlanta.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. Decatur, Atlanta. It's all there. So that's way different than growing up in South Georgia. Savannah was a large city, but it was not Atlanta. I'll put it that way. You were less likely to hang out with white people, especially before I got to high school. I went like 1st through 6th grade. I went to an all-black Catholic school, and they closed it down. So 7th and 8th grade were like the first time I'd ever actually been in class with white kids. So, when I say I could literally go a whole summer and not see white people, I could, other than going to the mall or something, if I just isolated myself to between school and home, I could go weeks without seeing, other than my parish priest who was white. And the nuns, we had white nuns, at the all black Catholic school, but I didn't count them as people.
I can see how. I can see how that works.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm trying to say is that you really, like, the first time I ever hung out, like at an arcade or something with white kids, I was well into I was driving, so I was 16 maybe. So it wasn't a thing. Savannah, when I was growing up, was 50% black, 50% white. And yeah, there were cordial relations, but you weren't doing a whole lot of hanging out. Saturday nights, you weren't hanging out, with the white kids at the Dairy Queen.
So you was pretty much down there with the remnants of the Jim Crow South, huh?
It was Savannah. I guess it was bifurcated. It wasn't segregated, but I think if you read The Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, which is basically about Savannah, I think there is a comment in there that, Savannah's 50% black, 50% white. And there is mixing, like during work or school or something like that. But, in the summer, like I said, I didn't play with white kids. I lived in a black neighborhood.
How old was you when you first seen a pair of blue eyes or red hair, and you was just like, oh damn?
Well, I mean, I had a parish priest, so I mean, probably red hair. The first time I can remember going to school with someone with red hair would have been 7th grade.
No. When you looked at him, you was like, oh shit, with the guy eyes, you're like, damn, that's a pretty woman. Or you wanted to talk to her, you held your breath and you stepped up.
Well, I mean, 7th grade is the first time I went to school with white girls. So I guess it would be around 7th grade.
You found them pretty in the 7th grade.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
It's not that you noticed them, Stanley.
I mean, there were black girls, there were white girls. It was a mixed class. I mean, there were pretty black girls, there were pretty white girls.
Did you ever experience that where if you're talking to a white girl, you're this or you're that? Did you ever experience that?
Not really. I mean, I remember this one white girl who was a year ahead of me. And oh yeah, dude, she was just gorgeous. She had short brown hair. She may have even been like her family might have even been Gaelic, like French. I said Gaelic. I meant Gallic. I remember having a crush on her. There was another girl who I'm trying to think if they transferred in 8th or 7th grade. She was a gymnast. So yeah, but I had crushes on all kinds of girls.
Yeah, man. 'Cause I could go all summer. I don't see black people.
Well, I mean, when I was in high school, I dated black girls, but that's because you didn't date outside, your race or, most of the girls that because I went to an all boys school, so most of the women or girls that I dated actually went to public school. I did date one friend of my sister who went to the all girls Catholic school. But most of them as a matter of fact, lived in my neighborhood.
Nice.
And the bad thing is my parents knew them, and my mother could be a little judgmental. If you think I'm judgmental, you meet Hurricane Dolores. He definitely had opinions.
I don't know.
Am I right about?
My bad. I never experienced that. I couldn't imagine what that's like.
Yeah, I don't want to ignore you, CK. What's up? He might just be listening. He might be in the car. Yeah, I did mean GALLIC. Is it Gaelic? Gaelic is GALIC, like the Irish sort of Gaelic, and Gaelic, as in Gaul, is what I meant.
Did you say that?
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
1 second,
and
sir.
then
You said there's 1 second, sir.
Then the
You said
district
that
attorney
it was-
came and changed the
Hold
laws.
on, Scam. One mic at a time. One mic. Go ahead. Now that you go and then
He
Scam,
ain't
you
let
can
me finish
respond.
the point all night. He ain't
Let him finish his point, and then you can respond, Scam. Go ahead, Nigel.
No, let him go ahead. Go on a tangent. Wiggle on. Blah, 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 blah. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah.
Come
on. Anyway, you asked me a question, Freeze, that actually made sense. What was it? Before he turned it into some bullshit.
So with your opinions on marriage and people taking their own accountability individually and not being quick to go to these existential reasonings like feminism and all of these other things, talking points that you're saying is a bunch of crap. With your mind saying that people should take accountability and make their marriage work, just be a better person, be whatever. With your mind, what if you have this kind of grasp mentally on marriage? Why aren't you married? What is I'm not saying I'm saying what is the issue with you? What's if you have this mindset? Huh?
Answer that question multiple times.
What was your answer? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I dated marriable people and I messed it up. That's why I speak about, hey, being better.
Wow.
But according to now, you're just gonna start slobbering and turn it into something else. Now you're gonna be in 1986.
No, I'm in 2025.
So I could get up here and say, like, the relationship I messed up in 2013, 14. I could just sit here and blame it on her, feminism, or the dog. Or I can say, hey, what did I do to mess that up?
Now they go to
because I was a marriable woman.
Problem. Now you can't say it's
2015, 16, and 17.
What's new?
2015, 16, and 17, another marriable woman. I can say, what did I do to mess that up? Because I was almost handed on a silver platter. Then I could either to share people my experience, because there might be just one or two dusties that actually could hear something. Or I could just sit here and blame it on the damn women's all day.
I mean, to be fair, Scam took accountability. He said,
Can I respond to that though?
Or I could say it was because of the white man and integration.
Oh,
because of you. It was all
okay. Well, the thing is, a Scam likely, he is a slippery character. He never quite answers a question. The question to him was, what? Are you married? You seem to have a lot to say on the topic. What qualifies you? That would have been the way I would phrase the question. And that you had a relationship 10 or so years ago, almost 15 years ago, and then you had one that was more recent at about 5 or more years ago, doesn't really answer the question. And maybe the question should be, why are you blathering on about something you don't know? I have everyone's entitled to their opinion, but not everyone's entitled to hear your opinion. Especially if they say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't accept your qualifications, etc.
Because of you.
A big part of it, yes.
90% was you.
Huh?
90% was you.
One of them?
No, because you were supposed to be the leader. Did remember you said that? So you are a sorry ass leader to them two women.
Yep.
So what are you crying about?
Okay, and here's another thing. Okay, dude, if you're dating, what if you are in a relationship and maybe once you get engaged or you've been dating a while and it's kind of getting serious, what woman owes you submission if you're not married to her? That seems a bit much to expect. Any comments?
Yeah, submission's part of the commitment. No, if you're not committed, you don't owe it.
Yeah.
Respect is different though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the respect should be a two-way street, but a submission, that
Oh,
just
sorry. Go ahead.
I
Come
mean,
on. I'm sorry.
maybe once you put a ring on it, something like that. Maybe if you've been dating for a couple years and y'all know, hey, this is gonna happen. It's just a matter of timing. I could see that, but I just it would almost be spooky, me expecting a woman to like, hey, you know what, my dinner needs to be on the table, when I get home. I don't know that I want to. And just so you know, I've literally never lived with anyone that I wasn't married to. I'm not a fan of living together. And I, for no particular reason, it's just I don't want to be encumbered. Um, if I'm going to commit, it needs to be like, we're going to live together when we are, married, or at a minimum, there needs to be a date set. I'm just not into living with a woman I'm not married to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I respect that for sure. Because I honestly think once you do that, it creates a void where you got to have somebody there.
Yeah. And I know it's weird. Even when my wife and we knew we were going to get married. I had a house up in the mountains when I met her, and I basically gave it up. Once we got married, yeah, because I was renting it. I gave it up, but not until then.
Yeah, I don't know. It's different these days. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that things are a little different.
Well, I mean,
With the
people were
price of
quote shacking up when I was, especially like you got to remember, I was in my 30s, so I mean, people were definitely shacking up. It's just it's not any moral thing. It's really a Stanley thing. I'm just not. It's too much of a like. If we're gonna play house, it needs to be for real. And
But
I know
it's
that
still
sounds
biblical principle though.
well. It's a coincidence, and I'm happy. I'm happy. It's a happy coincidence. It's not because of the Bible. Now, it could very well be the way I was raised, because I was raised Catholic. So it could be subliminal like that. Very well could be.
Right.
CK, you were saying something?
Yeah, he's got an echo.
I was asking you, what's that? Can y'all hear me?
Let me turn up your volume a bit.
Let me turn up your volume a bit.
And there's an echo also.
Let me log back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Probably has YouTube.
When you come back, CK, just stop me. We'll entertain your question.
Then be better.
Oh, and by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new today, this is our day of fuckery, I guess. Even though it's not that fuckery yet, it'll probably get that way at some point.
Yeah, once you unblock JB, yeah.
He seems to have disappeared. I don't know where he's gotten off to. Everybody, hit the like button. If you're new, please subscribe. Stay a while. If you don't like it, unsubscribe. We don't want to hold you hostage. Also, Sovereign Beer Fund is open. Please make sure you support the host by supporting the show. I do have other things besides beer I use the show money for. I've got newspaper subscriptions. I've got Substack subscriptions. I even have a couple YouTube memberships that I maintain specifically for this show. So the Cash App is posted up there, and I do have Zelle that I used. I'd never used Zelle before, but it is set up. So don't feel Cash App limited. So CK, what were you going to ask?
Is my mic good?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was asking you, what's the age of these guys?
I don't know how old Freezy is. I'm sure most of these guys are in their 40s. Oh, you still
35
having
plus.
that. 35 plus. Yeah, that's safe to say.
I don't think that the one guy, what's his scam like me? I don't think he wants to be married. You know, there's a lot of guys
That could very well be.
they just want to grift, man, about these topics.
Well, I mean, Scam Likely I've seen around. Look, there's nothing wrong with it. The only criticism I would make is don't talk about something, with so much confidence, because it's really like I have been. Look, I didn't know how silly I sounded talking about marriage until I got married. So people
Stanley,
who
if you
have not
want to be
experienced
married, you could get married. It's not hard.
Well, one of his, I think, he may have kind of the same problem I did. I find a lot of fault, and I think I took after my mother like that. My wife was different because she had her faults, but it was like I didn't really, I was aware of her faults. None of them were so serious that, it was a deal breaker. However, she was literally the first woman I ever met that, hey, I'm just going to have to, and they were not like major faults, but I'm going to have to look the other way because I'm not going to be able to live without her. So, you're going to have to suck it up. But she was she's literally the only woman I've ever felt that way about. And I've had
but you wanted to
one
be
or
married.
two.
You wanted to be married, right?
Correct. Yeah, it was like
it wasn't hard.
it was almost a need, like I gotta do it.
Yeah, some of these guys they don't want to be married. They don't. They just want to talk about the topic and they want to grift. That's it.
Well, anybody who could put a baby in a woman. Hello?
What would their grift be?
Because it's a talking point, Stanley. Like if you listen to all these shows, a lot of these shows are the same. It literally gets views, talking about relationships and all this BS stuff that doesn't even matter. Like if you want to be married, you can get married. It's not hard.
I'm not going to disagree with that point. You got anything before I start again, Dave?
Yeah. I think that you got more of a commitment with a woman if you put a baby in her than marrying her. And then, two, you don't understand what marrying a woman, how you actually unlock her a little bit. And they hit this like relax mode. Hold on.
I'm gonna.
CK, can you mute up, bro?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where they hit this not relax, but like they feel more free with you. It kind of unlocks a woman. It gives her a purpose. It gives her a sense of security, and it's like watching a flower bloom.
Yeah, well, I think I had a little bit of an advantage because, my wife was older and she actually had kids. They were older. She was a widow, as a matter of fact, when I met her. So, and that's how serious it was. I'm like, you know what? Her kids were older, so I didn't really have, any raising to do really. But, I knew where the weak spots were. And I can tell you right now, had she been divorced, it wouldn't have happened. I wasn't about to have, that's the other thing. I'm not having another man involved in my house. And, if stepkids, like if a woman's divorced and there are kids, I'm not having another man have anything to do with what goes on in my house. Like, oh, the kids need to be ready by such and such a time, or, I've got to work my schedule around some visitation schedule. Not going to happen. So luckily, for me, there was no husband in the picture.
Right?
Yes.
Well, no, actually,
you were crying because you said the dates.
Well,
I know what
listen.
years you were messing with these women.
But
There was
we
a
gotta
1-year
get-
relationship and there was a 3-year relationship.
But Rob,
No?
we gotta give Scam some credit.
Question, Freezy.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead. I want to get Bobby in the conversation too.
And you had a 3-year relationship.
Yeah,
Yo,
right.
hold
Tell
up.
me
Hold up,
where
hold
I
up.
started blaming women.
No,
Tell
no,
me the
no.
words that I said where I blame women.
You did that little fake out. You did that little fake out that y'all like to do. Oh, I had a good woman, but I fumbled.
Stanley, he about to do that female thing. This is what I'm saying. How dudes do it.
Hold on one sec. There we go.
He's doing that weird shit where he wants to dig into another man like a woman would, and I find that so fucking weird.
Well, what do you mean dig in? You mean question?
Yeah, he's about to grill the man for some answers that he hasn't produced in his own setup.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of that.
I find that very feminine.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay. Well.
What is his motivation for getting to the bottom of what that man has said? What's the motivation for that?
I think he strikes me as someone who has a very high opinion of his mental abilities. And I think he and Scam Likely and this group of guys, I guess, kind of know each other. So there's probably a little bit of rivalry there. This isn't the first time they've met. I'll put it that way.
No, this Robert guy, he's new to this.
Okay. They seem to know him.
Nah, he talks real comfortable, and then sometimes he'll say some plausible shit like, "Bro, we're all men here." He asked the one guy, "What can I do to make you feel comfortable?" Like, what? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, he's a
like,
former.
hold up. Was that the same thing? Are you saying? What are you asking? Like, you had to get clarification on the statement. Are you hitting on this guy? Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
He gets
former
really
military.
comfortable, and you will question, what the fuck did he say that for? Keep watching.
Okay. I have watched this already.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Because it's not true. Now, if you want, now somehow, huh?
Then what's true, Scam?
Look at this dude. What you done did? What you done? I know you done fucked up now, don't you? You said you dropped the bottle at 12:15.
You know you did. I just said.
Yeah,
Nobody
as far as
that's
what I did. Well, you got it, bro.
No. Listen, Scam. This is what you do.
I stabbed one of them.
Let's have a
I
conversation.
sold a car on eBay for
You like
$7.
to go on these long tangents, and then somebody
Because
says
I can't talk anyway, and you're gonna butcher what I say, so why even bother?
This man literally told me,
And he
that
asked some of his
I should get married
favorite
in my
things,
20s.
something negative,
Nobody get married in
and
their
you still
20s. He
interrupting.
literally told me that. Then he told me about my lack of discipline. I need to walk 5 blocks that way and 5 blocks that way. Night is blah blah blah. So you physically fit, you're intelligent, and you know what a man is supposed to be. Why aren't you married? And stop giving us the 52 fake out about you messed over a perfectly good woman here. And usually we hear women saying that. I know plenty of good men. They're just not the man for me. So they can just run through men. I know all kind of good black men.
I can't get a word out. And it's a dumb conversation anyway.
This one up here, though, I'm physically fit. I know exactly what's the right
So he
thing
just
for a
gonna keep
marriage.
talking. Yeah,
but I'm
you
not
got it,
married.
bro. I ate too much. That was it.
I ate too much.
Okay.
You ain't
That
lying.
ain't, but this part ain't going nowhere. Let me get Bobby Knight in the conversation. Shout out to Bobby Knight, man.
Y'all boys going crazy up this. Salute.
Hey, Bobby, before you go, can I ask you a question?
Listen to this, Camp. Go ahead, man.
I don't want Bobby to talk. Woo, diva.
Bobby, go ahead.
Okay, and
This
this is
it's all too
actually
good, bro.
where it gets.
Ask your question.
This is actually the meat of a lot of things that I had questions about once this guy joins off camera.
Bro, I'm listening. I promise you. Go ahead.
Bobby, I just came up here and told him, good woman, which nobody ever does. Good black women. One was black, one was Dominican. I can go into some other ones, different continents, and experiences that I did, things that I messed up. that I didn't know. And did you see them mischaracterized? No matter what I said, I'm a beat, cheating, skeeter, lying and scamming. And did you see how they just try to damage my character? Did you witness that? I didn't even get the words out.
It's in your name, nigga. Scam likely, nigga.
I mean, he was very, yeah, he was accountable on the front end a couple of times.
Let me sing right quick, Bob. I was cold ice long ago, baby. I wasn't very. Come on, Scam.
I'll say this, Freezy. When it comes to marriage today, let's say, you know what I'm saying, in a modern era, what I see, what I've experienced from my own mother and father is, even though they're, you know, successful within their marriage, they don't have the tools sometimes or the understanding of challenges married people face in this generation with information and everything to give proper advice on how to create and keep a successful marriage in today's day and age. You know, even though I agree with some of Nida's talking points, I think that it's, you know, it's kind of like it's dated when you apply it to relationship standards moving forward today. You know what I mean? Like you got situations where if we talking about the 80s and the 90s, people staying together, it could be most likely because of financial reasons. Whereas today, when it comes to, you know, access to resources, those same people might not be so apt to stay together because the woman has access to information. Now the man has access to different information, which means, like, why would I stay here when I can do X, Y, and Z? When it comes to attention that people put into their relationships, you know, we act like social media is just like a thing that we say and we don't really factor in, but that's real. You know, it's still more information that a person is given to judge against their relationship and why they should stay in it. So I think that if you're speaking on marriages today and you're not speaking on the access to resource and information that both parties have and why they might not be staying together, you're kind of doing it an injustice by just thinking it's two people who want more, or, you know what I'm saying, want a Benz or a Bentley or want this and that. It could just be that I got some information out, whereas people didn't have it back then. A lot of people stayed in dysfunctional relationships, you know, whether it be marriage or friendship. You know, Black people kind of been grown for years to live inside of dysfunctionality. Think about the projects and things like that. We've been grown to live and deal with dysfunction and just try to create the best from it. You know what I mean? So that's how I kind of view it.
And I like what you said. Can I respond to what you said?
Go respond. Go ahead, Nigel. Go ahead.
So I want to ask
Stanley.
Do y'all believe in a concept that water seeks its own level?
That's physics. That ain't, you got to believe in that. That's what happens.
So okay, so let's say right here. So if you come from the projects, since you brought up the projects, and she come from the projects, and y'all decide to try to make it happen.
Sorry about that.
Now, what are you, peeling potatoes?
No, about season the second side of this chicken.
I didn't get the whole context of the question that was asked earlier because I fell off the panel when Kimmy and Mike 123 was up here. But why are Black people's shortcomings so amplified or something like that?
Well, it was more or less like that. Basically, the question was, why is the number higher? The number of single mother households, why is it higher in the Black community? We live in the same country. We don't have the same history, but it just seems that it's more acute. It's high in the white community, higher than it should be. It's way higher in the Black community, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Do you think that another element of it could be that Black people think that their issues are specific?
Well, I would say it is specific to Black people because the number's higher.
But white issues aren't specific, though.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so there's white.
No. I see what you're saying. No, I think it's probably several different reasons. You know, it's not just one magic bullet reason.
Right. But we do have a tendency to say that this problem is a Black problem. We put the race on it,
And you know what? I think racializing it is why things, especially crime, I say, you know, racializing crime. However, That doesn't preclude asking why is the number higher. And what I'm trying to say is crime in the United States, especially gun crime, is high. Why is it higher in the black community? If you just isolated the white community and compared it to other countries, it's still going to be way higher. However, black gun violence is even higher, and that's a per capita number. Same thing in the black community. Now, the percentage of single mother households, that is just an actual percentage. It's not like a per capita sort of number. So,
right.
I'm trying to figure out, it's bad in the white community. Why is it really bad in the black community? And I really don't have an answer. And I'm not, I don't think it's a culture thing, because there is no one black culture. There are black, I think if you went and you looked at it by class or by income level, it's going to be higher for higher income people, lower for lower income people within the black community, just like the white community. But I think the number is still going to be higher, even if you did class, white high income, black high income. And I'm trying to figure out why is it higher in the black, the larger black community, or the larger black demographic. I can't figure it out. Now, I'm sure there might be an answer, some sociologists, but not being a sociologist, it doesn't seem obvious to me.
All right, remember I was just throwing out some random shit, and I said that the part of it had something to do with the belief of white supremacy and all this and that, like the boot on the neck.
Wait, who believes in whites? Okay, yeah, you're gonna definitely have to explain that.
I can't. When I came in, I didn't hear the whole conversation that you, Kimmy, and Mike were having, but I did mention that my off the cuff reasoning for why it's higher in black people than white people is because that there is also a belief in white supremacy, and that one group is just better than the other. Anybody who says it, or anybody who mentions white supremacy, I think believes in it.
So when you say white supremacy, you don't mean that white people are better.
I don't know how they interpret that. Anybody, you have to actually ask
you
the
need
person
to
who
help
says
me,
that.
because if they don't know, I don't know. When I say white supremacy, for instance, it's a phenomenon where white people in American history and currently think they are inherently superior, IQ wise, culture wise, etc., to other demographics, specifically black people. I don't think black people think that white people are superior.
Okay. Do you think that your definition of it is the universal definition
My
of it?
definition of it is a textbook definition.
Do you believe that more than 50% of black people who use that term, white supremacy, agree with your definition of it?
I don't need them to agree. That is the definition.
No, because it's got to, I'm trying to see if it's universal, because I don't think that everybody believes
Okay,
it
if
the
you
way you laid it out.
if you go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary online, whatever definition of white supremacy that's there is is my definition. And that definition is not white people are better.
I want to clip out your definition.
It's a belief. It's a belief that white people are better. Just because you believe something doesn't make it so. Hold on one sec. Let me look it up.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
I just did an interview. It's gonna be airing tonight. I talked about you in it just to let you know, give you a heads
I'm sorry.
up.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you were saying. You're kind of muffled.
I said I did an interview supposed to air tonight. I talked about you in it. I just wanted you to know that a head up.
Who'd you talk? Who interviewed you?
John Galt interviewed me.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know I trashed you in it too.
I don't give a fuck.
Well,
I mean,
it's supposed to
I
be
don't
airing
subscribe to John Galt's show, so I may
But
see it,
you
I
gonna
may
want
not.
you gonna want to
Nah,
hear what I say.
I doubt that I will.
All right, I'm trying to tell you. This is
Okay,
gonna go
well, let me put
viral,
it to you
Sam.
this way. Let me put it to you this way. John Galt is a racist asshole. So I
doesn't
don't
matter.
expect a glowing Stanley is great sort of interview. So
Hell
if
no,
I
it's
know if you literally said you're gonna trash me, why
I
would I
already
watch it?
did it. I
Okay,
already
dude.
trashed you something bad,
See,
Sam.
what you need to do, JB, is let me respond. And my response is, if you've already told me you're going to trash me, why even bother telling me I'm not going to watch it, whether you tell me about it or not?
No, I'm telling you, I ain't saying I was going to
Is
trash. I said,
this you coming up here? Is this you coming up here and crowing? Or thanks for letting me know, I guess, is my response.
well, the audio is messing up. Let me drop out and come back in.
Yeah. Go out and see if you come back in after telling me you trashed me. That's wise. So anyway, whites in this is the operative word, Deacon Dave. White supremacy is the belief that white people are inherently superior. That's my definition. The belief.
Okay.
So that's
meaning
where I'm coming
that
from.
subject A believes that. God damn it. Subject A believes that whites are inherently
it says
superior.
it right there. It is the belief that white people are inherently superior.
Now, what was you saying, Stan?
Thanks for letting me know.
Oh yeah, I talked about you bad, you and your son.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Mike. I'm sorry,
yeah, it's
JB.
gonna go viral, Stan. My name ain't Mike, it's JB.
So what were you? So Dave, you're is this clear, or you still have questions?
That's the textbook definition. I don't
And
think
I literally
universally.
said, when I say white supremacy, I mean the textbook definition. I don't go by another definition.
Yeah, Stanley. I agree with you that that's what white supremacy means. When I hear people say that,
okay, but the thing is I don't think black people believe it. I don't think most black people that I've known in my life
I'm gonna snitch
don't
my way
believe
all
that
the way to the bank.
they don't believe that white people are inherently superior.
I gotta let everybody know how you been talking about them.
So Dave,
I was making a bigger point. I don't want to lose it, but if we could come back.
No. Okay, but hold on one sec. What I'm saying, and this is where it confuses me, because most black people don't think white people are superior. So that's where I need your
Because
help.
your brain little, Stanley.
Dude, you've already told me you trashed me. Do you think I definitely won't boot your ass off now, JB?
I'm gonna shut up then.
You've literally given me the reason.
Yeah, but I went over there to talk about you, your son, and everything else, Stanley.
Well, guess what?
I was telling them how you a piece of
My
shit.
son
Your
doesn't
son a
even.
piece of shit.
I
You
don't
ain't
even
gonna
know that
amount
my.
to shit.
I don't even know that my son has ever listened to this show, so he definitely
Well,
isn't
fuck
going to
your
be
son
hurt.
then, Stanley.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, JB.
I don't want to listen to
You and John Galt talking about my son is not going to affect him. Okay, motherfucker.
We trying to get him,
dude. Okay, you don't get to overtalk me when I'm goddamn talking. You and John Galt over there talking about my son is literally not gonna affect him one little bit. So thanks for telling me is my response.
Yes, man.
So Dave, So Dave, go ahead and explain your point.
I wonder if black people, when they say it, it doesn't sound like they're using that definition. That's the definition me and you agree on. That that you may think that white people are better, right?
The only people that I can think of that would actually take it literally, i.e., actually believe that, would be like a John Galt. I mean, you know what? Let me give you an even better example than John Galt. Ock Nation. Okay, I've literally heard him and these other white guys up there talking about sun people and gliders. And they will literally get up there and amicably discuss how the sun people are better at sports and being happy and music, and the gliders are more analytical, they're good at science. So an Ock Nation would definitely believe that white people are probably better at things like seriousness, like being serious in a relationship. I could almost predict, and not with, I could be wrong, but more than likely that group would go, well, yeah, white people are better at being serious enough to maintain a family, that sort of thing.
Quit speaking on us white people, Stanley.
So Dave, that's I'm saying that the type of black people that I would think would actually believe that white people are superior would be those types.
I don't know. Do you think that if
I
black
don't
people
think
did
most
better,
black people think that.
right? But do you think that if black people did better, they wouldn't have anything to say, or they would be proud?
Well, what do you mean if black people did better? We are doing better.
If they did better than what's in the news, if they don't have
Okay,
such,
dude, what you hear in the news,
Stanley, you need to let that man talk, Stanley.
motherfucker, do not come up here and tell me what I need to do, JB.
I'm just saying,
How
you
about
ask
you?
that man
How
a
about if
question,
you're
let
not
him talk.
happy, if you're not happy with how I'm doing it, self-deport.
Asshole, let that man talk.
Nobody needs you up here or cares if you go.
I'm here to stand up for people, Stanley.
Okay, what you're here to do is annoy me, and that has a limited shelf life.
Baby girl, I'm just trying
Okay,
to stand up for people.
motherfucker, don't talk unless I say talk. Let's just make it simple.
All right, sweetheart.
So, Dave, the bottom line is most black people are working class or above. So what do you mean if they were doing better? I mean, there's a wealth gap.
If they had a better societal reputation, or the extreme of the extreme stories weren't out there.
Hey, how many times have I said the societal reputation, the racist attitudes, the racist beliefs? That's a white people problem. That is for white people to fix themselves. Black people don't need to be a credit to their race to have white people think better of them.
It's not about what white people think, though.
American cultural racism in the United States is a white people problem, not a black people problem.
It's not the metric of what black.
It is literally 0% on black people to impress white people. Period. That's not even
Nobody's
something
even. I'm not even remotely suggesting that.
Okay, well, thank God for that, because I'm not going to even remotely agree with it.
Stanley think he know everything. What
okay, motherfucker, I know more than you, JB.
No,
that
you
much
don't,
I'm
Stan.
sure of.
No, you don't.
What's up, Nightish?
I'm the smartest man that you
Okay,
probably ever
motherfucker,
known.
shut the fuck up.
Damn, you so violent for no
Take
reason.
that. Let me pretend I'm a naval officer still. I order you to shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, baby girl.
Yeah, well, you know what? You will be typing baby girl because you won't be able to say it much longer.
The example comes from the things that you would read in the news and be embarrassed about. Like, damn, niggas again.
No, but see,
Well,
you don't understand me. When I see, say, a Carmelo Anthony, I don't get embarrassed by it. I have no clue. Before I read about it in the newspaper, I had no idea who he was. Why would I be ashamed for a crime that somebody else commits? I mean, maybe you'd have a case if they were like in my family or something. But no, why would I be ashamed of crime statistics in the hood? I don't live there. See, that's a fundamental difference between me and you and John Galt and Knock Nation. I don't give
We're
a fuck
speaking
about
on
crime.
John,
I
Stan.
literally do not give a fuck about crime in the hood. I don't live there.
Don't speak on John like that anymore.
Okay, fuck you. And why don't you go stick your head back up John's runny asshole? Because you know he's got the runs with all that fucking beer he drinks.
Well, you right.
So, Dave, you and I are different. I literally feel zero embarrassment or shame or anything else for what happens in neighborhoods I don't live in.
well, I don't either, but I think that has come from being numb to it. And
That's bullshit
what you're
too.
saying.
You and I will never agree on that. Why would I? Being numb to something literally means that at some point I had feelings for it. I literally do not worry myself with crime in Chicago, for instance. I've never even been to Chicago. Why would I worry about it? That's a
You shouldn't worry
Chicago.
about Chicago. I got crime in my
Okay,
backyard.
I don't
I got crime
worry
in the next
if
city
I
over or the
didn't
next
commit the
closest big city.
crime or anyone in my family didn't commit the crime. Why would I feel embarrassed? And numbness is not why. It's none of my business is why.
Right. I'm trying to articulate to where you understand what I'm saying. Okay?
I actually understand what you're saying. You believe in that Booker T. Washington credit of credit.
No, don't do that.
You believe in that credit to your race bullshit.
No. The majority of people do. I do not.
Okay, well then I'm certainly not the majority. Dude, I do not live for white people. I do not live to bask
It's not
in the
about
white gaze.
satisfying a
I
white
literally,
gaze.
other than,
You're
if there's
injecting these things that I'm not saying those
there
things. You
is,
really are.
I literally do not give a fuck about the white gaze.
Black people cannot be disappointed in black people, according to what you're saying.
Why would I? You know what? Black people can do whatever they want to do. However, why would I, dude? Why do I care? I will not be embarrassed for shit people I don't know do. Are white people ashamed when the Unabomber gets caught? Fuck no.
See, if society had the same attitude that me and you had towards it, it would be refreshing because I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just know that the majority of black people care about black people, and they care about people whether they're neighbors
Okay,
or the
well,
next state over.
I care about black people. I want black people to do well. If I step back, I want America to be number one forevermore. But you know what? I'm not caring is not accepting responsibility for.
No, we're definitely not. We're not considering accepting responsibility for it.
Okay,
But I do know that you will be prejudged based on how other black people act.
I want black people to do well, but if, say, to pick on Carmelo Anthony, if a Carmelo Anthony happens, I'm not going to sweat it. I'm literally not going to sweat it.
So taking the Carmelo Anthony case and the guy on the train, if it was just a trend of people with that hairstyle, doing random
What
stupid ass
hairstyle? Wait,
shit.
hold on. What
They have
hairstyle?
this. They have the same hairstyle.
What hairstyle are you talking
Let's
about?
just say dreadlocks. Let's just pick anything. Let's just say dreadlocks. Being around black people with dreadlocks could be dangerous to your health. You're not going to
Why?
consider that when you go places.
No, not even. Why? What's
If
dangerous about? What is dangerous
I'm
about
trying to,
dreadlocks to me?
I'm not saying dreadlocks, Stanley. You could
Well,
use
you said
anything.
it could be
People,
dangerous. How is it dangerous?
I'm saying a common theme. If there was something in common that seems to put people in danger, whether it's Michael Jordan shoes, it doesn't matter. It's a variable.
No, I don't believe it's a variable. I mean, you don't wear Michael Jordan shoes in the middle of the hood. I mean,
It's
that's
an
kind of a
example of
trope.
a.
But I don't understand. I'm not sure I understand your point. Someone
Okay.
having dreadlocks doesn't mean they're inherently dangerous.
I'm avoiding using race, and I'm avoiding using
Well, why?
a hairstyle because I want to make a point. Because if I use race, there's certain sensitivities that rise up in people,
Oh,
and I know
you
you're
just want to say the N word. Is that what you're
no,
wanting to
because
do?
if I wanted to say the N word, I would say the N word. But I'm saying
No,
if you
would
see
you?
something, yeah, if you see something that is similar, and anytime you're exposed to this, let's say rat poison or whatever the hell it is, the variable doesn't matter, and you get close to some of this that could potentially put your life in danger.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that you wouldn't move differently if you knew you had to go through that?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand you. I said dreadlocks are not inherently dangerous.
God
Now,
damn it!
if I
It's a
knew
variable.
if the person wearing the dreadlocks is like a known murderer, well, yeah, but it wouldn't be the dreadlocks I'm trying to avoid.
Okay, this is like trying to play hockey. I
No,
want to
Stanley's a
go.
maybe
fucking
what you should
dumbass.
do is just make your point. Don't worry about the feelings, just make the point.
Stanley,
Let's
you're
say
dumb, dude.
that let's say that there's a trend of people who wear starter jackets, and whenever you get around people who has a starter jacket on, that's usually an indicator that you might be next to danger. And you see a crowd of people. You ordered a pizza. You got to go get your pizza. There's a crowd of people outside of the pizza shop wearing starter jackets.
Mhm.
Would you be the slightest bit cautious when going to go get your pizza from the pizza shop?
It would, if I was cautious, it wouldn't just be because of the starter jackets
Or would you say,
necessarily. I
fuck
mean,
that pizza?
the hypothetical you're presenting is, I'm not sure that it's a great hypothetical, and I'm not trying to be tricky. Where is it in the hood? Is it at Ruth's Chris? You know, if I go to Ruth's Chris and there's a bunch of people wearing red starter jackets, I'm not going to worry as much.
At Ruth's Chris? And the
That's
same
right,
people with
because they
starter
tend
jackets
to be
are known for killing people?
they
You're
tend to
fucking
be at
lying,
least
Stanley.
in ritzier
Stanley's a
parts of the
dumbass,
town.
illiterate son of a bitch. That's what
Okay,
he is. That's why I
motherfucker, I'll
trash
let
you,
you
piece
back
of
up
shit.
here. You say
Fuck
you
you,
have
suck a
news.
dick, you
Do
goddamn
you have
asshole bitch.
news? You
Fuck
put in the
you,
back that you have.
Stanley.
See,
Fuck
this
you.
motherfucker thinks I can't corral his country ass. Dude, state your fucking news and run along. Or you can type it.
No, I'm telling the people that
You're
you're a piece
being
of shit, you're
disruptive.
dumb.
Just
Listen
whatever
to me.
news you got,
Just
please
listen
give it
to
and
me,
go.
Stanley. You need
I'm
to
sorry,
listen to
what?
people's opinion. Let
I
these
don't
people
need
get
to
what they.
listen to you.
But what makes you think
State your
these people's
news and
opinions
run
are bad?
along.
I'm
State
trying
your
to, but you.
news and run along.
Okay, let me say it. This is the thing. Stanley's a piece of shit. He's an ignorant bitch, and I'm gonna go on
Is
another
that the
platform
news?
and talk more shit.
Take it easy.
It's like you wanna avoid the point.
No, I don't think you have a point. There's no point to avoid. Okay, I'm not gonna necessarily, if I see a bunch of people in red jackets, red starter jackets, I probably wouldn't think much of it unless there's some big New York Times story that
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
oh hey, the red starter jacket gang is dangerous. Okay, once I have that piece of information, well, yeah, the red starter jacket's going to mean something. You know, if I'm in the hood and I see a bunch of people, you know, wearing blue and I'm wearing red, well, motherfucker, I'm going to feel a little nervous. It's all situational.
Exactly, Stanley. I think you get it.
I get it, but I mean, this isn't like some rocket science. If there is a major reputation of people wearing red starter jackets committing heinous crimes, well, yes. But then the other thing I'm going to expect is the cops there breaking up the red jacket convention. One of the first things I'm going to ask is, where the fuck are the cops?
Right. And that's happened. And then the red starter jacket people said, that's not fair. I can't take my red starter jacket off.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I'm going to leave it up to the cops to handle.
Yeah, so it's cool when the cops beat
Now,
the shit out of them.
you know what? I
them
may,
troublemakers,
hey,
right?
if the cops aren't there and I know that the red starter jacket gang is there, yeah, I'd probably go somewhere else. But I would have to know that, you know, what their reputation is. Some random dude wearing a red starter jacket.
No, see, hold on, man. We just wait, time out. You can't be doing that.
No,
Now
of
you
course I
admitted the whole purpose for this exercise. You just admitted it.
Okay.
When you thought
I
that it was
admitted
over.
what?
That you wouldn't do it. I forgot. I don't remember how you just said it.
See, you don't actually understand what happened. I loaded a whole bunch of preconditions onto your red starter jacket scenario, and now I'm doing permutations or variations on the theme.
Stanley, you act like I don't know that that's what you did. I know you did that.
I'm not sure that you do. Because as soon as I start doing variations on the theme, you want to get all upset.
The point wasn't lost. So you could do all the permutations and mutations and dissertations. You could add whatever you want to it. I still held the point that you would move different, and you
know
just
what?
admitted
If
it
you
after
think-
you went through all that.
I don't think you made the point. You made a point. Okay, great.
Usually you say I don't. I'm making progress.
To what end? Yes, if see, I know where you're going with this. Okay, the next thing you're going to do is, instead of red starter jackets, you're going to start talking skin color, right?
No, I don't have to go there because I made the point.
Well, no, you do have to go there, dude. I grew up with black people. No, I don't get scared when I see a bunch of black people in a group. I literally grew up in a black neighborhood. Why would I?
I just said I wasn't doing black people.
Well, I just want to preempt you. I'm not
No,
going to put it
you want me
past
to
you.
do black people now, Stanley? Is that what it is?
I was thinking red starter jacket was a substitute for skin color.
I'm not confirming that, but I think I made the point.
If you say so, Dave.
That's a clip. That's a 1 hour clip.
Okay, well, all I have to say is reputation is reputation. If red starter jackets have a reputation, great. I don't know that dreadlocks have that kind of reputation.
No, red starter jackets. That's the one we agreed on. We're not talking about dreadlocks.
Okay, well, you know
It's a
what?
variable.
I've never even seen a red starter jacket, but next time if I ever see one, I will definitely think of you.
I find this interesting. You're taking this whole red starter jacket quite literally.
I will cross the street next time I see someone wearing a red starter jacket. Now, does the red starter jacket guy have to be black, or can it be any color?
Any color. The red starter jacket is what's in common.
Gotcha.
And I find this is just fascinating because the point's still not lost. So you can keep on trying to dice it up all you want. I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's the part about you that I'm learning. It's like when you do it, because you do that to me so often that I just don't even I don't pay no attention. It doesn't distract me from making my point. I could say that this is honest to God the first time that I got through all that bullshit and made my point.
Well, I'm glad you've had a successful day.
Yeah, I
So,
feel accomplished now.
so let's get back to this video here. So white supremacy, that's kind of where we were before the red starter jacket. So now we're back here.
Okay,
So
white supremacy.
bottom line is I don't I want to reemphasize the point. I don't feel responsible for some black kid commits a crime. I don't feel anything other than damn, that kid's committed a crime. How heinous. I don't do the credit, that being a credit to your race, that's back in the Booker T. Washington days. This is 2025. If some white dude wants to basically say, as he has, that black 70% of black people tolerate or encourage the 30%, that's a white people problem. I think that's one of the stupider theories out there. And the 70%, unless that 30% is their child or relative or something, nothing to do with each other. Holding black people responsible for crime in the hood is racist.
Right. And I also do not feel the need to be a credit. How whatever Stanley said, I agree with it.
I mean, the only way I'd be embarrassed is if my son, for instance, did a crime. Well, yeah, I'm his parent. I definitely yeah, I mean, I'm directly responsible for him. So anyway, I don't want to beat this dead horse. Hey, what's up, Tamika?
I'm coming to tell the great one is timing out people in the chat.
Really?
Yeah, keep doing it. Every time I come in here, he's timing.
Why is he doing that?
Because he's a rude.
Oh, that's JB. So what on earth is he doing? Why would he do that? Because he's mad?
He timed out Yeti, and Yeti don't be messing with nobody.
Yeah. Yeti, I apologize for that. I didn't even realize. Where is Yeti? Here. All right. Well, you know what? I did a 1-for-1 exchange. So I just went ahead and took JB's wrench and gave it to Yeti. How about that?
Yeah, you must have hurt JB's feelings with that.
Could I imagine anything more childish than that? Seriously.
He wanted to get his lick back.
Yeah, okay. Why would he take it out on Yeti? That part I don't understand. So anyway, let's get back to this video. Tamika, you got something you want to add? Oh, is that you just came up here to let me know? So might as well stay up here now that you're here.
And y'all decide to do that until death do y'all part. That's dysfunction, or is that just life?
No. I'm saying the mentality is the
no. I understand the mentality. You said it's true.
No, hold on, Nidus, listen to me. Coming from the projects ain't got nothing to do with your mentality. It's been geniuses. It's been Harvard level scholars come out the projects. I'm speaking on the mentality. Hold on, and when I in the context of which I use projects, I'm speaking to it as a placeholder for mental dysfunction. Whether we won't agree with it or not, most people who come out the projects deal with some level of
it. I want to stay right where you are. Let's agree with it. Let's agree with it. Both of those people have the same dysfunction, right?
Not necessarily.
Right. So that's
That
my
could be
point.
That could be
People
two
like,
unequal people.
1 second, sir. Let's stay right at the point. And this is what I be trying to do, have actual conversations. People try to make it seem like the projects is not a placeholder, but a jail. No, you can come out of the projects and be a senator, a lawyer, and all who knows what. It's
I don't
about
want to
the
use that. I don't want to use the outlier, but I don't never
so-
use the outliers as a forefront though. Yeah, you could come out the projects and do
Okay,
that.
so let's get right. So
you can't
so
pull
let's
a small.
One
Hold
second, sir.
on,
Let's
Titus.
get right here. Bobby,
I
we
got
the same
hold on.
age. So how
No,
did
we
all
not.
this?
I'm 43, real quick. But I don't want you to cut my point real quick, Titus. What I'm saying
No,
is
I'm
that
asking you a question. I shut
know,
up while you.
but you did
No,
cut
you
me. But
won't.
what I'm saying is I don't want to take an outlier. You see what I mean? I'm understanding your point, but in my opinion, you pulling from the outliers. If you saying that it's people that going to be sent, yeah, that out the projects, yes, it is people, but you can't pull from the 10% and then mass that across the 90%. Just in that project example, you can't pull from the small percentage of people that happen to go on and do these great things and then say, well, let's use that as an example of the projects. No, we can't do that, bro. Come on now.
Okay, so
Yeah, this is probably the main thing that I found odd. And I don't know if y'all heard him say that. Let me back it up a little bit. He literally says, I think he says that most black people are basically messed up.
1 second, sir. You said that feminism, the government, the white man.
Yep, it was the government that did it.
Why aren't you married? What is?
Hey,
I'm not
let's
saying you.
skip through that.
Go ahead, man.
I don't want Bobby to talk. Woo, diva.
Bobby, go ahead. Don't even worry.
No, Scam, it's all to the good, bro. Ask your question, bro. I'm listening. I promise you. Go ahead.
Bobby, I just came up here and told him, good woman, which nobody ever does. Good black woman. One was black, one was Dominican. I can go into some other ones, different continents.
Mm-hmm.
And experiences that I did, things that I messed up.
Here,
that I
Manna
didn't-
Tomorrow, welcome.
Yo, what's going on, man? I just want to say, man, there's somebody actually tell me out in the chat, man. They keep doing it. I'm not sure who it
They're
is.
doing what?
Timing me out in the chat because every time I chat,
I think
some red shit pop
I
up.
think I've taken care of that problem. It's a disgruntled employee.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
That's what's up.
So I went ahead and did a 1-for-1 exchange with the wrenches. I think he's a little pissed off at me. So I cannot imagine why being pissed off with me would prompt him to go and start screwing around with people who aren't me, innocent bystanders. So I apologize for that. Hopefully I've rectified the problem.
That's cool,
welcome
man.
aboard.
Hey, what's going on, man? The big
Your reputation precedes you.
It's the president. It's the president, Stanley. It's presidential.
Mr. President, welcome aboard.
How's it going, man? Oh, I was on Big J Triple X, man. He said he was a fan of the show, man. So I stopped through.
Well, I'm glad you did. We're a boring little outfit over here. The fuckery tends to happen on the weekends, but mostly I just do news, politics, and culture.
Oh, that's what's up, man.
So yeah, try and stay away. I guess from the harder subjects, but anytime you want to come on up, do that. It really is like I literally go through the news daily during the week.
Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. We need more people talking about some substance around here, man. You know, we seem
I
to let
try
the
and
media
stay
class
away
kind of
from
take over
right
online talk, man.
Where I'm going with this, and you'll hear it in just a minute. The premise that most black people are screwed up, and then it gets changed to, I think the number winds up being like 90% of black people are screwed up. And then Nitish will isolate it to the ghetto. And even if you just isolate it to, the ghetto, 90% of the people in the ghetto are not screwed up. I mean, if that is the case, you need to produce the numbers, because instinctively, or, I just can't believe that number.
I
So,
mean, man, I'm from the Mississippi Delta, man, and let me tell you, There's a lot of intelligent people down there. They just don't have access to opportunities like they do everywhere else.
Right.
And once they leave and they go somewhere else, they catch up so fast because the work ethic is
Mhm.
there because the opportunity was never there. But some people just don't
Right.
leave until they're forced to leave.
Right. What's up, Mo Love?
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I just wanted to come say hello.
Well, good. Life just got better with you up here.
I hear you going off on people, and it is just too funny.
Well, I think JB has been put under control, so it'll be better. I don't know
Okay.
what he was thinking.
Right. I didn't even know JB was great. I just figured that out.
Yeah. Well, he'll get over it. He wants to blame it on the moonshine, and I know better than that. You know, if you're crazy enough to let the moonshine guide your actions, you don't need a wrench.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go ahead and play this through because I want you to hear what he's calling himself Bobby Knight or something like that. I want you to hear this. It was
Mhm.
it
I
was
was
really
there.
it was kind of disturbing to hear.
Okay.
Oops.
No. And did you see them mischaracterized? No matter what I said I'm a beat, cheating, skeeter, lying, and scamming. And did you see how they just try to damage my character? Did you witness that?
No, hold
Sir,
on,
let's
Midas.
get right here. Bobby,
I
we the
got
same
yeah. Hold on.
image. So how
No,
did
we
all
not.
this?
I'm 40. I'm 43. Real quick, but I don't want you. It could be most likely because of financial reasons.
Wait, I want to get Bobby in the conversation too.
And you had a 3-year relationship.
This is
Yeah,
where
all right,
it starts.
tell me where I started blaming women.
No,
Tell
no,
me the
no.
words that I said where I blame women.
You did that little fake out.
What?
You did that little fake out that y'all like to do. Oh, I had a good woman, but I fumbled. You ain't say I cheated.
Because it's not true. You didn't.
Say it.
I stabbed one of them.
Let's
The
have a
other one I
conversation.
stole the face, so why even bother? It's something negative.
Married
And
in
you still
their 20s.
interrupted.
He told me that. Then he told me about my lack of discipline. I need to walk what a man is supposed to be. Fully good woman here. And usually we hear women saying that. I know plenty of good men. They're just not the man for me. So they can just run through
Some
blah, blah, blah.
conversation
This
anyway.
one-
Bro. I ate too much. That was it.
Get Bobby Knight in the conversation. Shout out to Bobby Knight, man.
Y'all boys going crazy up this. Salute.
Hey, Bobby, before you go, can I ask you a question?
Listen to this, Camp. Go ahead, man.
I ain't no more Bobby talk. Woo, diva.
Bobby, go ahead. Don't even worry.
No, Scam. It's all too good, bro. Ask your question, bro. I'm listening. I promise you. Go ahead.
Bobby, I just came up here and told him, good woman, which nobody ever does. Good black woman. One was black, one was Dominican. I can go into some other ones, different continents. And experiences that I did, things that I messed up that I didn't know. And did you see them mischaracterized? No matter what I said I'm a beat, cheating, skeeter, lying, and scamming. And did you see how they just try to damage my character? Did you witness that? And I didn't even get the words out.
It's in your name, nigga. Scam likely, nigga.
I mean, he did. He was accountable on the front end a couple of times.
Let me sing right quick, Bob.
He
I
was
was on ice long ago, baby. I wasn't very. Come on, Scam.
I'll say this, Freezy. When it comes to marriage today, let's say, you know what I'm saying, in a modern era, what I see, what I've experienced from my own mother and father is, even though they're, successful within their marriage, they don't have the tools sometimes or the understanding of challenges married people face in this generation with information and everything to give proper advice on how to create and keep a successful marriage in today's day and age. Even though I agree with some of Nida's talking points, I think that it's kind of like.
Let me stop it right there. What is the difference in today's day and age? The basics are still there.
Right. I think
Can someone help me? Because I'm 60, by the way, Mr. President. So, it's been a while since I've been married, and 20 some years since I've even dated. So I grant that there are some things that are different. There's what's the name of it? What's the name of that app that was you could women could go and look up some guy's name, and it was some rating service for men, and I can't think of the name.
Wow.
But the bottom line is the basics are still there. They're, you have to be a quality person. Having a job, helps. You could do the Brookings Institute. What is it? The Success Cycle. Graduate from high school, have a job, have children after marriage. That's like the famous Brookings Institute Success Cycle. Does it get more complicated than that in 2025? And I have a vested interest. I got a 19-year-old.
I mean, it does get complicated than that because you got failed men who's trying to run a relationship and dating and relationship conversation.
Well, wait, oh, okay.
That's the primary problem here. You got child support dudes, and I'm not using that as a pejorative, as negative, but I'm talking about people who don't even have custody of their kids, trying to run the relationship argument, right? We're not, and somehow the manosphere itself, a place that I'm from, have dressed up complete losers like they're success stories when they're just failures that nobody should be following, none to the whatsoever. So you're replacing people's activity with no experience with bad experience. So what you're doing is you're downloading all of your problems into the head of people with no experience, filling them with a sense of dread to pick anything because everything has consequences, which is pretty insane. Like they want to damage and destroy your ability to have choice before you understand how valuable choice is. And that's the actual
well,
what
I
they're
can
actually doing to the
see
youth here.
I can see say I think not having any sort of male role model, I can see how that would be a problem. Me talking to my son about, relationships and stuff because I actually have experience. Say I wasn't here, but I could see where that could be a problem, but that would really be the only one. And then the same thing on the female side. I mean, there's certain things that a mother might tell a future wife, kind of the ins and outs. But I mean, even so, I had a conversation on Drip's show a month or so ago where, if you're a single mother, and you've got to know, if you're a responsible parent, that you're not going to be able to provide the male portion of the upbringing. You've got to go out and you've got to figure out how to get that influence into your kids or your children's life. Okay. You literally have to be mindful of that. And if you're not, then you're not doing, a good job as a parent, in my opinion.
Correct. Because
you know what I
once
think?
you go to a
I
different,
think another issue. I think another issue is brainwashing through social media. So many people are busy going back and forth on the internet, and they're not engaging in real life. So people are gathering, I guess, whatever information, even if it's dysfunctional or not true, through the internet, and they are literally holding on to it. And that's not healthy because everything you hear on the internet is not right. Instead of people actually going out giving relationships a chance, they're arguing on the internet all day.
Correct. they have replaced during prime women chasing hours the ability to hang out with loser class men that are not chasing women.
Right.
As experience with women. Unbelievable. And it's kind of like it started off, I mean, like our space kind of turned into that as a marketing ploy because everybody wanted to go YouTube Pro after Kevin Samuels got famous, right? And that's what kind of happened because it would allow any bitch ass nigga to like come up and really minister and market it toward lost and confused men. And most lost and confused men want to feel better about their current circumstances. They don't want to hear that you got to go get your shit together. You got to leave this area. You got to
Well,
manage your actual shit. You got to be more disciplined. They was like, nah, man, I just want to hang out here around these people who seem to be having fun. I'm like, so now you got the outside the liquor store DNA niggas running the goddamn family conversation. Man, what the fuck you got have here, man? Pretty much.
Well,
That's what you
that's
have.
an interest. I might have to use that. Dave, you got anything? Excuse me, my voice is getting a little hoarse.
Yeah, since I came in this space, I've realized now that a lot of people just don't have their shit together, and I don't know. I had to reevaluate, just listen closely, and I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt. It's mostly entertainment. I mean,
Yeah, but I was about to say, what do you have to gain from any of this other than entertainment?
just entertainment.
Got you. But listen, because he's gonna throw out some numbers and make a premise that again, it stunned me.
It's dated when you apply it to relationship standards moving forward today. You know what I mean? Like you got situations where if we're talking about the 80s and the 90s, people staying together, it could be most likely because of financial reasons. Whereas today, when it comes to access to resources, those same people might not be so apt to stay together because the woman has access to information. Now the man has access to different information, which means like, why would I stay here when I can do X, Y, and Z? When it comes to attention that people put into their relationship, we act like social media is just like a thing that we say and we don't really factor in, but that's real. It's still more information that a person is given to judge against their relationship and why they should stay in it. So I think that if you're speaking on marriages today and you're not speaking on the access to resource and information that both parties have and why they might not be staying together, you're kind of doing it an injustice by just thinking it's two people who want more, or what I'm saying, want a Benz or a Bentley or want this and that. It could just be that I got some information now, whereas people didn't have it back then. A lot of people stayed in dysfunctional relationships, whether it be marriage or friendship. Black people kind of been grown for years to live inside of dysfunctionality. Think about the projects and things like that. We've been grown to live and deal with dysfunction and just try to create the best from it. You know what I mean? So that's how I kind of view it.
In that broad statement, we have been groomed.
Man, who the fuck is we, bro?
I thoroughly disagree with that. That is incredible. We have been groomed to, be dysfunctional. I don't know where he got that from.
And like when somebody says that, like they want to make the failed man, the misaligned man, the structure of what every man should view himself as, and I don't believe that shit. I don't go around using the hood as an excuse for not making shit in life. Look, if you just picked the wrong woman to have a kid with and you didn't have the experience, just say that shit, own it, and move the fuck on, man. Like, you don't try to create a whole subculture of failure out of where you fucking started at.
Right.
Dude, I don't talk about the Mississippi Delta and catching fucking electric eels and all that kind of stupid ass shit that we was doing.
See,
Dude, I would never try to make you. Nah, bro.
No. I'm from Savannah. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and you know what? Saltwater fishing was my life.
No. It was a lifeline. It was a lifeline. Trust me.
Yeah.
Growing vegetables, going over there to that ditch, hopping across the levee to the river.
Yeah.
That was the meal source.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, the old saying, teach a man to fish. Well, you know how to do that. So I there is nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I'm not, Mr. Outdoors or, anything like that, but I suspect that a lot of people who come up with this, Black people were groomed. They want to look at, the proverbial Black America through a hood lens without realizing most Black people, don't live in the hood. Most black people are working class or above. If you look at the
Right.
the demographics, you've got to broaden your horizon. You can't judge everything through a hood lens. And I do the same thing from the opposite end. I tend to sometimes be I once had a friend of mine. He grew up in the hood in Richmond, Virginia. And he and I and another, couple people were talking on Discord. And he literally said, "You know what, Stanley? You just need to fucking stop talking about the hood because you have no clue what you're talking about." And you know what? I didn't even get upset. My response was, you're probably right about that. I'm kind of, talking about something that I really don't know. And maybe, I'll just say, "Hey, my opinion. What do you think of my opinion?" And that's the last time, at least in his presence, and I started talking about, what should be happening in the hood. I was like, "Well, where are the cops?" And he was not having any of that. So, I do the same thing from the opposite end. Is my point.
Yeah,
And that's why you have panels.
Right.
And the thing is that even though I did grow up in a lot of that stuff, I don't try to make it the standard to which I'm gonna base my whole life
Mm-hmm.
story on. I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
do that. I'm not gonna.
Mm-hmm.
I would never do that because it's very. It doesn't expect a whole lot of people whenever you try to center the conversation around that just to get a whole bunch of people in there. Like me, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not trying to cultivate an actual dependency mechanism for barely functional men. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm trying to actually look. You need to go get a career field. You need to move toward this shit. If your political situation ain't working where you at, you need to go be a fucking citizen
Right.
of this goddamn country. Stop blaming
Mm-hmm.
immigrants for fucking stupid shit. You should be out there controlling this motherfucking immigrant labor, just like me. That's what the fuck you're supposed to do with this opportunity. And
Right.
a lot of people be like, "But you know what? I just want a better start." I'm like, bro, there is no way to get a better start. No way to get a
Right.
better start. Having a better finish is the better start that you need to impart on everybody else. And a lot of people don't want to do
100%.
that.
It's how you finish.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see, because it gets a little bit better.
And I like
Not
to say,
much better.
what you said?
I mean,
Go respond. Go ahead.
more
Nigel. Go ahead.
outrageous.
So I want to ask this question: do y'all believe in a concept that water seeks its own level?
That's physics. That ain't you gotta
Right.
believe in that.
So,
That's what happens.
okay, so let's say right here. So if you come from the projects, since you brought up the projects, and she come from the projects, and y'all decide to try to make it happen, and y'all decide to do that until death do y'all part, that's dysfunction, or is that just life?
No. I'm saying the mentality is the
No, I
from
understand the mentality.
Hold on.
You said it's
no, hold on, Nidus, listen to me. Coming from the projects ain't got nothing to do with your mentality. It's been geniuses. It's been Harvard level scholars come out the projects. I'm speaking on the mentality. Hold on, and when I say so, when I in the context of which I use projects, I'm speaking to it as a placeholder for mental, like mental dysfunction. Whether we won't agree with it or not, most people who come out the projects deal with some
let's
level
agree with it. I want to stay right where you are. Let's agree with it. Let's agree with it. Both of those people had the same dysfunction, right?
Not necessarily.
Right. So that's my point.
There could be two unequal people.
1 second, sir. Let's stay right at the point. And this is what I be trying to do, have actual conversations. People try to make it seem like the projects is not a placeholder, but a jail. No, you can come out of the projects and be a senator, a lawyer, and all who knows what.
I don't want to use the outlier, but I don't never use the outliers as a forefront though. Yeah, you could come out the projects and do that.
So let's get right. So
you can't pull the small.
1 second, sir. Let's get right here. Bobby, what are you saying?
Hold on.
So how did all?
I'm 43, real quick. But I don't want you to cut my point real quick, Nidus. What I'm saying is that
I'm asking you the question. I shut up while you.
But you did. But what I'm saying is I don't want to take an outlier. You see what I mean? I'm understanding your point, but in my opinion, you pulling from the outliers. If you saying that it's people that going to be sent, that out the projects, yes, it is people, but you can't pull from the 10% and then mass that across the 90%. Just in that project example, You can't pull from the small percentage of people that happen to go on and do these great things and then say, well, let's use that as an example of the projects. No, we can't do that, bro. Come on now.
Okay, so you think that 90% of the projects is on BS?
No, that's not a thought.
86% nightish.
The conversation I want to have is this. Because when you talking about 10% or whatever, you talking about money, right?
I'm talking about this dysfunctionality, whether you want to use it financial dysfunction, mental dysfunction, food dysfunction, whatever dysfunction you want to use. Yes, the other 90% are dealing with some type of dysfunction.
Right. So I'm going to disagree with you that 90% of the projects is on BS. I know homeless people that'll help you. I know plenty of people in the projects that'll help you quicker than the rich man will. So I'm not going to sit here and say because people come out of those circumstances that the majority of them are like useless or horrible people. That's the lie.
What I said now is you putting words in my mouth now, brother.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to understand what you mean by 90%.
If you're trying to understand, listen. If
you
you're trying to understand,
no, he don't need no help, Cam.
No, you just keep talking.
Real quick.
You said you the
I have to give Nighty some credit here. This is actually one of the things that I appreciate about Nightish. He won't let people squirm away into these tangents. He's going to keep bringing you back to the point. And not many people actually do that. Okay. You're talking about, the hood, the ghetto. Let's stay on the ghetto. And you cannot let people squirm off into tangents. I guess you can, but it's one of the reasons I don't go up on a lot of panels because I get really frustrated. People really don't know how to argue points. They don't understand that, shifting to a parallel point is not necessarily the way to go. You stick to the point until the question gets answered or something like that. It just happens too much and it just gets frustrating. And this panel is actually better than most. Once you start getting 6 or 8 people up here, up on a panel, it just becomes, untenable for someone like me who likes to be very targeted in their point.
But you ain't married to nothing. So hush for the night. Maybe you need to drop off and recoup.
Maybe you need to drop some pounds. How about that?
I'm just saying.
Let's see. I understand the joke. I understand the joke, and they know each other and all that stuff, but that's not really helping.
Intellectual, the perfect man for women, and you dogged out perfectly good women. So hush, you lost tonight.
That's not true.
I'm not
dogged out your own damn veins and arteries.
I grew up in the projects, and I'm going to tell you.
Speaking of the project, how about you hop on that machine that's sitting here behind you?
Generation X has a bunch of multimillionaires and some billionaires that grew up in the projects. And those multimillionaires and billionaires hire other black men. And all those other black men who have employment and are comfortable are not finna do nothing to you. They are not finna mess their bag up. And they're in the project.
Listen. Again, you're using an outlier as a root, as some type of base for a generation. Hold on, Nightis. Hold on, gang, because I'm not the one that caused you to be irritated. So just talk. Let us. No, I'm saying it come off like that. If you keep cutting every word, bro. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna keep doing it.
All I'm saying is this: if we're saying most of the projects is this and this and that, and this is like an example I'm using. Like we taking examples and we kind of running off on tangents. But the projects, I never met 2 people that got married and said, "Okay, cool. Now that we've reached some level of stability, let's stay in the project." Most people seek to get out of that situation because it's dysfunctional. And I see the brother with the smirk on his face, but I don't think, as I'm looking around your background, I don't look like you stayed in the projects either. Because the projects now, right? You feel me, Scam? Because of the dysfunction. So it's like if I gotta argue with y'all about dysfunction in the projects, then we really lost if we don't understand that. You see what I mean? It's a situation. It's a situation whether you want to look at it as the government, the people, the food, that however you want to look at it, it's a situation that breeds dysfunction. And most people who come out of those situations, let alone being given the tools on how to be a good individual, they ain't got the tools on how to create a good relationship within their own family dynamic, let alone with somebody else. So it's a lot of factors that go into this thing when you talk about marriage. Most people that come from this time in memoriam the 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s, whatever, when they just preaching marriage, they're not looking at the newer generation who got information and it's like, okay, what's the overall point of being married if it's not pushing community, if it's not benefiting the community as a whole, if we're looking.
This is a point that I'm not real sure. I mean, I guess the core function of a marriage is to help the community. It's kind of the building block of a community. But
a community or the community.
Yeah, but
see what I was the point I was making earlier about the collective. That was the point I was making earlier about most Black people believe they're a collective, and that's why they want leaders.
And my response was that's really not something that I believe in.
Yeah,
we lost the we lost the collective thing probably shortly after Reconstruction and definitely during the Great Migration. There has not been a coast to coast Black community, if there ever was, for quite some time. So
and there can be.
There are communities. Look, I grew up in Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia. I was telling Dave I could go a whole summer and not see white people. Except if I went to the mall or somewhere. Right. But the thing is, I could go from, say, my neighborhood up to Spartanburg, South Carolina. And you know what? There are similarities. There are commonalities. But you know what? I remember being up in Spartanburg. This is a dumb story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I just moved up to Spartanburg for work. So my buddies take me out to this hot dog joint. And, in Savannah, if you order a chili dog, it's going to be a hot dog and a bun with chili. And then, so I ordered a chili dog here and they put chili in a bun. And I'm like, well, where's the hot dog? Same language, but it was a different thing. That's kind of how I look at Black communities. We have a lot of commonalities, but what's happening in Savannah is going to be different than the Mississippi Delta, different from New Orleans, definitely different from the West Coast. You cannot, and we don't all have the same goals. We don't all have the same values, for that matter. So I think marriage is for the community. There are a bunch of other benefits to it, so that's a good thing. But saying what's the purpose of marriage other than, I don't know. I don't know that that's the right attitude.
No,
what do y'all think?
It's worse than that. And I'm sorry to have to bring light to this issue. But once I bring light to this issue, you're going to remember it every time you hear a certain type of person talk. When people are talking about marriage, they're talking about consistent access to sex, not any of the other family building things outside of that. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Everything will get fixed in the community once I can consistently have sex with someone. Then we can fix shit. Like, give me the woman first and then I'll act right and then I'll fucking go get a job and all that shit. Like, when most people are talking about marriage, they're talking about sexual satisfaction before they go off and do all this other man shit. Mm-hmm. Not before. Because to them, they need to be compensated for all the times they never had a woman before they actually go do the responsibility things of a man. I know it sounds bad, but when you hear certain people talk,
it doesn't. It sounds. I know. Shoot, when I was young, I was probably like that too. I remember, and I'm old, so I keep bringing up these anecdotes. This girl I went to school with.
Stanley was acting like that, right?
Well, there was a girl, and I went to school with, and somehow or another we dated in high school, and somehow or another my sister, wound up, putting us back together. I was up in Newport, Rhode Island. I just gotten out of Navy OCS. She was a nurse, and she smart as whip and all that stuff. our parents knew each other. We were both Catholic. I went to the same church, etc. So um we hook up in Newport, Rhode Island, and she was really more serious than I was. And I was like, you know what? I just got my commission. I got this cool white uniform. I'm a hot shot. And I told her, look, you know what? I could see us getting married, but I'm really not like there yet. So I probably made a mistake. But you know what? I wasn't there yet, and you can't force something like that. Now I deployed, came back 8 months later, and guess what? I was like, damn, you know what? I'm really thinking about this girl. I called her mother and I'm like, well, hey, how's she doing? Her mother was like, oh, you didn't hear? She got married. Oh, dude, I was heartbroken. Oh, and what's better? She married another black naval officer. just to twist the knife a little bit. So, I was there. I was just wanting to hit it, and I wasn't ready to settle down, and probably made a mistake. Which you recover from things like that, but you gotta, I don't know. I knew what marriage was for, and I knew I wasn't going to be getting into one if my heart wasn't in it. At least I had that much home training.
Yeah. And a lot of people are just not man enough or even mature enough to even admit that, right? And that's what the problem is. So a lot of people try to use this marriage as this catch-all thing, or the fact you ain't got a quote-unquote woman as a catch-all thing to try to limit your actual whatever you've done in life, because it's especially the bitch ass nigga, whenever they enter the conversation, they center the whole thing around, a woman having found value in you to put a baby on you, therefore I'm better than you. I'm like, man, I don't know where the fuck you get that shit from, bro. I don't know who the fuck that shit sound cool to, man, but that shit sounds stupid than a motherfucker. But dudes actually come into the conversation with that. So it's like we all don't have the same output and goal, because a lot of these dudes is just here to survive off the broken environment. Here, I don't give a fuck about the broken environment. I want to make sure that nobody else goes to the shit that I grew up
Right.
with. Period. Like there's no fucking, well, it's 2025. People got access to opportunity and all type of shit. Like I could talk to like my nieces and nephews over Xbox Live and completely fix their motherfucking situation. I ain't got to be in town with them. I ain't got to talk to their stupid ass father or dumb ass fucking mother. I could just talk to them and be like, look, this is how this shit works. You want to not be like these motherfuckers and do this shit. And once you get your shit together, do not tell them how much money you make and make sure you move out as soon as you fucking can.
Yeah. Right.
Because, they'll do all these emotional ploys and trying to take all their little money away from them and shit. And like, yeah, man, you're making more money than them. And you got better credit than them. You don't need to be around these people. Like, yeah, you grew up with them, but at the end of the day, you still have the burden of fucking being able to do better. And I do not tolerate people bringing a learn helplessness bullshit into the conversation and try to center the conversation around that, so that way they can't be any actual progress until you have pretty much a perfect situation where you hand them off like $1 million fucking inheritance money, and you just don't give these motherfuckers the responsibility to produce or do shit. And it's a lot of dumb niggas out here talking, man, with no experience. They don't even care about the outcome. They're just like, look, if you just gave me all this shit, then it'd be fish. Like, nah, bro, it should be way worse.
Yeah, I like the part about the no excuses and keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Just kind of like the trope is really rich people, you would never know they were really rich because they know how to keep that stuff private. If you have a lot of money, you actually kind of put yourself in danger, potential danger, by
by
flaunting it
talking
like that. Yeah, exactly. All
Because
right.
a
Well,
lot of
let's
people
see
can't
what.
handle the responsibility of you doing better, and because to them, you doing better means that you have to put them on. You got to do shit for them. You got to share the shit. So that's why I kind of had hold people to the economic um, producing of oneself before you just let people off into shit, because
Mhm.
they'll build this type of economic communism shit where a bunch of ain't shit niggas that come together and try to sabotage, ruin, or outright destroy your shit, so that way
Right.
you can not have any opportunity to give the actual others. So
Well, there's a guy who occasionally, will talk about, athletes, for instance. Family members that they probably hadn't seen in decades, start coming out once, they get into, the NFL, whatever major league that they're in. That's kind of a trope also, where people who make it, I can't remember how he puts it exactly, but it's not like if you're first generation, you make $1 million or something like that, you will wind up having to deal with some family stuff. There's a term for it and I can't think of it. But anyway, you get my point.
survivor's guilt.
No, it's like, if, cousin, I don't know, whoever, gets in trouble, you're going to be the first person they call for bail money. And
Oh yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
almost,
yeah. I go to
yeah,
that
you
bullshit.
almost
Yeah.
can't say no. um because you've got the money and they know it, but you're being pulled into something that you really probably don't even want to be involved with, but you're the relative that can afford it,
I
that
tell
sort of thing.
people all the time, I fix that situation by moving half of the United States away. Once the
That's
motherfucker got to
good.
hop on that Greytown for like 18 to 24 fucking, man, they ain't doing that shit. But if you live there in the South around these people, bro, they where they call you up in a heartbeat. And I tell people, because once you get your shit together, you're gonna become the go-to person for everything,
Yes.
and you shouldn't be the go-to
Right.
person for everything. These are grown-ups and shit, and it's like, people want to do this. And I'm like, look, there's nothing wrong with not saying anything to anyone
Mm-hmm.
about what you're
Mm-hmm.
actually doing. You don't owe these people anything.
Right.
Like, look, when they had their opportunity, when they had their season, they did whatever they wanted to do, and they didn't care about what you thought about it. So you ought to hold them to the same standard. So, at the end of the day, you got to practice not riding around in supercars and talking
Mm-hmm.
about yacht parties and all that type of stupid shit. You just got to find yourself a group of friends to do that shit with. Because the group of friends that's going to allow you to have that type of lifestyle, they're not fucking with those type of people in their own family either. Now, a lot of people don't want to hear that because they think that it's it's your responsibility to come back and give back. I'm like, hey man, I already gave you the information. Leave.
Right. Right. Well, the thing is, I mean, you've got to be there for when you have a family. You can't,
Yes.
you're assuming, if things go kind of as normal, you want your kids to have everything that you can possibly give them. And if you're giving it to everyone else, you cannot let your kids, your family, uh down. So
Has to be a demarcation point, boundaries, man.
right.
And a lot of
Hmm.
people don't understand boundaries. Their boundaries is somebody else is gonna come fix this, and they're gonna come rescue all of us. So we're gonna mismanage our choices and do whatever we want to, but we're all just gonna emotionally dogpile on somebody else to make them emotionally weak enough to actually be
Right.
victim to all our demands. And it's like once you do that, then that person will never pick somebody of value because what's normal to them is being used and abused by a bunch of ungrateful people. And if you set that as an actual standard, that person's not gonna have that stuff long anyway.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know what? Now I tend to be, want to be a little bit more charitable, but you know what? If you people are not going to take it seriously if it's just given to them, and I think adults might be even worse than kids. You know what? If you got to take it seriously, and if you're handing out $1,000 here for just on demand, people aren't going to take it seriously.
Nah, man.
It'll be easy come, easy go.
Yeah, man. I take my nieces and nephews out. We go work our motherfucking ass off, and then you get the $1,000. After we
Right.
all out here working like a motherfucker on some shit, you learning some shit that you're gonna be able to take away from this, and this is the reward. Nah, bro, you just don't
Well, see, the
reward people with
kids, I
just money
think the
on some just
kids
because
are
shit.
actually easier. The
Hell yeah,
kids
the
are
kids are
easier
easier.
because they're in training mode. It's
Yes.
the the 35-year-old that's going to be the hardest to deal with, and then they'll get
Oh no.
mad or hurt when you don't give it to them.
Look, they'll make a speedy recovery, man. Just don't even mess with them in the first place. Just don't even set them up for that. Because here's the thing: once you start doing shit for the kids, and they see the kids are gonna be better than them, that's when their mouth start to open up, man. About opportunities for this, that, and the other. I'm like, hey, man, you want untrustworthy ass dude, man. Like, bro, listen, these kids are looking for a way out, and once kids lose the actual hope that there is a way out, that's how they turn into these damn YOLO monsters, man. And we can stop the YOLO monster shit, dude. There's a ton of opportunity out here. It's just that they're surrounded by a whole bunch of dudes that ain't about to take no action, period. And that becomes their fucking value system because these, sorry, bitch ass niggas is what the masculine framework is for Black America. And people be surrounded by the bitch ass nigga for the majority part of their fucking life. Dude, they rarely get around working class people or people who got money, because people who got money is off doing fly dude stuff and just trying to stay the fuck away and fucking keep a low profile. But
Right.
these kids don't understand that the degrees of separation and allowing one selfish, cutthroat ass dude up into a situation will mess up something for the long term, and that's how come people don't go back. But I'm just saying, yeah, dude, just start with the kids. Fix the kids. Fuck these adults. Fix these goddamn kids. It's very easy to fix them. They're surrounded by data and information. As long as you put inside their head that this shit
I
is
was,
fucking temporary.
I was about to go there. I was
Yeah.
about to go there. All the the access. I think kids, and this is might be a little controversial, but kids know what success looks like. Now there may be 2 or 3 different versions of success they might see online, and it might be the adult in their life to kind of point to the one that's more that's better to sustain. You can be a rich Diddy, or you can be a rich Robert Smith. I'd much rather be the Robert Smith, though there's some
Oh yeah.
problems with that model too. um so kids do need guidance, but it's hard for me to hear this guy on the video going, well, 90 people, kids, young people in a neighborhood don't have an idea of what success might look like, or what a successful marriage might even look like. There's so much information out there. They may need guidance to the model they want to glom onto and try to achieve. But it's not like there's an information black hole in a bad neighborhood or a rough neighborhood or a hood.
Yeah,
The
but what they're actually
information's
doing in
out
these
there.
situations, though, is they're bringing up their intellectual and societal constraints as a community-wide problem when it's just an individual issue.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
It's an
Yep.
individual
Yep.
issue. It's an individual issue that they try to normalize that everybody else having. So if you keep allowing these people to be a part of the conversation and restructuring the conversation around you, kind of like the lowest kind of common denominator based bullshit, and the only thing you got to do is just roll with the no excuses shit. because of no excuses. You got to be here. You got to be there. Like I do this shit with politics all the time in Colorado. Like we're getting signatures for this, that, and the other, and all of a sudden you have these non-competitive, you know, fixed income thousandaires just try to fucking come into the conversation and try to sabotage any type of progress because they're not exclusively being focused on. So they try to, I guess you could say, crowdsource ignorance, so that way they can drown out any type of reason and progress when it comes to anything. And it's like, you just got to have enough sense to be like, look, if that's what y'all want to roll with, if you are too busy trying to sabotage shit, then it's time for us to roll out and find somebody else to roll with. Because people don't understand. A community is the people. Like every community, there's a minimum standard. Every community, there's a minimum standard. And a lot of people love the minimum standard where you don't have to give shit. People hate the minimum standard where you actually have to prove what you're actually doing. You have to improve your actual understanding of how shit works. People don't want to hear that shit. And I'm like, you know what? That's exactly where I'm going to start it at, because look, listen, man, these skills out here can be learned. If they can be learned by these motherfucking Latinos and come out here and be balling out of control, no social security number, and they buying houses and shit, then we can do the same goddamn thing. And I'm not trying to have these people as fucking enemies, because they're working class people. We've been here for a couple of generations. We should be controlling that labor like every other capitalist do. But a lot of these people want to sit here and be like, well, you know what? I'm just waiting on my perfect start to get here. I'm like, all right, man. Just make sure this dude don't get nobody fucking pregnant, man. Fuck out of here. Not even fuck with no dude like this. Yeah, you know, this shit dies with that dumb nigga. That's what I'm
you know what? Now, see, I love the ruthlessness, the no excuses. That's literally how I feel, dude. I've got a 19-year-old at Georgia Tech, and he scholarshiped his way into it. Told him when he was in high school that, you know what, you have the capability. This is what you need to be shooting for. And I did not accept excuses. Unfortunately, his mother died, when he was 7. He just a month shy of his 8th birthday. So, it was me raising him for really most of his life at this point. But there was no excuses. And I know, there wasn't a whole lot of, going out, on Thursday and all this stuff. I'm a pretty strict parent, and my parents were fairly strict. As it turns out, he is actually really good at listening to reason. Now, you may have to say it 8 times, but eventually it sinks in. And you know what? He listens to me more now than he probably did in high school, because what I said was going to happen, put in the work on the front end, and look what it got you. Okay. He is much more amenable to my advice now that, what I thought could happen. And he worked. It's not like I did the work for him. You cannot accept excuses, especially if someone has, and I'm talking about my son, but I mean, I was in the Navy, I'm used to working with 17, 18, 19 years old, year olds. So I didn't accept excuses then either. I know what, a teenager is capable of. You just have to.
I left home at 17 years old and went straight to the fucking Air Force. Guess how many of those grown ass fucking men was going to allow me to use it? I'm 17 years old. Is the reason why everybody else is getting smoked. None of them. None of them. And I've seen what they was doing to grown ass men, and I'm 17 years old. I'm like, all right, man. It may be a very good idea for me to be following these directions, man.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, I've seen a couple guys who were like 7-year or 8-year E7s. Like, they got promoted every damn time. They were just top notch. And, these guys are like what, 26-year-old E7s. You've got 35, almost 40-year-old E7s. So I know what a sharp young man who's kind of focused can do. They can do wonders. And it just works. And I'm just glad to hear someone else who's like a no excuses sort of person. Sometimes there are reasons something can't be done, but rarely good excuses.
Yeah, what's going on, Trader MBD? Like it's like when I left the South, I had a lot of problems, right? And it
Mhm.
wasn't intellectual. it was
Right.
just cadence and getting with the program. And the more I just accepted the actual leadership, I got through it. And a lot of
Is that
people,
how
they
you
don't want to
wound up
let
in
go.
Colorado Air Force?
Yep, Buckley Air Force Base. Yeah, that's why I
Nice.
got out of it. Yep.
Nice.
And yeah, and I owe everything in my life to the military experience. Buying a house,
Mhm.
military experience, getting these
Mhm.
government contracts, military experience, disability, VA benefit, all everything.
Mhm.
Everything is based on that
Well, let
5.5 year time period.
my father's 81, and he was from Adel, Georgia, little town in South Georgia. And literally, I would not be where I am had it not been. Now, he's Vietnam era, but he was a serious young man. And you know what? He and my uncle, his brother, were both Air Force. My father didn't retire, my uncle did. But no, he took that Air Force. And I can tell you right now, he's a good planner as well. And I'll just give you a quick, my mother died a couple years ago of Alzheimer's. And um all the kids had to do, I've got a younger brother and a younger sister. And this is going to sound so gruesome, but there was no, oh, hey, the kids need to pitch in. Nope. It's like my father wasn't having it. We had to help him make funeral arrangements eventually, but they had planned it down. She died in her bed in the house I grew up in. And we've had, like, at that house, we've had the same phone number for like 55 years. My father took the Air Force and literally just hit a home run. So it's good to hear somebody, with the same sort of, experience from the Air Force.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like you grow up in an area where the Mississippi Delta, no resources, and it isn't just black people that's suffering because the people on the other side of
Right.
Highway
Yep.
82, they fucking suffering
Mhm.
too. But they've been taught to keep their suffering to a minimum, and you
Mhm.
can't be sounding like these people because asking for shit from the government is quote unquote liberal or whatever. But you go to these other places in these other countries and you be like, damn, if they just provide a little bit of funding, then they ain't got to spend all this money on welfare and jails and prisons and makeup and all this other bullshit. If you just have a society there to where and you don't reward failure at all, like when you go to like other hard cultures, it's very rare that you see a comedian or some person acting a goddamn fool who's actually getting a large audience of like, dude, they'll get you up out of there because you ain't about to sabotage our entire group with this nonsense and thinking
Right.
that being this kind of ball player bullshit is what you're gonna be able to go to if that has a 1% chance of success, right?
Yeah. Oh
Nah.
man. I tell you what. Oh, you know what? And my son's actually, he's, athlete size. He's 6'1", probably close to 200. But you know what? He was also I mean, the dude was winning math contests and shit.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I was good at math. He's excellent at math, and it's his strong suit. And Georgia Tech was where he wanted to go. So you know what? I got a kid in an actual engineering school, and I couldn't be
Man, that's
prouder
what's up,
of
man.
him. But what's even better is he did it himself. I didn't take the SATs. I didn't take the tests or anything. I'm just proud that he was the sort of kid who listened. And look, if I can do it, anybody can do it. You just have to be focused.
Like I say, man, growing up in Mississippi, being barely able to speak English, nobody can understand what you're saying. It's like, you have to walk around with like, closed captioning on and shit, man. Yeah, man, them grown
Well,
folks aren't trying to hear that, man.
but in the
They're like,
end,
look, this is the standards, and you got to roll up to it. Yeah.
in the end, I think growing up in the South, and dude, you know what hard work looks like.
Man, let me tell you, family of sharecropper, everybody is growing their own food, going to get crawfish or catfish or perch, and that's what people ate and did. Like there was no sit around, like that whole sit around the hood kind of stuff came through in the 90s, man. Bro, that stuff wasn't like that in the 80s. Like 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 before them drugs came through there and all that kind of stuff. Like nah, man. Like you really had like you either went to the military or you got a scholarship. You didn't go get a scholarship.
Right.
You didn't go get no bullshit ass education. You a dude.
Mhm.
You're not a white woman. You're not a black woman. Nobody's gonna take you seriously with
Oh,
your bullshit ass. Fucking
oh boy. Yeah. I that was my father. You know you're not white, right? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and he took you to businesses and be
Yep.
like, look, you, where the black people at? Yeah, you not gonna be in here, and you're not gonna survive in here. Okay, you gotta leave the goddamn city.
Hey, there's and I kind of grew up, I lived, it was a neighborhood, it was a pretty nice neighborhood and all that sort of stuff. But you know what? We used to spend summers down there with my grandparents, and I remember one day early in the morning walking out the house, and my grandmother handed me an axe. I looked at her. I was like, "Well, what is this for?" We're having chicken for dinner tonight, and I need you to go out there and kill a chicken. And I'm like 6 years old. I was like,
Oh yeah, man.
damn. So there was no mercy. We don't care if you grew up in a suburb.
Oh no. Oh no.
There's work to do. I
Like,
think
look,
that's why
this is a
that's why my
raccoon,
father
and
sent
this
us
is how
there.
you have to feel dressed a raccoon. We need to eat. We need to take your ass out there and get this done.
Yep. Yep. Oh, well, you know what? You want to eat dinner tonight, right? Well, this is what I need. So, yeah, I can't think of, I love being from the South, and I lived up in Newport, Rhode Island for a couple years, spent time in the Northeast. And, I knew when I got stationed back to Norfolk, I would never live north of like DC or Baltimore ever again. I have been able to avoid that.
Especially when you got your stuff together, man. Bro, it ain't nothing like going down there, getting some land, transforming it around you, and seeing everybody around you look at all this magical stuff. I'm like, hey man, nothing that I'm doing is not impossible. The only thing I did was just save my money and not spend it on stupid shit. That don't mean nothing.
And front load it, dude. Put in the work ahead of time. And I'm already talking to my son. You really need, if possible, you need to be retiring round about 50 or something like that. So you get, put in the work while you're, young, and try and who knows, you might want to start a business or something, but it will be something that you want to do. It's different when you're doing it for yourself. So
Oh yeah, no doubt. People like, hey man, so why do you work every day? Because I work for me, and I don't even consider it
exactly.
work.
Exactly.
And I like driving. I think they're stupid for paying me what they do pay me, but I'm still gonna take the money anyway. But it's just that the thing is that once you work your way into that, you're not trying to give it up. You're not trying to get any of it up. Because I remember what it was like in Mississippi. I remember what it was like fucking up and having all the bed bugs eat my ass up in these veteran homeless shelters. I remember that shit. So whenever I get ready to make a dumbass fucking decision, I feel them bed bugs crawling all over your boy. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I'd rather be out here and be about some shit, man. And if nobody comes along, that's great, but at least it works for me. And I want to be on the side of functional working society. Absolutely no excuses for not living there. Everybody should live there.
Excuse me. You know what? CKJ3, I don't think he does. He's asking if my son has a brokerage account. Well, unless one of his grandfathers has started one, and they might have, for all I know. I'll have to find out. That's a good. I wouldn't have ever thought of it. That's why I have people, because I'm kind of, excuse me, kind of an absent-minded professor sometimes. You know what? I'm going to switch gears.
That is not my lane. That is not my lane. I have no idea.
Well, I should probably do better, but I have the admiral here, who's a fellow Navy veteran, looking out for me. I'm actually going to switch gears here. I've never.
What is going on? Two Navy people, man. Never seen two Navy people on the panel at the same time. What is going on?
Well, he's in the chat. He was up here earlier.
All right, that's what's up.
No, they're not many. There are one or two other Navy people I can think of that kind of hang out on the show every now and again. But I loved it. And I think CKJ3 did too. If nothing else, I didn't stay in 20 years. He didn't stay in 20 years, but it's a good place to start.
I was the last Air Force enlisted member to get out after 9/11. My actual ETS was
really?
Yeah, September 30th. I got out on terminal leave on the morning of September 11th, and I live across the street from Buckley Air Force Base. And I wasn't even settled in home on terminal leave, and my ass was right back on base within 30 fucking minutes.
Wow.
The longest day of my life. Threatcon Delta, things everywhere, walking into the second plane hitting the building. And they were trying everything possible to get me to re-enlist. I'm like, nah, man, I'm already signed up to Aurora Community College and already trying to move on to my next stuff, man. And they kept trying to have me in there. So listen, man, I learned a lot from that experience. Met a lot of great people, and you'll never hear me saying anything bad about the military or the military experience. I wish there was a way to socialize that among others. Apparently that it can't, but we got something better than the military experience, which is these damn outcomes. These outcomes of dodging all the BS. That's way better than military service, man. I don't.
Well, I think today it probably is. Though I did want my son to go to the Naval Academy. I have a couple.
Oh, that's what's up.
I have a buddy who's a 3-star. I've got actually a couple buddies that we were young officers, and I've known them for 30 plus years. And my son had the grades and everything, and he just did not want to do it, and I wasn't gonna force him to do it. He had what he wanted to do, and he went and did it. So would have been pretty cool, but it was not to be. But that's okay. They have Navy. He can always go my route, which was OCS. So if he decides. So have you ever heard of Cynthia G?
Oh yeah, man. Okay. Everybody heard that G thing, man.
You know what? I have literally never listened to her before. Somebody mentioned her a couple nights ago, and I went in.
She is a weak nigga gaslighting troll machine.
Well,
boy.
The title of this show that she has from a couple weeks ago. It's called "What Purpose Do Black Men's Existence Serve?" Call in. So I'm like,
Typical fucking gaslighting.
this is a month old. I gotta hear this. That is bold. I want to hear it. So we'll listen to a little bit of this. And everybody, make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe. And as I tell everybody, this is kind of this show tends to be an acquired taste. So, check it out. If you don't like it, you can always, unsubscribe. But if you do like it, that's cool. We're trying to get monetized, and we're a little bit more than halfway there. Also, support the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. And, the other thing is I actually do more. I've got the newspaper subscriptions, the Substack subscriptions, a bunch of news sources that, I use just to make the show informative, at least. So this is Cynthia G. Her reputation precedes her. So
man, let me tell
let's
you,
hear what it's that good, huh?
It always is. I mean, because she loves lighting these dudes on fire, and they love this woman as much as they think they're hitting on. Man,
Really?
these dudes won't. They want to. They want her to have a baby, man. These dudes love that fucking woman.
Yeah,
Gluttons for punishment.
what?
She is mount insurmountable to these fucking weak ass men. They love this woman.
It's funny. You know what? Number one, I don't know. I like a challenge, and you know what? You should never be intimidated by, usually some of the toughest women I've known wind up being like, really, once you kind of, get through the defenses, they wind up being really kind of soft, to be honest. Now, I'm not speaking on her, but in my experience, she's a dragon lady.
Oh no, her whole existence is lighting these dudes on fire, and it's kind of caused not for men to be better, but for men to be in love with the fact that what she's doing.
For her. Well, you know what? She has a purpose, and I'm okay with that.
Look, it's an acquired taste, but keep in mind, you think it's repelling men. It's not. It's making men fall in love with her. And she doesn't know how to handle that type of power. Because this is all she can do to interact with men is to gaslight and troll them. And the specific type of men she don't want is only going to be attracted to her message. And that's the fucked up part about it.
Yeah, that's kind of how nature works. Salute, Candy Cane. So let's hear a little bit of her.
Or they're going to pull to history to where the only time black men are recorded to have done something, like they not going to bring up anything outside of the last 100 years. And that's because nothing can be brought up except stuff that happened within the last 100 years. So and that's what we over here dealing with. That's exactly what we over here dealing with. You said they're going to have to pull all the way. Yeah, they'll have to go all the way to Haiti or ancient Egypt. We know the Haitian Revolution was about 220 years ago. So they would either go to the pyramids, even though these bandits ain't showing no ability at all, just none, just no even basic ability to build even a Lego house, let alone an Egyptian pyramid. And certain things you would see the traits of them. If they were the descendants of these people who set up here and built these pyramids, it would show somewhere in their behavior. It would show somewhere in their mindset. Like, I really feel like it would show. I feel like it would show. Sorry, I'm trying to go over here and change the color to match my shirt. I'm petty, but I wanted to come in here and change the coloring to match my shirt. But yeah, the bandits don't do nothing. They don't do nothing. Take a shot if they mention the Moors. What was the accomplishment of the Moors? What is the Moors' legacy? That's what I want to know. What is the Moors' legacy that we would be mentioning? Like, because if you're going to say they did something, the Moors did a whole lot for white people.
Oh, she's talking about the Spanish.
They did a whole lot for white people. They served a huge purpose to white people. But the question would then be, what purpose did they serve to their people? Because their reign wasn't even that long. Treason, exactly. That would be the Moors' legacy. The more like what they wanted, they could mention the Moors, but they couldn't really show us any Moorish work. They love saying they built this country as slaves. Like, really, I feel like bragging about what you built when you was a slave for somebody else is just really not a flex. I never saw that at the flex. I never saw that at the flex. Cynthia, I'm definitely not fully settled in. Mostly I am. You're right. Mostly I am, because if I was to turn the camera around, you would see that I already put the living room together and I have some floating bookshelves behind. It's in front of me, but to y'all, it will look behind, but it's actually in front of me. It's in front of me over here, because this is the kitchen table. This is the table that I'm sitting at. Dining room table that I'm sitting at, because it's a good spot to do these recordings. But if I was to turn the camera around, because like I said, it's actually behind the camera, but it's in front of me, then you will see how much I did in the living room. So mostly it is, but there's just a couple things that I have to do. But Jasper and Sasha found Jasper and Sasha definitely settled in. Sasha settled in under my bed upstairs. That's where she currently is. And Jasper is his.
She has 2 kids now?
All over the place.
Is it a cat?
Up and curved in a friendly manner. So, like,
No, I know she got a kid. Hopefully, she talking about animals and not kids.
Yeah, I think so.
No, Sasha's upstairs hiding somewhere, so can't nobody bother her. The devil statue had a white girl and a black boy. Black males have been helping the devil. That's the reason for the black boy on the statue. It matches the book. Destruction of black civilization. Yeah, and that could be simply positioned as a reminder of what they've been able to contact. Sorry, I took that out. I thought that was water. I put some of it in Jasper's water bowl and then I poured it out.
Oh, okay. Okay, she is talking about animals. So. Okay.
I usually give them a little bit of water, like either from the Brita or out the bottom. So sorry. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So that was all me. I'm going to take accountability for that because I did do that. I did. Thank y'all for the compliments. I just decided to wear this yellow shirt. I mean, this morning it was cold, but now it's warming up a bit. It's just in the 70s, but it was cold in the morning, and it was actually cold in the house. So I wanted to wear something, and it's still cooler in the house, but it's a little warm. Like I could easily get hot in this being in the house, but it's cooler outside now. It is, but all right, let's get us built up on. Let's put us public on YouTube.
I can only assume it is her real voice, CK.
We'll do that.
It is
I try to see it as.
Somebody said she sounds like Fran Drescher. I don't know about all that.
She just. I mean, it's just a whiny voice that nobody should be trying to get access to. But it's the stupid shit that she talk about that makes these dudes just in love with this woman, because she doesn't realize that she's part of the same group of people that she's talking shit about.
You know, many people do not realize that sometimes they are the people they're talking about.
Yes.
But
yeah.
she she presents a nice facade.
Our little private
She's
moment, but it's
attractive.
not going to be private once the live stream is public because people will just go back and watch the playback and then see everything that we said, which is why usually when we do the live streams on YouTube, I still keep everything. When we do the Friday live streams, I like to keep everything PC because, I mean, it's owned. And they seem to trip the most on the live content that everybody is seeing, not so much on the unlisted links. But yeah.
All right. How's it going, Stanley?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah. So.
What's going on?
Somebody new to join the panel?
Yeah, it's me. Stanley knows who I am.
Oh, yeah, what's going on, man?
I'm gonna bring the smoke up here to Stanley. No, I'm
Smoke?
just kidding. This is what drives me
You two know
fucking
each other.
crazy. No, we don't. But we're all friends on the panel, so it's good. But look, here's what drives me crazy, right? All these people talk about who building this shit and that shit. Let me tell you something. I actually have built things myself, okay? And I build. And everybody's talking about who built what, blah, blah. And it's actually insulting to all the people who've ever built anything if you've never built anything. So it drives me up a fucking wall when I hear about people who've never built anything. Like, for example, when someone calls in and they work at like Photo Hut or they are a truck driver, which I don't drive material. And I don't say that this one drove this or that because I build. So I can't brag about driving because I don't do it.
Hey,
It's just driving me fucking crazy.
your mic has kind of a burp.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Are you
It's
serious?
crazy. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, you should have said something earlier, Stanley.
No,
it's going as you talk.
Horrible.
You don't hear it unless you talk.
Right.
I
I was gonna say,
should I come back up? What should I do?
I don't know. Let me hold on one second. Let me see if there's maybe. Oh, you know what? I can't do mic settings. There's something. It's grayed out on my end. So yeah, go out and come back in. And when you come back, I have a question for you.
Yeah. So.
All right. How about now? How about now? Is it better? Is it better?
Yes.
Better?
Yes.
Man,
It
it's
is
just
better.
pissing me off. StreamYard's
Okay.
horrendous. All right.
You know, probably know where I'm going to go with this. You want to talk about the Moors and all that stuff? How about all the people, and you know who I'm talking about, Be Brave specifically, I'll just go ahead and pick on him, talking about how great, you know, American culture is and white culture is, and he has literally built nothing. He has contributed nothing to the culture.
Yes.
I never hear you criticize him like this.
I do criticize him.
Do you? I've never heard you.
So first off, I don't go back in history and I say, what is the contribution?
Okay, well, you're literally going back in history
oh.
talking about the Moors, these people not building any of this stuff. You're literally going back in history.
I'm criticizing people who talk about this historical building when they don't currently build, right? So I'm saying, hey man, fuck what the Moors built,
to you
fuck what the Germans built.
Do you criticize the same people when they go, the white man built this country?
My statement to him is always the same. When he brags about
weak and mild and barely a criticism.
No, hold on. Can I just say it? You're not letting me say it, Stanley. What I say is this.
Okay, go.
Because he talks here's how he specifically says it. He says he's proud to be white, and he's proud because of this and this. And I say, listen, I'm proud that I took care of my daughters as a single parent. I'm proud that I did the following things, and then I list them. You can't be proud of something you haven't done, and you haven't done your skin color because you didn't fucking choose it or earn it.
You're literally stepping besides my point. He talks about all the things He literally says that bottom feeders like him contribute to American culture. He doesn't.
I think everyone. Hold on.
He is a taker from American culture, just like me and any other person in the hood or in the holler or wherever. He literally contributes nothing more than the Moors that Cynthia is talking about have built something. Okay, my point is that he talks about more than skin color. He talks about contributions. I've never heard you make any sort of criticism like this of him when he says it, and you
I do
do have to
criticize him,
recall at one point in time I was
and I
over
tell him I don't
on
agree with
his
him.
channel a lot.
So, okay, so Stanley, let me just make a statement. I don't fully agree with what you're saying. I don't fully agree with what you're saying. My position is, like I said, and by the way, the Moors couldn't control their skin color, nor can anyone. They should be
Okay,
proud
once
of what they
again,
did
Ryan,
build. The Moors.
you want to
Okay, why are
build
you cutting
skin
me off?
color, and
Why are
I'm
you cutting
not
me off?
talking about skin color per se.
The Moors should be proud of what they built. If B. Brave built anything, he should be proud of what he built, not what whites built.
Okay, well, he did
I'm
not
proud of what
build,
I built,
nor has
not
he
because I'm white,
contributed.
but I'm proud of because of what I built.
Okay, again,
Right?
you're neatly sidestepping my point.
It's not neatly sidestepping.
He has not built anything that contributes to American culture, is my point.
He has built a few structures, and if he's
Okay,
proud
an
of those
outhouse
structures,
does not contribute to American culture. It may contribute to his property sanitation.
okay. Well, but listen. I don't. If someone built a Lincoln log house, I'm not going to criticize that. I don't think it has anything to do with culture. I don't think building has to do with culture largely. It's not a cultural thing. You know what I mean? You're building. It's not cultural. How's it cultural? Because the Moors used archways a lot. It's a
Oh,
Moorish
sorry about that,
culture.
Ryan. I had to switch earbuds. I didn't catch the
Okay.
last part, but I can only guess what you were going to say.
The
I think
Moors
you,
the
I think
Moors
the
often
argument
used
you're making
archways,
about
right?
these modern people not, actually having contributed or built pyramids or anything, I think it's
What
really, I think the argument doesn't work in light of my whataboutism, which is you don't criticize people who talk about how white people built America, who have literally
white people
contributed
didn't build
nothing
America.
to the
Everyone
building of
contributed
America.
to America.
I don't buy the argument because it's not an even sort of argument. I'm going to be
I'll say it
blunt.
again.
I think
White people
because
didn't build America.
your
Everyone
criticisms
built
tend to
America.
go to one
Everyone built
demographic
it.
and not the other.
Stanley, listen. Everyone built America. Everyone in America
You know what? Let me
contributed.
hold on one sec. I still can't hear you, and that's on me.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody's not hearing somebody because I can hear both of y'all talking at the same time. I don't know which is which. No, I mean
Maybe
I
I
obviously
gotta
know
call
which
back.
person is which person, but I'm not sure who's missing each other on both sides, on both of y'all sides. But I can hear both of y'all equally.
Okay. I think it's Stanley. Maybe I fixed my mic issue, but I'll just say while he's fooling with that, everyone in America built America. If you were a bricklayer, when there was slavery, they contributed to the building of America. Some of them physically, some of them with food production. If you were a bricklayer, if you were a seamstress, the bricklayer would have to stop laying bricks and go and make his own fucking clothes because the seamstress wasn't making the clothes, right?
Yeah, but it's more
Everyone
about an
built
equal,
America.
actual compensation for the actual work. It isn't just the actual work for work's sake. It's more along the lines
No,
of the actual.
yes, some were not
Yeah,
compensated, and that's wrong,
correct.
right? For sure.
Yeah, obviously.
However,
Yeah,
but if you just take the labor part of it, say, okay, pretty much everyone here was working on, they had Chinese working on the railroads, right? Like they had
yep.
a large part of this. So like everyone that came here, there were French Canadians, that did a lot of the woodworking in DC on a lot of that stuff just because they specialized in it, right? So if you were here, you were, there were very few people that weren't employed and or, for free or otherwise. Indentured servitude, slavery, all the different forms. Some were gazillionaires, so, but everyone contributed. But there wasn't people just hanging out on the sidelines, not working, just laying around. Like you had to work. There was no welfare system in the United States, right? So, and then you had the plantation owners in the South. They were, I wouldn't say what they were doing was working. Maybe they were managing, but, they're free labor. But my point is,
livestock for lack of a better term.
if you were swinging a hammer and if you were like everyone was part of it, right? Everyone was part of building the country. So for sure, some weren't paid, some were paid, right? So that was wrong, obviously. But I just think it's funny because I hear white people say, "Look at the Louvre and what we built," and I'm like, "You didn't build a fucking thing." I hear people talk about the Great Wall of China. Guess what? It was built hundreds of years before you were even fucking thought of. And
but
I hear,
here's what I think about this whole building conversation. I know what point you're getting at. Let me sum it up for you. The more people start to leverage other people's accomplishments and try to take credit for it, the least likelihood that they've done any of the fucking work themselves in their own life and their own time. Period.
I won't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Because I listen to these people all the time. And, okay, let's use examples that's not black, white, or anything. Every time you see a supremacist, it doesn't matter. It's always they're summing up the accomplishments of the group that they're a part of, but they had no hand in creating. And they only know about those things. But if you ask them, what have they done within their, 22, 42, 57 years of life? Oh, well, I'm just talking about everybody else's accomplishment. I'm like, that's not an accomplishment. Talking about nobody else's accomplishments.
And I totally agree with you. And that's why I say, like, what am I proud of? I'm not proud of being white. I'm proud that I was a single father that had two daughters and I muscled through that and I was there for them. I got custody. I'm proud that I went back to college at night. Like the shit that I actually did, I'm proud of. That's it, because that's all you can be proud of, right? That like that's. I'm not proud that some ancestor that I supposedly had 1,000 years ago was involved in building some jerk off monument. I didn't do shit.
Let me bring you
anything.
back. Let me bring you back to my point. I wasn't asking you what you were proud of. I was asking you why you don't make the same criticism.
I say exactly that to be brave. I say exactly that, Stan.
Well, it must have been on a day or two that I wasn't there. Okay, I'll just have to take you at your word.
Well, you can only argue with people so much, and then you just say okay, and then you get stuck in the back. Okay.
All right. Well, let's go back to Ms. G here.
What is she from anyway? Who's this lady from?
She is her own.
She was from Seattle. I'm not sure where she lives in. I think she lives in like some southern state. I think South Carolina right now.
Huh.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah, I don't think she lives in Seattle no more.
Why is the Moors coming up though? Why is the Moors?
She's just
yeah, but you have to understand, like her tactic and her strategy is saying that a certain group of men ain't shit because they haven't built anything that she can fucking be proud of. Therefore, she's not going to treat certain group of men like they're beneath human decency because she's not going to respect said men because they haven't built anything that she can benefit off of. And
but the Moors haven't been around in a while, like 1,200 years or something.
It's like, but she's saying that because of the situation that she's in, she would be in a better situation and would respect men more if there was a track record and a history of people building some shit that she could benefit off of. And because that hasn't happened, she wants to treat all men like shit. And
well, I'll tell you. Let me tell you this. You know what I would say to her?
No. This is just her. This is another argument. This is just her premise. But you have to understand that what she has done And I don't think it was her intention, but it is what has happened. The very men that she's dismissing is making these men more in love with what the fuck she's saying. So she's attracting the very men that she's trying to repel. And she's
But
kind of
what
in this
man is she
loop.
speaking about? Is she talking about black man? I guess is that her? Is that
Yeah,
her?
yeah.
She wearing. Well, let me tell you
No, no,
something.
no, no,
Okay, let
no,
me tell you
but the
something. I
type
was
of
just
black
on
man
it
that
in
nobody
DC.
should be interested in. It's the only men that's interested in her. You see, she can't attract men of any type of fucking quality, especially not talking like this. There's not going to be any type of fucking man that's going to be able to lay beside a woman speaking like this. But this her only means of survival is talking shit about these type of men.
I was just in DC on Friday, and there were black men, Latino men, white men, all over the Federal Reserve job site. I'm
Oh, of
involved in
course
a
it was.
commercial building. Right now,
Yeah.
listen. Guess what? I didn't see there any women because every building she walks into, every house, everything is built by men, and that's reality.
Oh,
Sorry, I
okay.
just had to say that. I just had
No,
to
no,
say that.
that's that's
It's all,
good. I mean,
everything. Every structure we go into is built by men. If you think about it, right? Every house. How many houses do you know that are built by just women? I don't know of one. Or buildings. I don't know of one. So anyway, I just had to give men a plug there.
no. I mean, but the thing is, men don't need a plug because it's fucking obvious.
We don't.
There's
We
a
Well, I
lot
don't.
more
have a
Right?
buildings.
We're good.
feeling. I have a feeling if you ever call in Ryan, she'll propose marriage to you.
Yes, she will.
Why? Why will she?
Oh, just because she wouldn't be able to defeat that point.
Think about
What
it.
is
Like
she?
we.
What is she gonna say? You're lying.
Well, and by the way, we die on the job site 100 times to 1. Okay, 100 times to 1, we die in the line of work. 100 to 1 is the ratio, women to men. So I get, men aren't all that bad. So wait, I see
So
it.
we'll just let people come in and hopefully, yeah, I really like the commune time, LH. I really do. I really do. That's why I'm kind of going back and forth on, do I want to do another public day on YouTube, or do I just want to, I mean, I guess we'll discuss that on Patreon. We'll discuss that, and then we'll kind of see what we think is maybe like the best thing, because I kind of wanted to, but then I'm kind of like, I just really don't want to be on YouTube like that. It's like, I just really don't want to be on YouTube like that. And I know they're going to, especially in this political climate, they're going to start hyping up the censorship more than it already is. And so I'm just like, actually, authentically, Erica, look, your notification came in quickly. If you got the notification now, then it actually came in quickly. Because we weren't public on YouTube initially. We were on Patreon. So your notification would have actually came in very quick. If you just got it and we just made it public, that means it came in quick. You're not late, Toy Elise. You're actually right on time. You are right on time. Because again, that's why I said we congregate on Patreon first. So it wouldn't be oh, Cynthia, you said you joined Costco. You just joined Costco and you can't wait to go for the first time. You enjoy your Costco trip, girl, and get those free samples too. I just had to make a Costco run the other day. I really did. I had to get like some kitty litter. And what else did I get? What else did I? Because I thought.
Does she clip coupons?
What I had. I got a kitty litter and something else. I can't remember what else I got though, because I had some. I spent over $200. You would think I would know. Like,
oh, yeah,
how you have a $200 Costco bill over $200? It's $228 actually. But it's like, how do you have a $200 Costco bill and you don't know what you spent?
Yeah, I know. It's fucking expensive as shit, man.
That's a big can of pickles. Fucking, that's a massive jar of pickles, right? I'll get like 8 things. It's like $222. I'm like, what the fuck did I get? A big thing of pickles, a bunch of Nutri-Grain bars, piece of fish. It's like $220. You get the fuck out of here, man. Shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Just crazy at Costco.
And that's the thing. Black men be out here complaining about child support, and their child support wouldn't even cover even half of a Costco run. Like not even half of one Costco run. They child support wouldn't even, like it just wouldn't even do that. Well, no, Queen Zinga, you have to realize Costco you buy in bulk. But Costco also have furniture and stuff, so it's really easy to go in Costco
well, we
and
might have to
spend
skip through this
$200 in like 2 minutes because they have, it's and $200 doesn't take you that far. And think she got a
And
prize
maybe,
when in reality she got a problem.
and
But
also
this
any
Becky should
men out
hear.
there, same message for the men. If you happen to
While we
have
waiting for
custody,
somebody to come up and tell us
yeah,
what purpose black.
If you happen to have what?
custody, or if you have custody of your kids, she made the message for
Oh, wait,
women.
are there any men who have custody? I last I heard from Hood Conservative, no men get custody.
Normally no, I did, but it was a PIs and court battles. Okay, it
Yeah.
was a drug
It's
addict.
not easy, and a lot of these dudes are not gonna put in that work to do that. But at the end of the
The
day,
thing is,
yeah.
right? The default setting is custody to the mom. Dad gets visitation, therefore dad pays child support, right? But
Yes.
it's slowly changing to where now it's shared custody, and you can actually both have a say in it. Both have custody, right? So
Correct.
that's
Colorado's
becoming the
best interest of the
default.
child.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it was basically the mom gets the kid, and you got to prove that she's a criminal, and even
Yes.
then, right? Like even then, she can reform herself. She could be on drugs and say, "Oh, well, I'm getting help with that," and the kids still go to mom, right? But it's starting to change, thank God, because it's wrong. It should be the best interest of the kid. So, but dads are
I
important.
mean, but that's something that you have to work for. Like we had to go find like these fucking superhuman fucking looking women and have them get signatures all over the fucking state to get it changed in Colorado because it wasn't some shit that
Yeah.
was automatic. We had to
Well,
fucking.
Kentucky just changed, and I mean, look, I paid a shitload of child support to
Oh yeah, I
people.
know.
Yeah, at the end of the day, collectively, people pay probably $1 trillion in child support to people that don't deserve or don't when they should have custody. Maybe not 1 trillion, but you know
Oh
what I mean.
yeah,
There's so many
yeah.
fathers that are better fathers than mothers or mothers, right? And it's just got to change, man. It has to
No,
change.
we have the
So
burden of caring about outcomes. Women don't have that shit
yeah. And
for
look,
the most
look,
part.
there are some men that are pieces of shit that don't care,
Oh
right?
yeah, no
And
doubt, no doubt.
but and like that, I don't know. The whole child support laws drive me crazy because, like the woman can choose not to do anything but lay around, not impoverish themselves to make the man pay more if she has custody. So, but I will tell you that the best outcome for a kid is shared custody, both parents being active in the kid's life.
Oh no doubt.
Studies.
And what I would like for men to do, but which the management don't do, is start putting this shit as a fucking ballot initiative. Start putting this shit on the fucking ballot. Have people vote on it.
Yeah,
Have people discuss and debate it, so that way you could change the actual overall system. I mean, look,
I'd
like
love
my
it.
brother, he lives in Mississippi. He moved to Kentucky. He went through hell for a while trying to get his
Yeah.
fucking kid. Dude, you know how hard it is in Kentucky to get custody of your fucking kid. Shit, he moved to Virginia, instantly got custody of his fucking kid.
I had
That's
so
fast in
I
Kentucky.
had, and here's the thing: if she happens to be a pill popper, HIPAA's protecting all her medical shit, and you can get a private investigator and spend $12,000 and still lose. Not to be too specific, but
Yeah.
but it's hard to win. It's hard to win. It's hard to
I've done
fucking
the
win.
work as a
You
private
you
investigator
can
on both sides of the argument. You know, so
Okay.
I've been
Okay.
on both sides of the argument, proven and
Are
disproven.
you a private investigator? Is that what you do?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I paid a PI and to try to prove that she has a pill addiction issue, which she
Yes,
did.
sounds about right.
Actually,
10 to 12,000
she
sounds
probably
about right.
still, she probably still does. And I couldn't get anything. I couldn't. The HIPAA was. It's a long story, but there's, but I paid by the hour. He would tailor, and and he documented all his time. I just couldn't get her on anything. So, but I don't know. Every dog has their day, and eventually, if you do the right stuff, um, I have a great relationship with my kids, and she doesn't. So there's that.
Okay, so if you know somebody else in the future, because I used to be a cop too, start
Okay.
with the supplier who's supplying her the shit. Go from that angle.
Well,
Never
dude,
try to
she's a
have somebody
doctor
tell everybody.
shopper. Yeah,
No,
she's
no,
a
no.
doctor shopper. She
No, it
goes to
doesn't
the
matter.
doctor
If you know where the places
and
are,
gets OxyContin and shit,
yeah,
and
but there are
gets it.
DEA numbers and how many prescriptions have been given out. Like, there's a way to track this shit. It's just
Yeah, but
that
I
the
don't
way
know
you
how.
went about it was the most expensive way to do it. Like, I know how
Yeah.
to navigate this, especially the
Okay.
drug shit. I'm just telling you, it's best to start from the supply side, not her from the
Well,
demand side trying to track her down where she gets it from.
it's been
It's the
20
worst way to
years
do it.
now, so
Oh,
it's
okay,
been
all right.
20 years. And actually, I feel sorry. I actually feel sorry for her. Like she's still screwed up, And
I have a question. Do your daughters still keep up with her?
no,
Really?
no,
Oh wow.
not really. No, rarely. I actually encourage them. I'm like, look, if something happens, don't break all ties, right? Like, don't
Mhm.
just pretend, So at least say, hey, on Mother's Day, send a text, right?
Right.
Send a card on her birthday. You don't, but if she's disruptive to your life, you don't have. So I encourage them, but they still are just very spiteful and,
Oh
so
wow. Well,
yeah,
well.
yeah. But
Wow.
there's that. But I mean, I'm actually like, I feel sorry for her at this point. I used to wake up and I was full of rage, man. I was so angry at the situation, right?
Mhm.
But I think, time takes time and every dog has their day.
Right.
And, so if you keep doing the right thing every day, things will work out.
Right.
I'll just say that. So, and, she's dug herself quite a hole at this point. But like I said, I actually feel sorry for her. I used to fucking hate her because of the shit, but now I just feel sorry
Hey, man, let
for
me
her.
roll out, man. I'm about to go into a bad area. I don't want to fuck up the actual call here.
Well,
All right, man.
it
Y'all have a
was
nice one, all
great
right?
having you up here. Don't be a
Yeah, good talking
stranger.
to you, man.
Yeah, same to you, man. All right, cool. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, sir.
See you, buddy.
Take it easy.
All right.
Cool.
Next time we'll have hail to the chief.
Who was he? Just a random call in?
No, he's a friend of Dave's. Apparently, he is
Okay,
like
cool.
they call him the president. He is
Nice.
like a big wig in the black manosphere. Like
No shit.
everybody like Lou, Free Zone Lou, and Trey, the NBD, and all these people are filing through saying hello. I was like, damn.
Interesting.
He apparently is royalty.
That's cool. That's
Must be
cool.
nice. So I don't know. Again, I've never listened to this woman. So the title
Do you
of this
know some of
is
these? Stanley, like Joe Cool. You know this guy Joe Cool? He calls in
oh,
on
I
B
know
Braves
who
all
he.
the he like films cops and shit and always tries to get the
Yeah, I
cops like.
know. He's a cop watcher.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily bad, but but I did tell him. I said, look, man, you make it look like every fucking show like the cops are screwing up. His next show, he said, look, I got to do a lot of these to get cops making mistakes, so which was pretty cool. But he's got 130,000 subscribers. That's a shit ton of subscribers. Isn't that a lot of people to this? I mean, don't you think so, Stanley?
Yeah, but so what?
That's just a lot, dude. I didn't know that. I mean, I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of stuff. 100 some thousand people. You know, it just shocked me. So, and I was up there giving him a hard time, and I'm thinking, God damn, you're calling in a Be Brave show? He's got like 4 subscribers. Now he's probably got
Well,
100 or something, but you know. But I was like,
well, the
I
thing,
thought,
the thing is,
I wonder how many CT has. He probably got 10,000 subscribers. I bet.
I think CT's more like 20,000.
Is he? Man, must take
Yeah,
a
but I
lot
think
of work.
I think he might have had to start over from scratch once.
Okay. Must take a lot of work, man. Like I see how much you do, and you know,
You know
how many
what?
subscribers do you have?
Actually, I don't do that much work.
I mean, 6 hours a day, every fucking day of the week, almost. You know.
Yeah, but that's
That's
not
just
really work per se. To me, the work goes into the production. Like I really should be doing more standalone, like short video essays. Those take
yeah.
work. At some point in time, I'll probably expand to another social media platform. That'll take a little bit of work.
Huh.
It can be like this lady here. I mean, she has made herself up. She's got like this is her living room or something. She's
What
put
she
some
got?
work in.
77,000 subscribers. She says 77. Is that right?
Yeah,
77.
77.4. However, it's obvious she's put some work in, even if it's just the outfit and the makeup.
That's just a lot of. Yeah, that's
Hey,
just a lot of.
salute to the president. Hey, Stanley, you gotta have a drop next time he comes up.
Gotta have a
Who's this?
what?
Deacon Dave? Oh,
You
Deacon
gotta
Dave.
play.
Hey,
You
man.
gotta play some music. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Hey,
Yeah, I
buddy.
said I was gonna play "Hail to the Chief."
Oh yeah, you're in the presence of royalty there, man. Nah, I like it much.
Yeah, he's a man. He is he's sharp.
What's his show called? What's his show called?
It's Man of Tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah,
Man of
he used to be
Tomorrow.
on the
How many subscribers
Bernard
does he have?
Bryant. I want to say 50.
50,000. Wow,
I I
that's a shitload of subscribers, isn't it?
think I could be
It's
mistaken.
wild. Even I
It's
think
ridiculous.
maybe some of these people started years ago too. Like they had to start early, right? I would think. You know.
Yeah, there was in the glory days of YouTube, the COVID-19 days, like the Kevin
Yeah.
Samuel days, the high tide raised all ships during that time. Man, it was so many different players out here that was in front back in the day. And there'll
Yeah.
be more to come through, But it's good that you don't know who you're talking to. But if you was to go back through some of the streams, some of the classics, like on the Bernard Riley channel, where everybody came together, it was like a meeting of the minds, and then there was O'Shea Duke Jackson before that, where he used to have the Coliseums or the Rumble. I forget what it was called. Yeah,
This is so JR Eclipse is I'm just messing around on YouTube now, right? So JR is Joe Rogan clips, right? 8.31
Yeah.
million subscribers. Like what the fuck? Because that many people aren't watching this shit, are they? They can't be. There can't be 8 million people watching, right? That's just
Oh,
subscribers.
Alafloki, which is like uh, Spanish Big Brother, they get 3
Yeah,
million live viewers. It's a 24/7. I think for
that's crazy.
38 days. 38
That's
days, and
crazy.
I think they max out somewhere around like 2 or 3 million. Like the first day I was watching it because my wife, she's all about that. And
What's it called?
they had
Alafloki?
Alafloki. The first day it was like 5 million, 4 or 5 million.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
wild, man. Alofloki.
Alafloki. Hey, if you could probably pull it up, I can get the channel if you wanted to check
Oh, I
out
found it.
Five Stones.
What?
I found it. Alafoki Rodeo Show.
Yeah, hey, drop that link so that
Oh
way you
shit!
can see when it's
There's 1.5
forward
million
to
people
10.
watching right now, this moment.
Right. And it's not even
Oh
prime
shit!
time.
Wait,
Prime
hold
time's
it.
at 8
What?
o'clock. What happened?
Huh.
What is this shit? What are they? It's all Spanish. Is it Spanish? I guess.
Yeah, it's Spanish, but just take a quick look. I want you to see the girl with those hips. So I guess she does like OnlyFans. and she's like a black man's dream. Not my
They're
particular cup of
just,
tea, but
I don't even know what they're
it's
doing. They're
absolutely.
just bullshitting.
It's got moments where they do activities, concerts, but it's literally just straight comedy,
Where is this based
comedy
out
and
of? Is
drama.
this, where's the, holy shit.
I
Look, I'm
think it's
looking on the right
independent from
side of the
Arizona.
fucking screen. Dude, on the right side of the screen, like the Cash App's coming in. What are they called? The,
Super chats.
the Super Chat. Dude, listen, there's probably about 30 a second coming in for $1.99, $2.99, $4.99, $1.99. Just boom, 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 boom. How much
Sometimes the
revenue are these?
hundreds at prime time,
Dude,
the hundreds be dropping in.
holy fuck.
Hey, tell
Wow.
them pull it up just to take a look at it because it's a money
Dude, that's
making
crazy,
cash
man.
cow.
Dude, the cash. I got it up on my TV, and I'm telling you, there's probably $30. Just say an average of $15 a second in cash apps coming in. Just like boom,
Yeah,
$4.99, $1.99, $2, $4.99, $1.99, $1.99, $1. You can't even. It's
and
amazing.
I think the last it's not episodes. It's been one continuous stream. They got the Guinness World Book for the longest stream. They just did that on this season,
And by
or
the
I
way,
think it
it's
was
just
past
four
one.
people bullshitting, four people just talking to each other about nothing.
Hey
What's the
Brian,
name of this?
you see how
It's
beautiful
called.
they are though?
Well, the four that I'm looking at are all men, and I don't. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not.
No, you
I'm
got to
not.
see the whole cast.
Which show is
Yeah,
this?
the one Spanish girl is. Well,
Hip heavy.
I'll be out in a minute, honey.
What's it
No
called?
no comment. No
Uh,
comment. Yeah, the
Brian
wife's
got
from
the
the other
Wait,
room.
I
superpower.
didn't.
Yeah, no
I
comment.
didn't even. I heard you
Yeah, I'm
say
good. I'm
yes,
good.
honey. I didn't hear her call you.
No, well, I know. She did. I'm just saying. I'm not commenting on the hotness of these women.
Oh, okay, I feel you.
Uh,
I see what you
I
did there.
keep, yeah, I just keep it in.
Hey, if
But I
you
see
got the
what
link, Brian, drop the link in the back chat so Stanley can see it.
Stanley,
What is
you
this,
can't
Miss?
figure out how to do this. I'm kind of
Okay,
shocked
what
by
are we?
this.
What are you trying to? I don't even know what you're looking at.
It's called Afoloki. AFOL. Hold on. Let me go back to the spelling.
Is
And
Aloe
what's the
Flow
premise of it?
is big brother.
ALOFOKE. ALOFOKE. Just type that in, Stanley.
Okay,
What it
why would
is a
I be
show.
interested?
Dude,
What?
you should see how much money is flowing through the show, man. It's Cuba. It says Cuba Libre. I think it's a Cuban show. Or I guess it can't be a Cuban show, can it?
It's definitely not Cuban. I think this is they're close to Santo Domingo,
Maybe
Dominican
Dominican?
Republic. Yeah.
Interesting.
Some of them are
Yeah, well,
Mexican,
my
some
my
of them are
Spanish
Venezuelan,
my
some of them.
Spanish is horrible. So
No,
Yeah, you
just
don't have to
pull it
watch
up
it,
so you can
Stanley.
see it. Just pull it up
199,
so you can see the
$2.
money
you know
coming.
what? I can tell. I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now. I'm not interested in watching repeating episodes of La Bamba.
I think it
No, it's
is
not that.
What are they trying to be? Los Lobos?
I think it said the one I'm watching is the live version, and they
Yeah.
are just pumping money into this thing, man. It's like fucking crazy.
They're putting in reals or pesos.
I
Cash,
don't know if it
American
converts. I
dollars,
guess it
it's
would be.
it's all kinds of money. It's money from all of South Latin America. They get
Yeah, I
a good
wonder.
viewership out of the United States too.
God darn, man, it's just they're big. What about this guy, Mr. Beast? Like he does similar. Supposedly, Mr. Beast is a gajillionaire because of
Thank you,
stupid
Richard.
YouTube. I don't know
Yeah,
what he
Mr.
does,
Beast
of
is
course.
big, but he doesn't get the money flowing in like this one does. I
Oh,
don't think
there's
he
no way.
does.
I can't believe how much money is $9.99, $1.99, $2, $2, $9.99,
He's like a millionaire though already, right?
Mr. Beast?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think listen, from YouTube, I think he's worth like 100 million, maybe more.
Oh wow.
It's something stupid. He's like a high schooler, I think, or some shit. Yeah, it's an ungodly. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't
Yeah,
fucking deserve
okay.
it. As much as Elon Musk
Wow.
doesn't deserve it, he doesn't deserve it. So no, I'm just kidding. But
He's
I guess
probably
to add
been
up,
more. He's probably been more socially useful than Elon Musk.
men's
All right,
good
well, let's
days.
get back to my.
water, so
Let's get back to my future girlfriend here.
Black man's existence serve, because as y'all come in, I want y'all to understand that we're talking about these topics in between people having the ability to come up here and tell us what purpose do black men's existence serve, because beyond aiding white supremacy to maintain its power, one of those ways, by way of creating a population of confused biracials, black men serving a whole huge purpose to white men. They're serving a huge purpose to white men. But I would like to know, and we ain't covering nothing more that got to do with Amber Rose. I just want y'all to know. We not doing anything that got Amber Rose on it. We go swipe past it. We're just not going to entertain idiots. And Amber Rose is one of those people.
I don't even know who Amber Rose is.
But I want y'all to listen to what this lady has to say about Charlie Kirk, because what we see white supremacists doing is running around threatening various different groups of people. They seem emboldened. I think they think they're emboldened and they're above the law. I think they forgot that they still have flesh, like other humans do. Flesh that can be set on fire, flesh that could be penetrated by multiple different things. So, which nobody's calling for anybody to do anything other than defend themselves. There's groups of people who are sitting up, literally making threats against you. And I think you should utilize your rights, specifically the Second Amendment one. Should somebody try to run up on you, to blame you for something that a white man done set up here and did. They said a man was fatally shot by an ICE officer in Chicago. So I want y'all to understand this is the hell realm that we in. Y'all don't have to believe it, but I believe it. So Charlie Kirk said black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken serious. Now he has no power or no life to be taken serious at all. You have to steal a white person's slot. I don't know how that happens, but I mean, again, this is coming from a man who wasn't even a college graduate, mind you. So I won't entertain no black person that come over here and talks about speaking ill of the dead. Y'all can, like, honestly, y'all can keep that somewhere else. Really, y'all can. That's not anything to come and say to somebody like me. Because I'm going to tell y'all I'm saying what I'm saying, and I double down on what I say, and y'all know I stand firm on what I say, and I'm not going to change it for nobody at all. The only time my mind would even remotely change is if I want to change it. And so I'm going to say this. The bottom line about this thing is that the way in which Charlie Kirk was taken out was his preference. It just is what it is. He was taken out by white MAGA. Yeah, this was an inside job, an inside MAGA job. So that's what he would have preferred it. He wouldn't have wanted to be taken out by a trans person. He wouldn't have wanted to be taken out by a black woman or a black man.
Her voice actually reminds me of Urkel.
Her voice is soul crushing to me. Number one, it's all speculation.
What? And I love knowing that her.
Well, let me just tell you about this and that and the other thing. She doesn't fucking know what she's talking about. She doesn't have any references. She doesn't. It was like MAGA.
She honestly looks like someone who actually knows what she's talking about.
I disagree 100% based on what I've heard
Yeah,
so
well,
far.
it doesn't matter. It's your opinion. You don't have any more
Well,
information than
just
we do,
show
to be
me
honest.
where the gentleman that shot Charlie Kirk is associated with MAGA, please.
His parents, and his grandparents.
Oh, they're Republican. Okay, that's it.
Yes, it's
So, okay,
Utah.
you're good. Are you fucking
It's
crazy,
Utah,
Stanley?
dude.
Stanley,
Hey,
every shooter has been
hey,
MAGA.
wait,
Every
hold it,
shooter.
Ryan.
Every shooter.
There are
Every shooter's been
photographs
MAGA.
of
Oh my God.
him wearing MAGA gear.
Okay. Stanley, every shooter's been MAGA so far. The ones that shot Trump was
Okay,
MAGA.
there
This
are
guy's MAGA. They're all
photos
MAGA.
of him
The Christian
wearing
school was MAGA.
MAGA gear.
No trans
Dude,
shooters. Are you fucking
hey,
crazy?
we will go ahead and allow him. Maybe he changed his mind, but there are photographs of him
Oh my
wearing
God. Last
MAGA
seen in the
gear.
MAGA shirt with a transsexual girlfriend, boyfriend,
Okay, all I have to say is there
Talking
are
about how much he hates
photos.
his MAGA parents.
There are photos of him in MAGA gear. You can riff off of it, or you can do the permutations. I'll leave it to MAGA lovers like you.
Ryan.
It's
But
not even MAGA.
the photos are the
Oh
photos.
my God.
And let me do
Okay.
Ryan, don't plant your flag on small hills.
let me go ahead and do
It's
a
just
nighty
fucking
share.
crazy.
Shout
I
out
know,
to
we
the
know.
shout outs.
I just you
He's a
can't
dick,
admit
Ryan.
one shooter.
Shout
Every
out
shooter's
to
been MAGA. All the shooters,
shout
every
out.
one of them.
Hey, you know what? You sound surprised that MAGA folks would be reckless with their firearms.
You're not
Oh my God.
delusional, Stanley. So you're not delusional. I
Hey,
think we all know who the Trump shooters were.
imagining MAGA being reckless with their firearms, it doesn't sound like it's out of the realm of possibility.
I don't think that. I think that the tranny that he was living with in his pro tranny position
Oh,
wasn't
well, wait,
MAGA.
hold it. Trannies can't be MAGA?
I'm not saying they can't, but I think this
Okay,
particular
because I'm
tranny
about to
was
surprise you. I'm about to surprise you.
what Caitlyn
There is
Jenner.
a former decathlete. that
Oh,
won
one guy, one
that
anecdotal
won an
guy.
Olympic medal.
Well, I'm pretty sure that
he was on my Wheaties box for years.
Charlie Kirk has, and
So
also this guy's got.
we do know that a tranny can be MAGA.
Okay, you're right. Then you're right. Then all the shooters of Charlie Kirk and Trump were MAGA. That's it.
Hey, I didn't say all. My only premise is that it is possible.
It's not possible. There's
Hey,
pages
Ryan,
of this shit the guy wrote.
what he's saying is the only successful
Caitlyn
shooter.
Jenner is MAGA. Shoot, she's been down to Mar-a-Lago.
I don't
He's
care about
only
Caitlyn
saying
Jenner.
that only successful shooters can be MAGA. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say only successful. I
Well,
will
then you
say
guys
that
are all for a
I
crack
will
too, aren't
say I will say this, that successful shooters are more than likely going to be MAGA.
Apparently, you guys can't. You got
the trend line would tend to make them MAGA.
All the leftist trans shooters that shoot up Christian schools are not MAGA. They're all supporters of your party.
What? Look at you defending MAGA. I love it. Don't ever tell me you're not
No,
MAGA.
no, I'm not.
Look at you standing your ground.
There's a difference between MAGA and me. Just like there's a difference between Mundane,
You know what? And
the communist, and the everyday Democrat.
The difference is that you're not currently wearing a MAGA T-shirt. That's the only difference.
No, I just want to shit on the left. Okay, that's all. I just want to shit on the left. I don't have a party, but I hate the left.
That sounds like MAGA too.
Actually, especially the far left, the radical left, the progressive left. Even the average Democrat, I'm like, whatever, whatever. We're fine. It's the progressives.
the average MAGA voter isn't potty trained. So you want to shit just on people? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either.
It's just the blue-haired liberals that drive me fucking crazy, and these.
That's right.
That's
right. And you forget your potty training when you see them, right?
They just, I just can't do it. I mean, they're just so over the top. They're anti-American. And by the way, Stanley, I need to talk to you about this. Conservative Jay
do
is
you?
up here.
Do you?
Yeah,
Are you sure
Conservative
you want
Jay.
to?
Conservative Jay is like, listen, I'm just trying to get the white
Conservative
supremacists
who?
and the black. Conservative Jay was on your show yesterday. He's like, I'm trying to get the white supremacists and black supremacists to just get along and find some common ground as Americans. And then you lecture them on why, well, you should look into the history of the country, right?
Yes.
To create
And
more
whoa. Why is it disrespectful to remind him of the history of this country?
I'll be back.
I think the better move would be to say, you know what, that's really great because we better all come together because we have some real
So
enemies
you
around the world.
you want me to lie?
It's not a lie.
My opinion.
It's not a lie.
No, it is literally a lie.
What's a lie?
Because no, it would be a lie if I pretended to approve.
So you don't think? So you want
No,
whites
I
and
do
blacks
not.
to not get along? You don't want them to get along.
Reason. You do. I personally do not reason with racists, and I don't deal with terrorists.
So, and who are these people? Who are racists and terrorists in that conversation?
If you are a white nationalist, you might be a racist.
So, what would the blacks
and
black nationalists or black?
He literally said one of his goals was to unite white nationalists with what was it, the left, something or another,
pro-blacks or whatever, something to do with.
Oh, that's right, pro-blacks and white nationalists. I don't approve of that mission.
So pro-whites and pro-blacks, you don't think he should try to create common ground so that they can see each other as Americans?
Okay, you know what? The only thing I'm going to say is that I don't approve. I don't care what he does. I
don't know why you wouldn't approve though. It's like he's trying to bring.
Why
people
would
back
I approve?
Crazy.
I do not think white nationalists are worth dealing with.
What about the blacks that are just as crazy on the other side? You don't want to bring them back from.
I don't think
extremism?
number one, I don't think they're pro-blacks. I think they're racists. I wouldn't call them pro-black.
Well, so you don't think like some of the blacks that come on these
I
channels
literally just said I don't think they're pro-black. I think they're racists.
So they hate whites, so you mean they hate whites?
I don't care. All I know is that they're racists, and the white nationalists are racists. And it's just getting racists together. You know, it'll be like the Klan agreeing with Marcus Garvey. They were both problematic, but they agreed. You know, if you want to deal with two despicable groups of people and find common ground,
well, maybe try to
do what you want to do, but don't expect me to approve or give my blessing or give you a compliment.
I think it was a good thing to try to bring people back from extremism. And I commend him for it.
Well, I think you have a lower tolerance for this type of foolishness than I do.
You mean a higher tolerance?
No. Would I say a lower? Yeah, I guess it would be a higher tolerance.
Yeah. Well, I think that, I mean, I always say this, man. We haven't had a war in a long time to unite the country. And I think that we better start looking at each other as brethren, because other countries want to kick the shit out of us. And we're really diverse, and so we have to work extra hard on it, right? Because the Chinese all look like each other. And they want to eat our lunch. They want to eat our lunch. So, like, we have to work extra hard to see each other as brethren, right? So I think what he's doing is a good thing. And it should be encouraged.
You have said this several times, and I remain staunchly disapproving. But
That's
he
fine.
can do what he wants.
Yeah, I think I'm like, hey man, good for you, you know. Anyway.
Well, let's go back to this lovely woman who
or an
is
immigrant or
Well, I got
LGBTQ. He
to get
wouldn't have
off
been.
because
He
my
would have.
wife's looking at me. But I love you. Okay. See
take it
you
easy.
later. All right, buddy. See you.
This is let's see, let's see, where are we? We're at almost 6 hours. Kind of a shame. I just ordered some Guinness Stout. So guess we'll just go ahead and watch this.
Wanted to be taken out by any of those people. So the person who took him out, and we go show this person who took him out, because this literally is MAGA on MAGA violence.
I love this color on
They
her.
need to go within their own community. They need to go within their own community, and they need to figure out what's going on. You don't need to be looking at nobody else's community. You need to focus on why this is actually the person who took out Charlie Kirk. He's 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. His father reportedly turned him in after he allegedly confessed to the assassination. Confessed, it was probably more like bragged about it. Because this dude was unapologetic. They said he literally said he would do it again. And I believe that he would. So, according to the Daily Mail, Robinson was turned in by his own father, Mark Robinson, after he allegedly confessed to his parents that he was the gunman in the murder. Parents. I.e., when this bandit Charlie Kirk said that if you want to curb gun violence, just put father in the home. Well, this dude came from that type home, Charlie. He had his father and his mother there. Father's the one who turned him in, actually. So even posthumously, this dude is getting proven wrong. He said, prove me wrong. And this dude flew in and said, I'm going to prove you wrong on so much of what you said. Because this dude said, I'm him. That's what he said. He said, I'm him. And you 31 got taken out by somebody nearly 10 years younger than you. So Mark, his father, who is a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department, then contacted authorities to arrest Tyler. So that means they must have been in the part of Utah that kind of borders Washington. Sounds like it. Sounds like they was over there on the border of Washington, which would track because that area is MAGA. That is a MAGA area. The further up in Washington you go, the more hillbilly it gets, starting with Linwood. The further north you go towards Utah, the further north you go is MAGA territory, starting with Linwood. I want y'all to go check into that, because if anybody you could probably go drive through Linwood now and you go see a bunch of MAGA with Confederate flags.
Apparently, she's from that
they were
area,
actually a part
familiar
of the
with
Confederacy.
Washington.
You in the wrong state to even have that Confederate flag. You in the state that would have been fighting against you. That's what you would have been. You was in Washington County Sheriff's Department. Now, Washington County Sheriff's Department might be in Utah, it might be, but at the end of the day, it's given Washington. That's what it's given.
What could you the color does look good on her,
Utah
Chris.
is a super white state. Of course it is. It's a white Mormon state. It's a white Mormon one. But look, this is who did it. And look at this. I want y'all to listen to this. I really want y'all to listen to this. Because this is dumb thinking to me. Like, I get where this white man is going. I get why he's saying this. But this is stupid thinking. For you to think that this will be anybody other than a straight white MAGA male, that means you ain't been paying attention to society. Never. At no point in time. At no point in time were you ever paying attention to society if you think this will be anybody else than who it was.
You know, this bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, "Hey, we don't do that here."
Look at Cash Patel right here. Yeah, I want y'all to look at Cash Patel and tell me what he looked like to y'all. I just want y'all to. Like, I really just want y'all to.
He looks like a little puppet.
Because this, I get that this is Indian MAGA, so it will fall under Asian MAGA technically, but it's giving Black MAGA. It's giving Black MAGA. It's actually what it's giving.
Wow.
This to me look like a biracial black man. Now y'all can say what y'all want to say, but this is given biracial MAGA is what it's given. Biracial MAGA with a black daddy. I'm just gonna say that's what it's given. So I'm gonna tell y'all, to the Asian community, y'all know what he is to the Asian community. Who want to guess what he is to the Asian community, specifically the Indian community? Do y'all want to know what he's regarded as to the Asian community? I want y'all. I really want y'all to just guess what he is to the Indian community. An acre. Yep, he sure is. To the Indian community, use an acre. No, he ain't no brown. He ain't no brown. To the Asian community, he the N word. That's what he is. And they do got, and don't think they don't got they word for it. This.
Hey, Chris. I'm actually thinking of adding her to the regular rotation. She's a gutter broad. Really? No, she's not dressed like a gutter broad. I think she's really attractive, and I think she would make a welcome addition to the political pundit rotation that I like to use on the Stanley versus the World show. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new here, please make sure you subscribe to the show. We actually had a like royalty here today. We've had Man of Tomorrow up on the panel. Trey, the NBD, came sailing through. So it's nice to to have some people with of a good reputation up here. And the Sovereign Beer Fund, let me put the little banner thing back up. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open and definitely willing to take investments in refreshments. I kind of like that. We're gonna have to remember that. Sovereign Beer Fund, we are looking for investments in refreshments, and please make sure that you support the show and the host. Please, we could definitely use some Guinness Stout here. So let's get back to the video. You don't support alcoholism. You don't.
This is a man who can never be
white. Do I sound like 12 man to you, Kelvin?
Ever. Nobody is ever.
No, she's not trash.
No,
she's
they do,
beautiful.
K. Smith. They have a lot of African lineage, immediate African lineage, actually. I don't know why they over there in the Asian category. They're really not. Asian is not a race. But yeah, in the Asian world, since that's how they categorize, he's not the same. They will be singing for him. They not like us. Ain't nothing white excepting Cash Patel. That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. And he's lucky they ain't told him to go join this black community yet. That's what he's lucky about. Because he's starting to look like he belonged in it. Really.
Oh, I'm sorry. J Dub, I trust you. If you say so, we'll just wait for it to be revealed. Um, Chris M, let me tell you a little bit of something there, young man. When I was in high school, I didn't drink. I never missed I never missed like skipping class was something you just couldn't get away with in my high school. The first time I ever got a little tipsy, I think I was 20 or 21. And funny enough, I hated the taste of like regular American beer. Basically, what got me even drinking beer was Guinness Stout and Heineken Dark. I just didn't like the taste of like lager type beers. So I've been drinking, Guinness Stout since I was 20. So this isn't like the first time. And generally, if you drink Guinness, usually you'll find it in bottles, which is what I'm getting. The cans with the little thingamajig, I don't even know what that is. The draft in cans. I don't usually, it is smoother in cans if you get that draft stuff, but I don't generally like cans that much. The best way to have Guinness Stout is on tap. It is ridiculously smooth if you actually can find it on tap. And usually it's in your better bars or, the fake English pubs or taverns or whatever. So where I live in small town Georgia, you'll get it, at the liquor store. They don't, or the grocery store. So I'm not a poser. I've been drinking probably Guinness Stout before you were born, son. If you're under 40, I've been drinking it before you were born. So I'm not even insulted that you would use the word poser. You're just ignorant, and it's up to people like me to educate you. I'm a poser. What
Really,
an uppity
I get
young
that he's
whippersnapper.
Indian. I get what y'all saying. I get that he's Indian. Indian is not a race, though. We're gonna have to acknowledge that Indian nor Asian is a race, actually. But
By the way,
so
Chris, of course I would have to explain this to you. I meant culturally, like be brave is let's just use the word, he's unrefined. So I know which fork is a shrimp fork. I'll put it that way.
he wanted it to not be an inside job, but it's always an inside job, though.
I didn't say
Maxine,
before
you
it was
said they call
cool.
him
I
an
said before
untouchable,
Chris was
i.e., a
born.
black person. That's what they would call him. Yeah, in their eyes, he's a ninja. That's what he is. That's exactly what he is. You said Nino Brown Patel. Nino Brown Patel. Yeah. No, like for real. This dude could be Genuine's daddy. Like for real.
It looks like she
Rich
does like
black men were
news
the
type
type
stuff.
that would do that. They not though. They're like black men are made of certified weak sauce. I don't know who would sit there
Ooh,
and think that they would
certified
do any
weak
of this.
sauce. Wow.
The reality is he just didn't want a white face on it because he didn't want a white face on it. That's the problem. He just like here's a better close up. Cause listen, y'all ain't gonna tell me I ain't looking at no bandit. This is a bandit I'm looking at. Y'all, listen, this is nothing but a bandit. Y'all are not about to tell me this ain't no bandit. Y'all not. This is a damn bandit I'm looking at. Y'all know this is a bandit that y'all looking at.
Just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in.
She said, but what I find especially jarring is
Stacey
the
Patton.
in public
Wait,
mourning.
hold it. She's a Stacey Patton fan. So is she really trash, J-Dub? She follows kind of the same Professor Patton that I do. She just went up in my estimation.
Ashley? Okay, so when you guys come up here, if you could just make sure that you come up here and you're actually talking, that would be great. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go.
I don't think I've ever heard of Rashawn DeLay.
No, I
Let
wanted
me look
this to be
him
yellow.
up. I've never heard of him.
I don't know why this brand color changed. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, Ashley. Ashley?
No.
All right. So anyway, let's go back to this Charlie Kirk situation, because this Black woman here, she wrote this on her experience with Charlie Kirk. It says, journalist and college professor Stacey Patton goes viral for penning a stunningly powerful statement about how she was on Charlie Kirk's digital hit list and recounting the horror that he inflicted on her. So she said, I am on Charlie Kirk's hit list. His so-called professor.
Wow, you guys are so disrespectful.
Under the umbrella of Turning Point USA is nothing more than a digital hit list for academics who dare to speak truth to power. I landed there in 2024 after writing commentary that inflamed the MAGA faithful. And once my name went up, the harassment machine roared to life. For weeks, my inbox and voicemail were deluged. Mostly white men spat venom through the phone, bitch, cunt, N-word. They threatened all manner of violence. They overwhelmed the university's PR lines and the president's office with calls demanding that I be fired. The flow was so relentless that the head of the campus security reached out to offer me an escort because they feared one of these keyboard soldiers might step out of his basement and come do me harm. And I am not unique. Kirk's watch list has terrorized legions of professors across this country, women, Black faculty, queer scholars, basically anyone who challenged white supremacy gun culture or Christian nationalists suddenly found themselves target of coordinated abuse. Some received death threats, some had their jobs threatened, some left academia entirely. Kirk sent the loud message to us, speak the truth and we will unleash the mob. This is the culture of violence Charlie Kirk built. He normalized violence. He curated it, monetized it, and sicked it on anyone who dared to puncture his movement's lies. And now, in the wake of his shooting, there's all this national outpouring of mourning, moments of silence, yellow prayer hands, and tributes painting him as the civil debater. But the truth is that Kirk and his foot soldiers spent years terrorizing educators, trying to silence us with harassment and fear. And now the same violence he unleashed on others has come full circle. She said, but what I find especially jarring is the dissonance in public mourning for a smug white man whose life work was actively hostile to certain groups. Kirk spent years demonizing LGBTQ people, mocking gun violence, spewing racism about Black folks, and pushing policies that literally shorten lives. It is so revolting to watch a bipartisan wave of grief sweep over this hateful racist as if he was a neutral community servant. Very well written.
Richard, I'm surprised you don't know. White supremacy, gun culture. Well, doggy. It's pretty much any white supremacist for that matter. But if you go back during the time that Ronald Reagan was governor of California, the Black Panthers were really big into their Second Amendment rights, and Ronald Reagan was anti. He was gun control. Back when the Panthers were walking around with their long guns. So that's kind of, the earliest I can think of. Basically, we don't want blacks to exercise their Second Amendment rights, but we want to exercise ours. I would say pretty much today, you probably won't find a white supremacist who's like pro gun control. So all white supremacists are Second Amendment, but not all Second Amendment folks are white supremacists. That's how I would explain it.
She said, I'm not mourning him, but I'm also, as a God-fearing woman, not going to rejoice that he's dead or make jokes out of it or say foul things. She spoke her piece and her truth eloquently, as she should. Not once did she say he got with what he deserved or call him an explicit. She stated facts. Okay. Okay, now I want to get to Black men's existence and what does it serve? Because there's a couple things I want to go over.
Wow, this
All
is
right,
going to be
Daniel, after
interesting.
you connect to the audio, hopefully we can get you up here.
Are the white supremacists
hear?
in my dirty room with you right now?
Can you hear me?
Where did you get the idea? Where do you get the idea I had a dirty room?
I'm good, thank you.
Let me help Chris here, because see, he's the sort of white supremacist that will believe everything that John Galt says. I watched a little bit of that video where John Galt was there talking about how nasty my room was and all that bullshit. Well, I will just go with what Kimmy Cake said. Yeah, it was junky, but it wasn't dirty or that sort of thing. But racists always believe other racists. Racism in the United States of America is probably the only place you'll find a colorblind doctrine. Black racists, white racists, it doesn't matter. All the racists, that is truly a colorblind ideology. So I don't have a dirty room in my house, son. I recommend that you fact check or level set the John Galts of the world.
You?
I'm good.
No, you didn't see proof, Chris. What you saw was a photo that John Galt presented. So, sorry, son, you have no proof.
I was literally thinking about this like 2 days ago, and like having a conversation in my head of what we might say.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen her, Darkomancer.
No, you kind of don't like conspiracy theories, but
I'm not totally disappointed in what I see.
The purpose of Black men, I kind of wonder sometimes if Black men are more, and this may be, I guess, triggering or incendiary to some people, but I wonder if Black men are like more, how would I say it, conducive to spirits, or like it could be used as like a conduit to some sort of spirits, or like universal energy or magic or demons or whatnot.
I think that might be true.
Oh, that's an odd question.
Do you mean they're more susceptible to demonic possession?
Right. And so I think
whoa, this took a turn.
Well, white men and women like to have Black men around to, I guess, take advantage of that. I guess there is a piece of evidence. I remember once Little Richie said that the white people would study like African beats and use it in their music because it like hit on some sort of or activated some sort of base instinct in people. And so on a larger scale, I wonder if that is something that white men, well, and some black people take advantage of for, I guess you could say, nefarious purposes.
Huh. I wonder what happened here. Why is this not?
Humanity. Because that'd just be too, to use your word, I've started using it, that'd just be too degenerate in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would. It won't be good for humanity because if you're manufacturing humans in an incubator, it doesn't have a soul. Right. But the thing is, men are completely obsessed with being able to colonize reproduction because they understand how huge of an ability that is. And so because they lack it, they want to prove that they're better than women, which they can't prove that they're better than women unless they're able to actually bring themselves into existence. As long as women have to bring them into existence, they can never be God. They can never be superior to her. They can never do anything because you can't be superior to what you need to get to create you.
Right.
Well, this is definitely an odd conversation.
And so, really, that's just what it is as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, that sounds logical.
Let me see what Thoughts with Tanya. Thoughts with Tanya, are you connected to the audio?
I'm here.
Hey, girl.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Are you?
Good. I'm here. So am I echoing? No.
They'll let you know. Here, let me mute. They'll let you know in the chat box if you're echoing.
Okay. Exclusively says echoing. Yes. How do I stop?
Just go ahead and start, and I'll stay on mute.
Okay. What are black men here for? So in general, I believe that men are here as helpers to women. And I find it quite diabolical.
Whoa, that's a
men
new one.
believe that the very vessels that they come from, the vessels that grow them, nurture them, give them life, build their whole body, the vessel that holds the portal to them even receiving a soul. I find it diabolical that they actually believe that they are to control, own, and take over the whole system of that vessel, that person, that human.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Mm-hmm.
What do men help women with? What do they help us with?
They help us meet. They help us in the journey to this hell.
They help us with what?
They don't help us with anything but get stressed.
Yeah, they really don't. They don't do anything to help women. They don't benefit women. They're looking for women to take care of them. So there's no way they're going to go into a relationship anticipating what they can give to the woman when the reality is, like, they're there to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true. Because I think at the moment they don't help us. Okay, I've got this theory. So, you know how women create life and we nurture and we help life to evolve into what it's supposed to be. Men, they like to train dogs. They like to create hierarchy. They like to discipline and make sure things listen to them and do exactly
Kelvin,
what they think it
funny
should be done.
you mention
I
this.
believe
There was a young British black woman that I thought was cute as a button. I'm going to drop this link and tell me what you think. And I hate to sound so. What would it be? What are old men lecherous? I don't mean to sound lecherous, but she is a cutie pie. Let's see here. This is history is what I want to do. One sec here. Oh, here she is. All right, Kelvin. What do you think? Oops. Never mind. Let's see. Let's get to the right place here. Share.
if that's a projection on the way that they
leeching or
on the
leching.
way that they should be handled, dealt with, and not in an extreme way to be evil or to be wicked to them, but they need to be disciplined. The same treatment, the same way that they deal with dogs and groom or nurture dogs, I think it's a projection of how they are supposed to be dealt with in a way, because they're not supposed to be leaders. And I think once they start
I think she's really attractive. I don't usually really
for
like,
who they are in the world, or who
I
they've
don't
been in the world,
generally
and start
like
to accept
braids,
who they
the
are to
braids
be
that
in
she's
the
wearing
world,
that much,
they're
but
not going to be much help. They're not going to
she's
be any form of help
really pretty.
that promotes evolution, that promotes growth.
And she's a university
within
graduate.
life
I don't know in
itself.
what,
I think until
but she
they
sounds
accept
smart.
it and recognize that women are, I don't know what to say, in their world hierarchy, we are I want to say these words, but they seem so intense. We are, I want to say, above them, but I don't even necessarily mean it in a terrible way, in a bad way. I mean, like I said, they're here to help us. They're here to protect us. They're more physical than us, and we are more spiritual. I think that they are not to be taking the stance that they're taking, and that's why we've got so much destruction in the world, because everything's been turned upside down, inside out. And like the gentleman before was saying, I believe that their vessels are weaker and more prone to demonic attacks and to demons attaching to them. That might sound intense, but hello?
Oh, sorry. I was sitting here talking on mute because I was trying to get rid of the echo that they said they're hearing. But the thing is that the thing is about it is that we men don't really do anything that we need. Whatever purpose they were supposed to serve in terms of helping us is not being served because they don't think that they should. But I don't think women need any help from men. And even if you look at men's creation story of themselves, it is them who was so codependent and ineffective that they needed a whole entire different species to be created into existence to help them figure out life, even though they were there first. According to them. According to them. They were there first, but they couldn't, unless they created a woman that was supposed to be a derivative of them. Mind you, they're actually a derivative of women.
Do you know, I agree with you. Through my own experience, through my own growth that I've been going through, certain things that I took time to learn how to take accountability, or learn how to take accountability for myself, but also place accountability on people that accountability needed to be placed on. I recognize how hard and difficult it can be to think one way and then be proven wrong, and then having to break down that construct to think another way. And I think everyone's going through this at the moment. But one of the things was with me and my dad, because I grew up with my dad, and having to see him as who he shows me he is was such a painful thing.
You know, I'm going to
in a
jump
way,
ahead. I
because
am
it's a
kind of getting
split
bored with
between his
this.
light and his shadow.
Of the ones who get married. Of the ones who get married.
Of course, we understand that. I get it. That was
right, but this says of the ones who get married, which is the vast minority. So that would mean most black men are not. Most black men are not married to black women. Most black men are not married to black women. And hold on, the higher the education
I actually
and
do
success a
have
black
some
man
videos.
has, the least likely
You know
he
what?
is to
That's
get
actually
married.
a good idea, Richard. Let's do that instead. This is getting a little trying, to be honest. So, oops. Oh, damn it. Uh-oh. So, let's go playlists.
So that would mean most.
All right. All right, let's see here. Here, let's start with this one.
All right, my friends, welcome to another video here. Check out this incredibly crystal clear water. That's about 6 foot deep. It looks like it's 2 foot deep because it's so clear, but it's like 6 foot deep. Me and my dad are out fishing.
Next time I go fishing, I may do
Now I
that,
had
Chris.
to go
That's a good
fishing.
idea too.
Look at, there's a bass right there, little one. I got my little tiny nymph lure, 1/80th ounce jig headed, 2 to 4 pound line, and we are just looking for massive panfish, bluegill, crappie, bass, and just finessing them with tiny stuff. Thank y'all for watching this one. I see about a 6-7 pound bass up there. Look at, there's a gigantic catfish. Dang, he saw me. Got him. Got ourselves a little bluegill. Good bluegill. Very old bull bluegill.
Huh.
Got a nice bluegill. Check that out. All right, let's see what you are. That is a red ear / bluegill hybrid. That is a beautiful critter. Wow. The bluegill should be real good fishing today, Dad, I would think. Because it's cloudy.
They like that, huh?
Say it's a lot stupider when it's cloudy. There he is. I watched him do it.
Ooh.
That's another nice one.
That's even better.
Oh man, Dad.
He's big.
So cool.
Look at that. Flashing around there.
So cool. Oh
You
my
didn't have much?
gosh, yes. Oh, look at him, Dad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Look at that tub.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, that is big.
Look at that thing, man. Wow.
I wonder is this Florida? I've only seen crappie, or that's a bluegill. I've only seen bluegill that big in South Georgia and into Florida. Even up here, they can get big, but not this big. They call those dinner plates.
I don't know what you call that down there. Look at that. What a dream hybrid bluegill. It is huge. He's so pretty. Huge mouth. Wow. Sweet. Yeah. Oh my god.
Man, what? I can't believe he's
What a
throwing that
cute-
back. That'll be dinner right there. Bluegill, crappie, that sunfish. They taste awesome. They fry up
Let him go, bud.
real well.
Oh yes. I got him.
Don't let him go.
Yeah, go
He's
ahead.
not
Crappie.
Is he really?
Beautiful crappie. Beautiful.
Fishing simulator? It's not quite the same thing.
Little bassy. Dad, look at all the crappie. There's giant crappie.
Yeah.
Man, you really think you'd get one of those to bite? Oh, I got something. Yeah, I got
Get one?
him. Yeah. Wait, is that a crappie? No, Dad, that's a giant bluegill. Oh, he's in everything. Oh, crap. Come on, bud, please. Yes, I got him out. Look at him, Dad. Look at this thing.
Ooh, it's thick and long.
Oh my gosh, that is what I wanted. You got that net?
Did you sight fish him much?
Yeah, I thought he was a crappie.
Look at him.
Come on, buddy, please stay on. Thank you. Woo. Oh my gosh, look at that giant. So beautiful, so pretty. I love those things. Giant hybrid bluegill. Oh man, what an epic fight too. We got stuck, we got him out of it. That was incredible. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see if we can't watch him. Look at him go. Look at that thing. Golly.
Yeah.
You got him?
Let me see, can I figure out where
no.
this
Oh, he
is?
was big. He was
Yeah, that's a big one.
crap. Oh man.
Black.
I was messing with you and then I got a big bluegill. Look at this, Dad. Look at this
Just a minute, I'm
bluegill.
working this guy.
Okay, you're good.
Ooh, nice.
This is,
Fine.
look at it. Oh my gosh.
Holy
Dad,
shit.
that's so cool. Oh my gosh, beautiful hybrid bluegill. One of my favorite fish on the planet. Okay, there's a giant bluegill, Dad. Did I cross you? No. Oh gosh. Okay, there's
Oh
50
my.
fish right here.
I don't know what they are.
They're everything. Oh, wow. Here.
on the pocket. What is it?
It's a nice sized bass.
Yeah.
I got him, and he was a big old bass.
Really? Nice, nice. Gotta be careful with that 4-pound line. Did you see him before he bit, bud?
I did the first time, but not the second time. Should be a 2-pounder. It's probably not.
Can you stop before you scare him or just go right over?
I don't see nothing around there.
I don't see anything out there.
You casted right by something. Yes, there he is.
What's that?
Bluegill. Just a regular happy one. Oh my gosh, Dad, look at the crappie right under us right there. You see him?
Oh, yeah. We probably go for it.
There we go. Look at him in that clear water. Look at the stripes on that guy. What a beautiful little bass. That ain't exactly what we're after, but that is a beautiful bass. Great to be back home, see family. That's going to be our last one.
You know, that looks like a Kentucky spotted bass. I'm not sure about that though. They're a hybrid, and they have that little diamond pattern on the side. So this is we haven't watched Cole and Jay in a while. So this is a long one. This is like a 2-hour video. And by the way, everybody, make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. Also, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. We are getting towards well, we're better than halfway to 500. Still a ways to go, but we'll get there. Recommend the channel. We need the more the merrier. Make sure you subscribe. I'm sorry. Make sure you support the host. We the Sovereign Beer Fund is open. Investment in refreshment. I don't know that we may not keep that one, but it'll have to work for tonight. Tomorrow, I do not know if I'm doing a show. I'm open to it, but I don't know that I really have anything in particular that would thanks, Kelvin. You are nothing if not encouraging. What an asshole. You make an old man feel older, Kelvin. So anyway, I don't particularly have anything in mind for a show tomorrow. So it may happen, it may not. Unless I get a bright idea. And also tonight, we are almost we're at 6:41, almost 7 hours. If nobody's gonna come up and hang out, you know, I have movies I could watch. But we will watch a little bit of fishing here. I haven't seen these two in a while.
There he is.
Come on, baby.
Is that
Hey,
digging?
baby.
It's bigger. Yours is huge. Oh my
I
god.
wonder is this a compilation?
Oh my gosh, don't come off. Oh my gosh. Oh baby.
Oh gosh.
It's a
He's scaring
giant.
me.
It's a giant.
He's scaring me.
Get him.
Yeah,
Line
this
him
is a
up.
this is
Taking
more or
you in the
less a
weeds.
compilation.
Oh, dang. Look at those slabs. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. It's Cole and Jay. We are out here on the lake this afternoon in the trusty old canoe, and we're back after some panfish. We're going to try to catch some bluegill, some red ear, maybe some hybrids. I was driving around out here on the lake.
Be right
last night on my
back,
spotlight,
folks.
and I found this spot right here in front of us, and looked like there was a bunch of beds and looked like they had fish on them. I'm not exactly sure, and the only way we're going to find out is to toss some worms, some small jigs out there, and see if they are there. If they are there, it's going to get nasty really quick because there was it looked like a bunch of potholes. I'm not going to lie to y'all, and I'm really excited about this. So if y'all are excited to join along with us on today's bluegill and red ear fishing mission, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and let's have an afternoon, Jay, of smashing some bluegill. Ready to go? Let's do it.
All right, the bait of choice for me today is going to be a nice, messy, juicy worm. I'm going to put it on my hook, and I think Cole's going to throw a jig.
Yeah.
The non-messy way.
Yeah, I'm going to start by tossing this little jig around just so we can have our bases covered. It's not focusing in on it. Focus. Focus. Oh, well. Y'all can't see that jig anyway. It's my little secret bait. So
It's your secret bait.
it's my secret bait. I'm going to toss it around so I can catch them on that. And if they only eat the worms, then I'm going to swap onto
And
the
if
worm.
they only really eat the jigs, which they should eat the worms, I'm going to get that because then I don't have to rebait.
Right. Yep. Well, the worms sound better than crickets. Last time we used crickets. So worms, you can catch like 3 or 4 fish on each worm. But go ahead. The spot that I saw was like right in front of us. So just go ahead and see if there's one out there. Might as well. Let's see what happens. Oh, he's on there. He's on there. Oh, gosh.
Shoot.
He smashed it.
I missed it.
Okay, that's definitely the spot.
I got my worm.
What? How you rigging those worms up?
I guess I didn't have it on there very good.
We're just talking about how they last the longest, and he lasted 1 fish, or not even a
Not
fish.
even a fish. I bet I'll get him this time.
So we can get some bobber down action. Where's that bobber? There it is. Oh, he's already there. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's the juice.
Oh,
Is it a good one? Oh, it's a stud. Look how fat that one is. Woo, flip him up in here. Yes.
Hey, buddy.
I knew it. I knew those were active beds. That's a nice one. That's our
Heck
first
yeah.
keeper.
Woohoo!
All right, we'll put our first fish here in the live basket. Toss them over the edge. I need to tie this to our canoe so it doesn't float off. All right, and we're good to go. And we got our first fish in there. See how many more we can get.
So what I appreciate about these two
Oh, that's a giant.
is
Good one.
they'll keep fish, you know, if they're a good enough size. Women are allowed to fish. Well, you've never been fishing, so I guess some women are not allowed to fish there, Kelvin. I was gonna say a lot of times in these lakes like this, or this is really just a big pond, you really shouldn't put fish back. Taking some out actually encourages growth. So you know, a lot of these people who want to catch and release probably shouldn't be in every case.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, gosh, he's so sad.
That's a monster.
Get out of there.
Is
That
that-
is a dang good one.
In crappie, bluegill, warmouth, you know, those sunfish type fish, freshwater, they are absolutely delicious, unusually good compared to other fish. I don't know what it is about them. And their bones are big. You know, there's really no way you're gonna, you know, get a bone accidentally, because you can. The bones are big enough. You can just take a fork and scrape the meat off the bones. They fry up really well.
Is that a bluegill? Oh, it's a big hybrid, I think.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Oh my god.
What?
What a
Well, then
stud.
you're just a
Yeah.
virtual woman, Kelvin.
Goodness.
That fish is massive.
Oh, goodness. Check it out.
Oh my gosh, that's like bigger than the one you caught in the last video.
I know.
Look at that slab.
Biggest one of the year for me.
That thing is huge. Dang.
It's very big.
You're smashing those worms. That's exciting. I didn't know if those guys are going to be there or not. Now, if we can get some true red ear, that'd be epic.
Yeah.
That thing is absolutely beautiful, Jay. Let's get him in the basket. Let's get back out there.
Here you go.
All right, he's peeing. I'm letting him pee on you. Look, Jay. Look, Jay. Look, Jay. I'm sure everybody here that brim fishes has done that to their buddy at least a dozen times.
I think I've ever seen a fish do that.
How long will it take? 3,
2.
2. Ooh. It's kind of a slow countdown.
There.
Oh, a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not all monsters.
Yeah, he definitely was not fighting anything like that last fish.
I know, but that's still a quality fish, though. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you can keep a whole mess of them like that. Beautiful, beautiful bluegill. Oh, gosh.
What's up, King Rooster?
I was going to try to get him to pee on you.
We'll send him back. All right, I want to toss my jig out there and see if I can get one.
Okay.
All right, here you go. My little secret jig. About to get wrecked. That's done. As soon as it hit the water, smashed it. Can't tell how big he is, though. Ooh, not bad. Not bad.
Oh, no, that's a nice one.
But we've kept the ones we kept are bigger than this, so we're going to try to just keep with the model that we've already established in our fish basket. But that's a good keeper size bluegill.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need a ton of these, so we'll just send him back. Fire this jig back out there. He did it as soon as it hit the water. I'm sure y'all saw that, but let me get another one. Whoosh.
Oh my gosh.
That's him. That might be a hybrid.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a hybrid. It's a big, mean bluegill. What do you think? I think it's a hybrid. What's your guess, guys?
Hybrid. Ooh, yeah.
It's the year of the hybrids out here, guys. Look at that fat belly.
My goodness.
Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, I may
fish.
do
That's
that
incredible.
this week. The weather is
stud.
going to be fairly good.
Can't be mad at that.
I think I
That
heard
guy
it's supposed to
is
get
definitely going in the
cool,
fish
like,
basket. Let's go.
you know what? Let
Beautiful
me
fish.
look at the weather now that I think about it.
Here we go. Now we got three fat bellies.
We've been getting
Okay.
a lot of rain here
One more
lately.
cast and we'll swap. Ah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh shit.
We got a few pads out here in front of us. We're trying to keep them out of, so that's why we're
Well,
kind of
if I
reeling
go
fast.
fishing,
We
Chris,
don't like them to get
it'll
dug down in
be
there and then we lose them.
Wednesday or
Yeah.
later.
But there we go.
It's going to
Another solid little
rain
bluegill. Can't be mad at that.
tomorrow,
See ya.
and then it's
On a little
supposed to
secret
get
jig.
cold
Basically,
Monday and
guys,
Tuesday. Like
You see that?
the
If you know,
high,
you know. All right, Jay. So I know the folks at home are wondering what exactly
the,
is your secret technique to
the high temperature on Monday is predicted to be 35 degrees. Holy cow. Yeah, it's a little early.
slaying bluegill out here this time of year?
Okay, well, here it is. I'll show you. I just cast it out there.
All right.
I give it 3 to 5 seconds,
Oh gosh,
and then I reel them in.
I don't even think that was 3 seconds. I think that was honestly like 2 seconds. That's another keeper. That's a stud.
Okay, 1 to 5 seconds.
1 to 5 seconds. Got it.
If you don't catch a fish in 1 to 5 seconds, you better recast.
Yeah. Okay. So all y'all at home, take notes. Write it down in your notepad, so you'll know whenever you find some bluegill.
Ow.
Jay's way is the money way.
What
Get
is
these big old
that?
slab
Money.
bluegills. Oh gosh.
Gosh, don't pay
That's
attention
a
to how
red
old I am,
breast?
though. Goodness.
Yeah, her grip strength is not
Well,
looking so good right
I
now.
just needed to let more line out. I was trying to show him the fish. There we go. That's
There he
better.
is. There he is. That's a Georgia monster right there.
Oh, yeah.
3-pounder, 4.5 pounder.
Oh, they're
12.5
down in
pounder.
Georgia.
A big.
Bacon.
A 1. A 2.
Oh shoot.
A 3.
He's there. He's there.
There we go. See? 3 seconds.
3 solid seconds is all it takes.
Woo.
This
That's
has
nice. I want
gotta
to be over
be
there. Like
spring.
all jokes aside, I think that is a pretty well
Yeah,
established
okay.
little
If
brim
they're
net.
fishing
I think
these
so,
beds,
too.
that's
And we
got
were
to
on,
be
'cause as soon as you
spring.
hit the money spot, they're just smoking, and that's how it should be. When you find a bed of bluegill, it's not supposed to be hard work.
Mm-mm.
It's supposed to just be like
Right.
this. It's fun.
That's
It's
true.
relaxing, and you get these tasty treats out of it. But he's a little bit smaller than the other ones.
Yeah.
So I mean, not very much smaller,
Not
but
very much, but
Well,
let's let him go.
let
If we
me
kept
tell
all
you
these fish, we'd have
something. They're
100 to clean, and
catching
that
a
would not
bunch
be
of
fun.
them, and they're just,
Not
you
for
know,
me.
I guess they
I'm also
are
just having
going
fun
to
watching
throw
you
away
catch
the
these
ones
guys.
that are medium or
Bobber go
small.
down. Rip.
Oh.
Look at the jump. It's too easy.
Years ago, this was way before I met my wife, so it's got to be maybe even 20 years ago. I went fishing at Lake Peachtree in Peachtree, Georgia. And man, I was fishing from the shore near a little like a little dam thing. And man, I hit a sweet spot. I filled up an igloo cooler, you know, like a one of those blue coolers with the top that kind of folds over. I think it maybe will hold a 12 pack of soft drinks. Dude, I filled that cooler up. And I was catching them so fast on a silver spoon, like a little like a I think it was an eighth ounce silver spoon with the treble hook. So I started pulling in almost every cast, and I started throwing the small ones back, you know, mainly, you know, because I wanted to keep the bigger ones, obviously. But yeah, if you in the springtime when crappie or bluegill or something like that are on the bed, if you get the right spot, you will catch them every cast. And like I said, it's so funny because I told a friend of mine that I would give her half, and man, I ate fish every night for like 6 days. I wound up eating them all and didn't give her any. They are delicious.
It's easier than hand grabbing them.
No,
It's easier than
it's a
fishing out
little
of a
bit of a
barrel.
challenge,
Yeah, it is.
Chris. They're not that
Nice.
easy.
Golly,
It's
you're
just
like
certain
0 for
times of the
6
year.
handling these guys.
I don't know.
They're supercharged. Oh, well, I just did it too. They're supercharged.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Got to keep them honest with a little secret jig. Oh,
By the way, if you actually want to make it more challenging, use poppers or something with a fly rod. It will become a challenge. They're harder to catch with a fly rod.
Whoa, watch it.
Oh no! Those are not trash fish, Chris. Obviously, you're not from the
There you
South.
go.
If you
Third
were
time's the charm,
actually
baby.
from the South
What is this?
and a
Another
male,
nice. Oh, another
you
big
would
one.
know
Oh,
these aren't
wow.
trash
Another
fish.
good one. That
Heck yeah.
can't be mad.
Yeah,
at
you don't
that.
know what a popper
These
is?
dudes are
Those
really
little
upset. I'm not sure what their
surface
problem is.
lures.
No, they are feisty.
And it's warm out here. They're kind of like slippery. They're kind of sticky. Nice one. Throw him in there. How many we got? I really want to keep a good count. We got 4 and we got 5. 3 bluegill, 2 hybrids. Not going over 10 for dang sure.
Hey,
Not going
King
over 10.
Rooster.
We don't need that many. We just need a few for us to enjoy for dinner.
I got to tell. Again, years ago, I went fishing with my grandmother, and I hadn't fished with her at the time. I hadn't fished with her in probably 20 years or something. So she and I go fishing, and I got my fancy, you know, gear and stuff like that. And my grandmother did not throw anything away. If she caught it, she was keeping it. And so when you're talking about brim, she would keep them all. I miss fishing with her actually. She was so proud. Oh, Stanley can really fish.
Got a knot. Oh gosh. I got a knot in my line, but we got a fish.
Big one. Oh, looks like a big one.
Oh yeah.
You're new to the channel. What is this show about? Oh, it's about nothing in particular.
I
Just
got a
call
little
it
bit of a
the
loopy little wind knot thing
Seinfeld
in my reel. I was
show
like,
of
oh, that's not
YouTube.
good. But then that guy, I think he might have straightened it out, honestly. That's another good one. I love this. I love this. You know, like we said in the last bluegill fishing video, we've been kind of behind the 8 ball as far as catching these guys go this year. We're really late. Like normally we're catching these guys in April, and it's definitely middle of May now. But we are finally getting on some, which is really good. It's a relief because we were worried we weren't going to be able to get on a good mess of them this year. Ah! Here we go. There's 6 bad boys in there. Okay.
There you go.
There he is. There's over to the right just a little bit. They're really particular. But there's another beauty bluegill, the Lepomis macrocurus. That. Not as big as my last one, but still a really good one. Like 99% of the anglers I hear put this guy in their cooler.
Oh yeah.
For sure. But we're gonna throw them back in the lake. Maybe they can come here and get them later.
Let's hope this is like YouTube music.
All right, so we've been sitting here messing with these fish for a little bit. We've caught about 20 in total now. We've just been throwing them all back, but I think it's time for us to catch another keeper.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Come on, baby.
Is that
Get
big
one?
One good thing about ponds like this is the neighborhood ponds, and I have one about a 15-minute walk from where I live, and there are two houses on it. But you know, they're my neighbors. I know them. You can pretty much fish whenever. The nice thing is there are no farms nearby, so you don't have to worry about fertilizer or anything that would kind of taint the fish. Water's probably pretty well. It's obviously fairly clear, but you don't have to worry about whether the fish are edible. That's the nice thing about living in neighborhoods like this. Um, it's if you're into kind of small town, you know, just kind of a quiet place to live, I would live on a lake like this any day.
Oh, he's swimming right toward me. Yeah, he's a good
Oh,
one.
nice one. Go make the bag, the basket.
Yeah, I have
Beautiful
carp
bluegill.
are
And the
pretty
action's been like
gnarly.
this whole time.
Yeah.
They got a
just
lot
been
of
just
bones.
having a blast catching these
Every
guys.
cast.
Every cast.
We're wearing them out.
Yeah.
Pigeons
So,
of the
take him,
lake.
put him
Where
in
do
the
you
basket,
live, Chris?
And let's catch another one.
These sunfish are delicious. Well, I don't know what you mean by pigeons. They eat live
go.
bait.
Smash.
They only
Smash
eat
City.
live
Needed to
bait
cast a little bit farther
or
out.
lures
It's
or
a
something
little
like
hybrid.
that. Bottom
Or is it a red
feeder,
ear?
like a catfish.
Kind of hard to
To
tell with
me,
that one.
that's more of a
I think it's a.
pigeon.
I think it's a hybrid. It looks like a hybrid. It doesn't really look like a red ear, but it could be like a small, like dark, puny red ear. Oh,
see ya.
snow coned him. So Jay and I have been pretty much just taking turns since we got out here, but we're gonna go fish from at the same time and see which one of these baits outperforms the other, the live worm or the jig. I think that this one here will outfish you 3-1.
You don't stand a chance. Oh, shoot. Hang on now. I didn't cast in the right spot.
I think that spot's kind of done. I think the bed is even out here in front of us to our left. We kind of been
Chris,
casting at the
where do
same
you
spot.
live?
I think that
Where do you
there
get
is
this thing that
some room
sunfish are
to
the
explore.
pigeons
I'm
of the
gonna cast over
sea,
here.
or pigeons of the
Yeah, they're out
of
there.
the lake?
There we go. There we go. They're out there. Oh.
Oh, that's right. You
Here we
live
go.
up in.
We're
Were
1
you
to
in
1 right now.
Minnesota? Or,
They're actually about the
no,
same
that's
size.
Jank.
Those might be the pipsqueaks. I mean, they're not pipsqueaks, but they're just kind of small. They're smaller
that's a
than
crop.
average we've been catching.
Yeah.
So
Ow.
I'm tossing him back.
Oh,
He's gonna
okay.
jack around with
Well,
that one. I
then
gotta get
you
to
are
3-1 on
southern.
her.
Oh gosh.
At least there's some redeeming quality
and
about you.
He like jumped and rehooked himself.
That's unfortunate because I got another one.
What?
And he feels small too. These are the small boys over there. Where's the big boys?
Do you?
One of
Where
big
in the
hybrids.
state do you
Gotta
live?
cap off this little mission.
Up Asheville,
There's 2. Can we get 3-1?
Wilmington, middle of the state,
Oh, my life.
Oh,
or
personal
down,
problems.
down,
Catching up on you,
down
Jay.
near Charlotte.
There he is. 3-1. Oh, she's got one too. Oh, I got a big one. Dude, I got a big one.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, big bluegill.
Mm,
Yeah, look at that size of that one.
wow.
That's the biggest bluegill we caught today. For sure. Look at that. He's like bigger than my hand.
Wow, that's awesome.
Pretty
Look at that.
nice.
That bluegill is bigger than my hand, or as big. That is sick. And he smashed the jig. CJ, the jig outperformed the live worm 3-1.
No, it's in
Sometimes
I
that
was also
happens.
speed fishing though. I was fishing like race car driver just then. This guy's going in the basket. You got one? Oh, how big is that? That looks like a whale.
Nah.
Eh.
He's not that big.
He had a big wake.
He did.
He looked serious. Good one.
These are some feisty
Good
bluegill,
one.
that's for sure.
Yeah, I like we got a new zone figured out. That might be the actual spot, to be honest. Oh, he's on there. Dang. Dang.
Kind of heavy.
He looks kind of heavy.
Nah. I mean, he's a good one.
That is a straight up
Yeah, that's
keeper
a nice one.
bluegill any day of the week except for, what's today? Friday, the 13th. Today's Friday the 13th, guys.
Is it really?
Yeah. We ain't experiencing any bad luck yet, but the day is still young. Oh, actually, it's not. It's about the end of the day. Sun's gonna set in like an hour.
Where did Stephen
Get up
A
here.
go to college?
They're all pretty good. I mean, let's be real. They're not monsters, but they're all good quality fish that you just would be happy with any day. That's a good one. How many more do you want to catch? I'm gonna catch one more good one.
Okay.
Oh, there's a decent one. Get one more good keeper.
Damn.
Something slightly bigger than this guy.
They put together a bunch of these.
Still a good one though. Oh, that's him.
Oh, God. He's coming right towards me.
He's not as big as I thought, but that's a great one.
Not the big hybrid.
Oh, you're holding out for that big hybrid, huh?
Kind of.
Still a good one. Look at them. They're just like snapping their jaw. Like,
No, they're so mean today.
I don't know. They're acting like sharks.
They're acting like piranhas.
Hey, that's it. That's the comp. They're acting like piranhas. Ooh, I think that might be him, JJ. I think I got him. Oh, he's stuck in the pads. Get out of there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's him.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Nice one.
And he choked it.
Chubby.
Look at that. Choked it. Got some grass on him. I think that's going to be our final keeper of the day. That's what we were looking for. Really solid, healthy, thick male bluegill.
Damn, what is that?
And that jig is doing it to him. What a nice fish.
All right, we just caught our last good keeper, but I want to try to catch one more fish, so I'm going to cast it out there. Hopefully, catch a big one. What do you think?
I believe in you. You caught a bunch of big ones today, but one more would be the icing on the top of the cake. And you're in a pretty good spot. You caught a lot right there, but have you caught them all? This will probably let you know. You got a nice fresh piece of worm on there. If they don't bite it, it's because there's just nothing there, because you caught them all. You're a savage. Yeah,
Woo!
big boss.
Man, he's running.
Is it a bluegill or a hybrid?
I think it's a bluegill.
Nice.
He was fighting like a bluegill.
You know, you can't leave a nest of bluegill like this without catching one on your last cast.
Right.
That would be unlucky on Friday the 13th. Look at that. That's a stud.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll send him back. Maybe next year he'll be twice as big.
All right. See you later, buddy.
There it is.
Let's see,
bobber
what else do
down.
we have here?
Bobber down.
Oh, it's another good one.
I already got another one. Oh, gosh.
Oh,
Oh,
my
what is that?
What?
Look at this.
It's bigger than mine?
Yeah, he's bigging. Oh, it's a giant hybrid.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this thing. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. It's Cole and Jay, and today we find ourselves out here on the lake to do some afternoon brim fishing. It's currently 6 o'clock, so we've only got a couple of hours to fish, but the bluegill fishing has been unreal out here on this lake. They're out deep on beds still, and we're hoping to find some fresh beds, load up with some fish. This is Jay's first time out here without the kids,
I know. I'm excited.
and she's been loving all the
Yes.
bluegill fishing.
Smoke 'em. What?
And so you've been loving all this bluegill fishing lately.
Yes, I have. It's been so much fun.
It's pretty addicting.
It is very addicting.
And I imagine we'll find some good ones out here somewhere. This is a great lake for bluegill fishing, and we've been catching a lot recently everywhere else.
What
And we
does
did good out here
this
last year,
even
so
mean?
Hopefully we can get on some good
You know
ones.
what? Number one, what does everyone else? Because you need to learn how to play well with others, Chris. If I actually would rather watch this than Cynthia G. She's not. I mean, she didn't strike me as like super savage or funny or she's it's mediocre. I'd rather watch this. Um, Stanley grasping on the edges of whiteness. Can you explain what that even means, Chris? You need to understand my background. I don't need to grasp on the edges of whiteness. I'm Stanley. I have no need to grasp on anything other than Stanliness. So, if I make a joke, like I did about Be Brave, it's just a joke. I generally don't even like. There's some people who just, um, that I notice them and make a joke means that, it means that at least I acknowledge their existence.
Again today. So if y'all are excited about today's match, do us a huge favor.
How is Be
Hit the thumbs
Brave
up
doing,
button,
by the way?
subscribe to the channel, help us get
Next
to
time, y'all need to
300,000
tell him I said
subscribers.
hi.
If we catch more than 10 boogiel, you automatically have to subscribe.
You have to.
So yeah, even if you don't want to, you got to. Once we catch 10 today, so we're keeping count. We'll see you guys when we get over to the spot. We got to rip across the lake over this way, and I think we're gonna get on them. We'll see you guys when we get there. All right, we are here. First spot of the day, of the afternoon. I'm throwing a slip bobber rig. Jay's throwing a drop shot rig. I just threw the buoy marker out on a bluegill bed, and hopefully they're willing to bite. Can I throw on top of you?
I don't think so. No.
We're gonna try to dial in the spot, see exactly where they're sitting at, but I think I threw the marker out pretty close. That drop shot rig is really good about getting down there to them and finding out where they're at. JJ's hooked up. First fish of the day in the first spot.
Hey-o,
She's getting it fired up. That is a nice one.
Woo! Oh, he's got like some.
He's got some weird
bass
colors on him.
fishing
Like
is
little
pathetic.
little tar spots on him.
Oh,
good fish, Jay.
he's a nice one.
Let's see him.
Bass
A
fish.
beauty. Beautiful
What are you,
afternoon.
Bill
bluegill.
Dance?
Yes.
Hopefully the first of many.
Hope so.
Big Boss hooked up again. I'm trying to get my pole rigged up.
Next guy.
She's getting them fired up, getting them dialed in.
Yep.
Sometimes whenever you got the marker buoy out there, you got to fish around it
Yep.
to find them. And Jay's finding them.
I think I found him.
She's hound dogging them for us. Another stud.
Love it.
Hey, I got one. That's a big one. That's a stick.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Number 3.
Here, this is interesting.
For
I just
the way you
found
look
her.
only. Okay. And
Let's see what she has to say.
also be careful when out it happens to men. What?
Oh, Christ. I can't stand it when women like this are only talking to black men. Be careful when you date out of your race not to be fetishized. Why?
When you date out of your race?
Why?
Who is this fool?
Why?
Does anyone know who Game Changer is? Women feel disrespecting black women is normal now.
When I was a kid, I had a real good masturbation.
Oh, hey, Rooster.
A spectacular.
I actually have
What
an
about
ugly stick sitting right behind my front door. Yeah, those ugly sticks have been around for quite some time.
too? The movie Mandingo.
Oh, Mandingo. It's been a while since I've
So
seen that.
Mandingo came out when Ken Norton was champion, or when he was preparing to fight Ali. It's starring Ken Norton. And Ken Norton played the role of a Mandingo slave, which is something that you would probably recognize from the movie Django. Apparently, whites thought it would be interesting to breed slaves for purposes of entertainment combat to the death. So, he was a Mandingo slave, and he was bred for that purpose. So he had the physique that, of course, one would like. Now, at the same time, there was this, and I'm not gonna get too deep into it. There was a very strange tension going on between the master of the house and his wife, who actually was his cousin as well. And um, they weren't they weren't getting down like that. He was
Hmm.
getting down with the slave girls, but they weren't getting down like that. So when he was away, she calls Ken Norton into the room, and she like, um, you gonna do this, or I'm gonna say you did it, and he gonna believe me over you.
Salute, SD.
So what's it gonna be? So what's it gonna be? And then they got down with the get down.
Oh, oh, oh. So you do know who he is.
Yep. And that was some good jacking.
Is he worth watching, Chris?
So yes,
Because
depending on
so
the
far
fetish,
I'm
I
not that
don't care.
impressed.
I truly don't care.
You know what? Let's do this. We haven't done cooking in a while.
Okay, so we're back doing our $6 a day for 30-day challenge, Snap Challenge, and I wanted to provide some other options for you for this whole
We're
month.
gonna
So,
have to suffer
I don't know
through
if you've
this,
been
folks.
following along.
I
If you
love cooking
haven't,
videos.
shame on you. You need to subscribe to Cooking with Sharon on YouTube. Remember, subscribe, comment, like. I need your feedback on this whole journey because maybe I'm missing something that you can add in and help along the way. So first and foremost, this is a handy dandy kind of calendar that I put together just for my purpose. I will share it along the way, probably on one of my YouTube episodes. So that's why you need to subscribe and make sure you watch.
Speak. I'm watching
Comment.
anything that I'm
So
interested
this is actually
in.
helping me stay organized based
It
on the
is
items
great.
that we have, breaking it
You
down
can
by
come and tell me
day
what I
1,
should
2,
be
3,
watching.
4, and so on and so forth for 30 days. And it gives me a visual because
Let me
all
let
this
me put it
is
to you
going
this
on in my
way.
head.
I'm on my second Guinness Stout. I'm kind of just sitting here chilling, and I literally could watch cooking videos all night. I could watch fishing videos all night. I don't have to think about them. I just get to experience. I experience cooking videos. Demetria, why? I'm not that big a fan of Demetria. Do you have a specific episode, Speak? Demetria K, right? I actually subscribe to her channel, but I don't ever see anything that's so far that's actually worth getting into. Ooh, who is this? Ooh, I knew a woman who looked like her. Oh wow. Shenandoah National Park. Interesting. Oh, I know exactly where this is. Shit. All right, well, we'll just save this. Demetria K. I apparently want to be bored with Demetria K. Let's see. Black Americans still come up short after Democrats' big win in yesterday's elections. You really want to watch this, huh? Interesting.
I hope all is well with you. I am Demetra K, show of the Demetra K, or I am Demetra K of the Demetra K show, where we promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community.
She's
We make
live
us be
now?
better people with the emphasis on
Wait,
it because
hold
we're
it.
great
Is
people,
this
but
the
we can
same
always try
woman?
to do better.
I
Like I
didn't
said,
see
big
her
hello,
live.
a big giant thank you and hello. My mind is all over the place. To Facebook and YouTube, you are the other side of the conversation.
This must be a different woman that I'm thinking of. Oh, I'm not watching Demetria Obelar. I don't think. I mean, she's attractive, but not like, you know, she's just another big butted Latina. Nothing that I don't find her that extraordinary. There are better looking Latinas, in my opinion. I mean, she's great looking, but not enough for me to throw over my cooking video.
Head, and I'm thinking,
See,
oh,
I'm loyal. I'm loyal to my queens there. Speak Radio. You try. Uh, yes, she. What is she then? Speak Radio. She is Latina. At least she's the weather. She's the newscaster or weathercaster or something. Um, she's Latina. What else would she be? Oh, is she? I thought she was Latina.
what should I do for this day? This day, should we repeat things?
Still
A
think
lot of
she's
the
just kind
breakfast
of,
items, honestly,
she's
are going to be
she's
items that we're
really
going to
nice
repeat.
looking, but
Some of the lunches
in
you
20
may
years,
have back to back or every
she
other
will not
day,
be that
but
attractive.
again, $6, you all. I mean, that's not a whole lot of money. So day one, I posted a picture of a breakfast. It's and it was an omelet. I believe I showed yesterday.
Okay,
An
I thought
omelet
her last
and
name was
some other
Latina
options. Just
or
go take a look.
Latino.
But I'm
My
gonna
bad.
actually start
I mean,
here.
she's
We'll
really
come
good
back to
looking.
this calendar of our meal plan. We're gonna
Her
start
father
here
must be
and
mixed race.
get our Instapot going. There's a whole lot going on, but don't worry, we'll break it down. You won't be confused. So right here, I have my Instapot. I'm going to, as you all see here, these are the main seasonings that we were able to purchase in our pantry as part of our pantry run. So this I prepared. I chopped up, one onion right here, and 2 celery stalks. This is important because remember, I only bought 1 bag of celery. So there's some other entrees here that we're going to be using celery for, and that's why I'm telling you this is 2 stalks of celery right here. If you can see right here, I actually chopped it so they're kind of small so it stretches. The same with this onion. There was only 1 bag of onions, white onions that we purchased. So this is 1 whole onion, and it was a regular size, about yay so. And then this right here were carrots, baby carrots that I took. I had 1 bag that I purchased, and right here, the way that I've cut them so small, I took the baby carrot, and I'll have to show you another time. But you see, this is the same baby carrot that I prepped for another entree. It's the way that I cut it. So I took the baby carrot for this particular one, and I cut it in half, and then I chopped them really small. So there are about, honestly, 8 to 10 baby carrots in here. Not a lot, but it stretches, as you'll see. So right now we're going to start. I wanted to do a soup. It's getting warm. It's getting a little chilly out. Perfect for soup weather. So we're going to take our olive oil that we have and just coat the bottom of our Instapot. And we're going to take the onion, the 1 onion, and we'll put it in here. This is on saute mode, the saute setting. We'll take our onions and our celery right here and saute that down. I figured with all the ingredients that we were able to purchase that A soup is something that stretches. And with the soup, if you remember too, I have a loaf of bread. So you could have bread with that, make a sandwich, old school peanut butter and jelly. Well, we didn't buy jelly, so just a peanut butter sandwich. Or you can take that piece of bread, toast it, and put a little bit of the peanut butter on it. I love that for breakfast or a snack. So you have that option. So we're finding different ways to be creative. And with soup too, this is going to be a vegetable soup. And we could have made it any other type of soup, like with chicken, but we have to preserve the chicken that we bought. So remember, we bought one family pack of chicken breasts. So it had 2, 4, 6, 8 breasts in there, about yay big. So I wanted to actually stretch it and use it on something else. It's all good. With the soup, though, this vegetable soup, we can add at the end if we wanted to. We bought elbow macaroni noodles. We also bought wheat pasta, spaghetti pasta that can be added. Or I actually have off to the side in my rice maker, I made some more brown rice today. So 1 cup of brown rice we can add to the soup and make like a vegetable and rice soup. That's filling, that's added afterwards. That wasn't even on my list, but we may have to add it. I think I like that option. You can, a little bit later, we're making a chicken noodle soup, and we're gonna use pasta, but you can also make it a chicken and rice or rice soup. That's good. I'm from Minnesota, and so during this time of year, we have wild rice, chicken wild rice soup. It's amazing. I have to show you that another time because we need wild rice, and that wasn't bought. So it's all good. And then we need some
Chris
other
M.
ingredients that.
Oh, Chris M., are you actually JB Smooth? You're just going all wild in this. Let's see. She's an abomination. Why is she an abomination? Whoa, like a bulldog? You bake muffins. You can't cook shit. Do a cooking video? Are you talking to me? I'm not doing a cooking video tonight. Content got any? Oh, Chris, you were just so mean tonight. What are you okay, Chris? You just getting all belligerent. Ooh, please be kind, sir. What a freak.
We don't have, but no problem, because I'm envisioning if this were an ongoing type of situation where you had to spend $6 a day for 30 days and you were on month 2 or 3 or maybe 4. I mean, hopefully that's not the case, but if so, I mean, that may be the scenario. So we may have to come up with some ideas.
I'm thinking he's drinking the same moonshine as JB
Shopping
Smooth.
store run 1, which included some of the basics and essentials. Well, we know that we're not going to have to buy this every month. We're not going to have to buy salt, pepper, all the pantry staple items. So maybe we could swap out and get some other things like butter or cinnamon. I was thinking of some things. Oh, cinnamon you could use, or just some other staple items we can add on later. So stay tuned for that if we have to go that route. All right, so this is sauteing nicely. We're going to add in, remember we bought 3 cans, and I know my shopping list by like the back of my hand because we're getting down to almost our last can. This is the can of diced tomatoes. Remember, we got the low sodium because why? That's important. We don't want to keep adding in a ton of sodium for hypertension reasons, high cholesterol, all the heart issues, but specifically hypertension. So I have the low sodium one, and we can add as much salt or not as we want. So we're going to put in, let's see, let me put in these carrots so they cook down just a little bit. So we're sauteing this, and you know, the great thing with the Instapot is that everything is right there and like a one-stop shop, really. So let me tell you a little bit about what I'm adding in as well, and what well, the quantity that I actually prepared. So remember, we had 1 bag of sweet potatoes, and then we had 1 bag of white potatoes. So what I did was I took 2 out of the bag, 2 each, and cut them down to this size, peeled, cut. And so this is going to be filling. Remember, sweet potatoes have a ton of nutrients and fiber as well, like along with these black beans. The black beans, oh, I threw away the packaging, but you remember from our shopping list that I actually had the bagged dry beans. So what does that mean? That means that the beans, these are not coming from a can. This I actually prepped a little bit earlier. It took about an hour, over an hour. I soaked my black beans in water, just so a lot of times,
Did you hear that, Chris? You got to soak your black
with
beans
the
in
beans,
water.
when we're soaking everything, I'm going to move this over just a little bit, get some of this stuff out of the way. Hopefully you all can see it. I think my okay, no worries. Let's see. So let's put this back on saute.
Wow.
Let this heat up a little. But as I was saying, the black beans are not soaked in a ton of preservatives like salt, sodium. I can't remember. I have to get a can of black beans and actually show you the difference. I want to say in 1 can that you would see on a regular store shelf, there's probably about 300 to 400 milligrams of sodium, versus in this, very little, because I only put a little bit of salt when I was cooking these, and I used 1/4 of one of our yellow onions as it was cooking. So I'm going to let this is still hot, but I just want to make sure that it is, since I accidentally unplugged it. All right. And then talked about the beans. We have the white and yellow and sweet potatoes here. And then I'm going to add in these are one of the frozen vegetables that we bought, sweet peas, and then also zucchini. These are frozen. Remember, the frozen option or stays a little bit longer and has less sodium in it versus the can. We're getting away from all that canned stuff. So I think we're almost to a point. Yep. And then remember, I bought bouillon, chicken bouillon. So that's what this is right here. I prepped it. This is 4 cups of just water and then 3 of these bouillon cubes. So this is almost ready for us to put everything else in. We'll put in our tomatoes, our can of tomatoes. And then we're going to put in our black beans. And this was the equivalent, even though I made a whole pot, this was the equivalent of probably a can of beans. And then we're going to put in our potatoes, our 2 types of potatoes. You know, I always have a problem. I'm trying to not cook. I think I'm making a lot here, but it's all good because this is a great option that will stretch. And even though we're only prepping and cooking for 1, because we only have $6 a day for 30 days for 1. Now, if you have a larger family and you have more money to work with, then this may be good. But we can actually take this too and possibly freeze it. So then you have it already prepped for yourself, and bam, 4 cups of water. And remember, this is the like the chicken stock, the bouillon. I'm gonna put that all together. And then, like I said, I'm just gonna add, just because we need some green outside of the celery, we don't want to use all of our peas up. So I'm just gonna use, I don't have my measuring cup, but I'm gonna eyeball it. Well, you can use this one. We'll do maybe like a 1/3 of a cup. Put that in. I'm going to save this zucchini because we have a lot going on here. And next we're going to add in our seasonings. I'm going to add in some black pepper and onion powder right here. All these, again, are staple pantry seasonings that we can use. So I know they're in the containers, and I tell you a lot of times how much to measure out. You know, we're cooking with love over here. So approximately, as I'm shaking this, I would say maybe a teaspoon, but we're going to taste it in a second. We won't use that. I'm just going to put just a little bit. Well, actually, you know what? Let me stir this. And then this actually could have used some more black beans. But let's see. We'll see how it turns out. I just want to taste my base before we actually turn on the Instapot. Oh, yeah. We don't need any salt. That bouillon, that chicken bouillon, actually is on point. Okay. So let's put our Instapot top on. Okay, close it. Oh, shoot. No, why isn't this working? Oh, there we go. Okay, so then we're going to use the setting on here for soup. And let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use the pressure cooker for 5 minutes. Because we have those carrots that still need to soften up. We also have the potatoes and the regular white potatoes and the sweet potatoes. So while that is going, again, it's going to work on its own. Let's transition over to oatmeal. Now, I probably don't need to show you how to make oatmeal, but I'm just not going to take anything for granted because you never know. Maybe you've never made oatmeal before, and I'm going to show you. Well, I like mine kind of dry. People like theirs different types of way. So we'll just kind of play with it. I'll show you. We can use this. Remember, we bought this oat milk, and we also bought a half gallon of regular 2% milk. So some people like their oatmeal creamy. I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, of it being creamy, but hey, let's just roll with this. So this is 2 cups of water. Actually, I'm going to make it so it's 1. And I'm going to substitute and put in just a little bit of oat milk. Just to make it, this will make it a little bit creamier. That was for that. All right. So we'll get this boiling. And then with the, just so you all, I'm going to put this a little bit more in. Just so you all kind of have expectation. A lot of the breakfast items, honestly, are going to be oatmeal one day and maybe a omelet. I showed you the omelet every other day. Or you could do what you remember I showed you the smoothie. So the smoothie, again, if you bought bananas, and I tried to preserve these as long as I could by putting them in the refrigerator. These bananas you can put in your smoothie too. Remember last week we actually
Hey, King Rooster, I've got it's a Hamilton Beach version of the actual one pot. It's, believe me, if you get one of those, it's perfectly fine. Those things are, they're not as scary as the old-fashioned pressure cooker. So I would get one, especially if you like beans or something like that. You don't really have to worry about soaking beans and getting them that prepared. I would highly recommend getting something like a one pot. It's not your daddy's. And my father has a pressure cooker. I don't know that he still uses it, but it was a little bit of a beast.
Actually use this fruit as well in the smoothie along with the oat milk
To grow
and
what?
the
I don't
kale,
even
the fresh
know. I
kale
don't
and the
even
fresh
know. I
spinach.
didn't know you
So
could grow
we have some
mushrooms in a pressure
options.
cooker.
This is boiling up nicely in a minute. And okay. So with the breakfast, like I said, having the oatmeal and then maybe swapping out one day, having an apple. And you have the oatmeal is going to be full of fiber. So it's going to be filling. That's what the whole point of having fiber too in your diet is, to make you feel full. So eating breakfast, as people say, you should always eat breakfast first thing in the morning. So you're full, you can be productive and not crave snacks all throughout the day and then eat the wrong thing. So we have our oatmeal that's full of fiber. And that oat milk that we added in is vanilla flavor. So that's what I'm smelling. It smells really nice. And remember, part of our shopping pantry list, what we didn't get was sugar. It's okay. We don't need that. We have fruit, for example, that is going to be a sweetener. And then maybe on our second run for month 2 or 3, we could add in maybe not sugar. We're going to add in monk fruit. I got to find a way to incorporate the monk fruit because I actually brought it today so you all could see the package that the type that I use, this monk fruit. This, as I said before, is a game changer. I say it's a game changer because there's no sugar in here, and this is plant-based. There's gluten-free. It's 0 calories. I use it in my tea that I drink almost every day. If this was part of our pantry run, then I would actually add it to our oatmeal, but we're not going to cheat. We're going to use the ingredients that we have already purchased. So that's all good. But maybe down the line, we can add in monk fruit. But if you have regular sugar at home, or even, I forgot. Agave is another option. This was not on our shopping list, so we're not going to use it, but I'm just showing you that this could be an option for sweetener, for a healthier option, okay? So this is our oatmeal. I'm just showing you, just so you know, this is how you make oatmeal. I may have had too much liquid in here. It's all good. I'll just add a little bit more of our oats. And as you see, this was what we purchased. So you can tell I only use a cup of oats for this batch that we're making. And let me see, what is 1 cup actually? Okay, so I used 1 cup, and I usually don't measure, but for this purpose, I wanted to, just so we could gauge and see how, does this work? I just want to make sure. Sorry. Yeah. For our challenge, I wanted to make sure that we were cooking the right amount. So every serving is a half cup of oats, which right here, you probably have breakfast for 2 days, maybe 3. I don't mind reheating oatmeal. And you have this, how you would reheat it is just putting this back on the stove or in the microwave and adding in maybe a little bit of oat milk or a little bit of water, your preference, or regular milk. My mom's always been the person who saves just a little bit of whatever's left over. She's not throwing away anything. My grandma was a huge person that would not throw anything away either. I think that's where I get it from. And then we would reheat it the next day. But this is done. So, I mean, it looks amazing to me. So what we'll do is we will bowl it up. Okay, maybe there's not enough for 2, but you see, it's very nice, healthy right here. And what we could do is take one of our bananas and or your fruit berries. If you have some of these left, we could top it our oatmeal with that, or we can just take our banana that we have here, or our apple, and add it on top. And again, we don't want these bananas to go bad, so we're getting in our fruit. We have our fiber. Bam. All right, so put some bananas on there, and you're ready to go. So this is going to be your breakfast option that has the oatmeal, bananas. Oh, we still have a loaf of bread, so we could take one slice of bread, and this is our breakfast. So let me check out our calendar right here. This was one of them that, yep, oatmeal with banana. We have 2 days later, another oatmeal with banana. So what you may want to do, I mean, you could eat this whole banana. What
Hey,
we
Stan,
purchased were
it's
6
cooking.
bananas, and we used one last week. We have this right here. I'm just trying to gauge and make sure. You can go ahead and eat this banana, and we'll have enough for the rest of the breakfasts for the month. So isn't that simple?
Breakfasts.
Let me know, comment. Let me know your thoughts. With oatmeal, there's so many different things you can do with it. If you are a Starbucks person and you go there to get your breakfast, oatmeal's on their menu, oatmeal's on McDonald's menu, and I want to say some other places, but you can easily make it at home, and you have so much.
Yeah, all right. You know what? I'm going to switch. And to be honest, let's see, where am I? Let's see, almost coming up on 8 hours. I found this clip, and I don't know that much about DJ Hamp other than what I've seen Nightish react to. So this looked interesting. It's called DJ Hamp and a Doctor Go One-on-One about the lack of standards in the Black community. And how could I resist talking about standards in the Black community? Probably something I'll just disagree with. The Black community is just, to me, just almost a non sequitur. So, but we'll see what it's about. And probably will be bored, probably will be disappointed. Oh, when these people start talking about shit they don't know, just tends to be very disappointing. So let's see what we got here.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in the fuck.
Dr. G, what's popping?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Good.
Nice hoodie.
I know, right?
I'm trying to butter me up though.
Wait, you got to see the back.
Pause. I need to talk to Shad too. Now, what's up with you?
I'm chilling.
Why are we always making excuses, Dr. G?
Excuses for
bullshit.
I just need you to be a little bit more specific, sir, if possible.
How we talk. Vernacular.
Just call this motherfucker
Code
dumb
switching.
and be done with it, ma'am.
Why we don't just set the goddamn bar to the fucking clouds and stay there?
Why is it always people talking about themselves and not setting the bar? Motherfucker, if you want diction, how about do diction? And you hit the stars first. You know what? I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to finish this.
Why would he gotta make room for shit that don't make no sense? Why can't we just say, yo, we fucked that up? Not dismissing the things we've been subject to, but if we fucked it up, we say, yo, we fucked that up.
And she's
Ain't nobody
pretending.
winning. When the family feud.
She's pretending to know what the fuck he's talking about. She needs to just don't worry about respecting him. Just go, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Tighten up your argument.
Well, Dr. G, you're a doctor. I need you to know.
What kind of doctor, Hamp?
Why, yo? Why can't we just say, yo, we need to raise our standards? Our levels of being casual with each other.
Motherfucker, who is our?
We judge our
Some
own
of
businesses
us are already
like
there.
they judge our businesses. Black businesses ain't shit. Bad customer service, always late, never open, don't have everything on the menu. Right?
Motherfucker,
We
you know
disparage
what?
each other,
Let's
and
do
then guess
this.
what?
Let us start with you. Don't wear shades indoors. Let's start with that little simple thing. Let us see your eyes.
But it actually has merit because we allow the casual nature in our community.
Our community.
When you walk up, the host is leaning. Right?
Motherfucker, you're wearing shades indoors.
When that left shrimp walk up, she
and a
standing
hat,
at attention.
for that matter. Why are you wearing a hat indoors?
Huh? You a doctor, Dr. G? Help me.
So you want me to speak to why all of us are so informal with each other?
Yeah.
Lord,
me and you just had that video we did when I clipped it. You got 30,000 views, Dr. G. We had a civil discourse about
30,000 views
and justifying it. But it permeates through our culture.
Well, okay, so
our culture?
Being informal with one
about?
another in situations, I don't think that's anything wrong with that. I think it's perfectly okay for us to be informal with each other in particular situations. What I encourage is that we understand how to move into other situations and be appropriate in those as well. So our informal language and behavior is not appropriate in every situation. And so I'm encouraging us to understand how to read the room
white folks
and demonstrate situational appropriateness.
Where we suck at it. We don't have the proper discernment. Look at us, Dr. G. We failing.
Let me Hemp actually sounds a little bit voice-wise. Like if I wasn't looking at the screen, I would actually think this was CT. And again, let me rewind this. Who the fuck is we that is failing? This is bullshit. This fucking bad luck schlep rock fucking god damn, this dude sounds sad.
Where we suck at it. We don't have the proper discernment.
Who sucks at it?
Look at us, Dr. G. We failing.
Wild rice soup.
You know, I said this before.
That actually sounds
I said we surrounded by our enemies, and we the most overweight people.
With some beef stock.
How far can you run if you fat?
But Hemp,
what the fuck?
With all due respect,
are
America
you in the
is
best
fat.
shape of your life, young man?
America is fat. So shouldn't we be speaking to a larger issue? There's a larger something going on when everybody is.
You know what? This obviously she knows how to think critically. And this motherfucking shade wearing, hat wearing, indoors motherfucker. Dude, America is fat. Now we need to wonder why black people are fatter. If America catches a cold, black folks catch the flu. That should be the framing of it. Stop acting like what affects the majority demographic is a one-to-one fit on what's affecting the black demographic. This is where these folks, it's sort of funny. Again, this why are black folks fat sort of question literally sounds like someone who doesn't read books or he's telling us what he sees like a 5-year-old child. I see it, therefore it must be true everywhere. Literally 5-year-old rhetoric. And it seems like this woman might be able to reframe his argument so it's at least more mature sounding.
Dr. G, that's fair, except for they not the ones saying they surrounded. You see? That's the part, the differentiator. If we saying, right, there's a agenda against us, right? That's the sentiment.
Okay, let's start with this. Why are you pretending like you're representing anyone other than yourself? We aren't saying anything. It is you saying it. Own up to your own fucking argument.
Right? If you 14% of the population, you don't get to be out of shape. 60%, you get to be out of shape. Right? Because you got a whole lot of people to make up for the fact that, like, so
if you're
let's say,
white,
because they can be.
If you're white, you have some latitude. If you're black, you need to be in shape all the time.
30% not out of shape and then overcome, right? You see what I mean? Because it's quadruple the population. Yeah. Right? But we take a lot of
King
shit
Rooster,
for, like,
he's talking
easy,
about
granted.
the
We don't take stuff
he's
seriously.
talking
We
for
make
me and
excuses
you.
for a whole lot of stuff, right? So when we talk down about each other, right, and disparage a restaurant, we can go in and then duplicate it because we so casual with each other, because of the service, not having these things, and etc. People don't take us serious, Dr. G. Let me just finish this filibuster. You could jump in.
Okay, motherfucker, why do you think no one's taking you seriously right now? Dude. Dr. G needs to slow him down and go, well, Hamp, why do you think no one's taking you seriously right now? You're talking in a we that is not a royal we. You are wearing sunglasses indoors and you're wearing a hat. Something is wrong with this picture, but the picture is not conducive to taking you seriously, and certainly not your question.
Take us seriously, right? When they see our names on applications,
who is our
callbacks at 15%, when they get callbacks at 40%, just because our names in the associations, right? Because of racism, stereotypes, whatever the case is, right? You know, they see us a certain way. They started calling us lazy after we finished working for free. Ain't that crazy?
But see, that's
go ahead. Well, I'm just saying.
That's the conditioning, though, Hamp. That's the conditioning. And that's what our people have fallen subject to, and don't even realize it. Folks get criticized for being woke, but when you understand.
This woman reminds me of Mela. She's going to start saying nothing as well.
The conditioning, right? Then you're able to move around it. If you don't even realize that that's happening, you don't know that you're in a war. You don't know that you are on the front line because you're thinking you're just living life every day.
Hey, Zhang, then you need to go find Mela.
The very scenario that you just mentioned where people work for free for hundreds of years and now they're lazy is a matter of conditioning, right? The very fact that we then take those tropes and then use them against one another, a matter of conditioning. That's what that is. And so the more we point those things out, and
Mike is barely tolerable,
but give each other grace, right? Then we might be able to start to have a conversation where people realize that we've been, moving backwards, majoring in minors, so to speak.
No, we have
Okay.
not been moving
I
backwards.
understand that.
What kind of stupid shit
Here's
that?
where my problem lies. We don't control the controllables.
We
right?
don't control the
We are
controllables.
casual people.
You know what? This motherfucker.
Colored people.
Who is the one who is the defense secretary who was talking about the unknown knowns, the known unknowns? Oh, god damn it. What was his name? He was defense secretary under George Bush. This dude, this is why I don't go out the house. This motherfucker might be driving a car.
Then we might be able to start to have a conversation where people realize that we've been, moving backwards, majoring in
No, we have not been moving backwards. We are not minoring in majors or majoring in minors. It's a dumb premise. It's an unclear premise. And you know what? I thought these two brain cells might actually be able to form a cogent thought.
minors, so to speak.
Okay. I understand that.
You're right. It's Rumsfeld. Thank you,
Here's
Zhang.
where my
The
problem
unknown
lies.
knowns.
We don't control the
known
controllables.
unknowns.
Right?
Right.
We are casual people.
Rummy.
Colored people time is not a trope. We lean into that.
Do you know where that comes from?
I think I did, but maybe I don't.
And by the way, Zhang, I'm embarrassed
what do you
that I
think
couldn't
that comes
recall
from?
the name off the top of my
People,
head.
black people
I
being
am
late.
slowing down. Kind of depressing.
And that's just it.
Yeah.
So it's not a
Donald
trope
Rumsfeld.
that even originated with Blackness. There are cultures that operate on relaxed time. They are not beating a clock. They are not waiting for the minute hand to swing
What
before
is
they
a
walk in the door.
risky
It's a
hoodie?
relaxed time. Cultures operate on that. And so
she sounds like a
again, time and
sociologist.
place. Now, if I got to show up to a job that tell me I need to
Hey,
be there at
Rooster, hit the
8:30,
link.
relaxed time is
I'm
not
on
going to
my,
get me,
I think I'm on my
it's not going to keep
third
me
Guinness
employed.
stout.
So I
3
got to
more to
understand the
go before I
situation.
wrap this bitch up.
However, if I'm going to let's say a picnic or a function, right? That's a party of some sort, or maybe I'm going to some sort of, just gathering.
It's a party of some
Relaxed
sort.
time is appropriate for that situation.
You know what? I've decided.
Again, I'm in situational.
Where's that English girl that I was looking at? I'm just gonna have to be creepy. She's much more preferable. I'm gonna have to
Appropriateness
go
is
back.
what we're talking
I'm
about.
gonna have to go back to the first video I showed on this show after this is done. The English girl, she's way younger. I'm gonna have to go back so I can be level set.
And we lack the discernment. Now, when you're talking about a thing that has a time to which the function is on, right? Makes sense. So you can get there between 10 and 2, right? There is no expectation of arrival. So that I understand that, but when we are in places in which is setting them time does matter, we don't arrive on time, right? So we take our trope. And then here's the other thing, ironic about the relaxed places. The places that I've been to that had that relaxed atmosphere where it's kind of just casual when you're getting served in a restaurant. St. Martin, Jamaica, Aruba.
Hey, dumb fuck. Let me
Now Aruba, they more
the
like
one place you won't be casual and report late to would be a fucking military fucking naval vessel. Stop talking about being casual at some goddamn restaurant in Jamaica and report aboard, young man. That's probably the issue. You think there are places black people can't be on time for? You're wearing sunshades indoors, son. No one's taking you seriously.
Right? But you're right. More niggas being late.
When I go to Mexico, it's the same way.
So what that mean? So we compare ourselves to the Mex. So what? So what?
I'm not comparing. I'm not
So-
comparing. I'm just giving you another. I'm giving you another group.
So you
no
just
comparison.
So
I'm not
Zhang-
comparing.
No, sir. The one thing you were never, and it could be, it was probably the schooling and the parents. No, you're 15 minutes early or you're late. That's literally like going to church on Sunday mornings. You were 15 minutes early or you were late. That's not a selective filtering of messaging or anything like that. No. My high school started at 7:55 in the morning. You did not want to be walking through the door at 7:55. You wanted to be there 15 minutes early, if not earlier. My childhood did not work by casually strolling in at the stroke of on time.
But the Mexicans is the niggas of Latinos. So you got.
And by the way, let me just make another joke. If my mother walked in to this house right now, there would be Hurricane Dolores would be like, it would just be like problematic. You should have known my mother.
So, like come on, Dr.
As a
G.
matter of fact,
we gotta
DJ
stop
Hemp
this
should
shit,
have
right?
known my
So
mother.
what happens
You
is
wouldn't be wearing
Natives operate
shades
that way
indoors.
too. Native American, Indian.
You see what happened to them. So 4% of the population. Come on, Dr. G. It's a losing argument. Like it's a losing argument.
Advocate for situational appropriateness, and like you said, we don't master that. We don't have discernment to read the room and understand that relaxed time, relaxed behavior, relaxed language is not appropriate in all walks of life. Except that I would say that there are some people who never move outside of a situation where they have to understand, what's appropriate outside of their culture. There are some people that never move outside of their neighborhood. They never move outside of their immediate community. So they never have to culture switch. They never have to understand reading the room in terms of being on time or having appropriate language or appropriate behavior, because they operate the way they operate all the time. It's those of us who are moving in and out of our communities, in and out of certain environments and workplaces and things like that, that understand the importance of that.
Nope. Could be that I know what to ignore and what not to
And so our
ignore.
job then
I
is to
guess
teach
that's
our people.
filtering.
Now, if they're going to pick up on the teaching and
Maybe
run
you
with
have a
it, that's a whole nother conversation. But those of us who understand what's happening and what needs to happen, the responsibility for us should be to teach.
Touche. You said exactly that. It's my
This
bad.
is the thing, right, Dr. G?
Sorry about that.
We have to teach
I am
what's going to be most beneficial.
I am 3 Guinnesses
the
in.
casual nature, right? And I'm not trying to be stuck on specifically like the AAEV conversation.
I don't remember
and things
that.
Like,
I don't
we are
remember
so
that.
casual,
Not being
right?
on time.
It is not benefiting.
It's been a
us,
while.
you
But
know,
Zhang,
because when we stop
I'm
being
a little
casual,
loopy.
control the controllable,
I really
treat
haven't
each
been
other with
drinking
proper
much,
respect.
so these
Then when
Guinness
we start to
stouts
talk
will
about the
hit ya
systematic
if
things
you're
that
not,
affected us, even if people make the argument
ready
that those
for.
things have tapered off a bit, right? Like you don't see the redlining like we used to, as an example. Gerrymandering now has a name, right? We understand the things that kind of
Gerrymandering now
separated the
has
black
a name.
households
It
from the
had
different
a
government
name
programs, the
that
offshoring and things of that
gerrymandering is
nature.
named
Right?
after.
We understand why
Ugh.
desegregation mattered, because there was no representation for the money that we were being taxed by.
Segregation
That money we
mattered.
were being taxed by was going to other communities, right? So now you say, okay,
Motherfucker
let me get
sounds
a
like
portion of that by,
fucking
desegregating,
blathering.
right? That's not talked about often, right? We
Nope.
know all those things,
Dumb.
But when we continue to be casual, because what it does is affects us in
Continue
so
to
many
be
different walks and
casual.
areas, it's hard for us to say, but y'all did this to us. But when we control the controllables, now when I say, yo,
control the controllables,
the fuck is that? You know?
Does this
now they got an
motherfucker
answer
think
for it. You
he
can't
is
point
a
the finger back at me like, well, y'all lazy,
now?
y'all this, y'all. No, we not. So now what? But see, they can always blame us for our problems because we don't. And I think a lot of it stems from us just being so relaxed and casual and just, you know what I mean, letting things flow. That's how you get conquered too, right? We chill people. Them motherfuckers came with blankets that had diseases on, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a whole lot.
See,
so now
this boy has been beat down by the white man. This boy, motherfucker. First thing you need to do is stop thinking who the they is. Motherfucker, be you and then build you up to scratch to deal with whoever the fuck it is you're trying to perform for. This is sad. Holy fuck.
We need to stop playing so people take us seriously.
So you said a lot, Hemp, and I'm with you. I appreciate, that level of breaking the whole thing down.
No one's meeting my expectations.
What came to mind when you were speaking was the systematic nature by which we've been kind of categorized as this group that can't get it together.
Yeah.
The worst of us are put on the big screen. The least intelligent of us are asked to speak for us.
What? Hold it.
I think that's all a part of the system.
Okay, now I have to ask questions. So the least intelligent of us are put up on a big screen to speak for us. Does that sound familiar, Dr. G? I'm literally looking at a screen. And is this like a deja vu thing? The fuck? The least intelligent of us are up on a screen speaking for us? Is this like looking into one of those mirrors where you keep seeing reflections back and forth and it looks like forever?
I think that's a systematic way of doing things because there is no lack of intelligence in Blackness. In the Black community, you can find, intelligent people who can be the face of
wait,
Blackness.
Hold it.
But the fact that
is there an etiquette I should be following? I'm sorry. I just I'm hearing this kind of in real time, and there's probably a bit of a delay, between the time I pause it and speak, and it does get confusing. But I'm disappointed in these two. I actually thought this might be interesting, and it is, but not for the reasons I thought it would be. This is literally nothing. I would say it's speaking in jargon, but it's not even that. It's silliness. It's fifth graders pretending to be eighth graders. That's the feeling I'm getting.
systematically the worst of us is highlighted, just speaks to, for me, this idea that this is very intentional. This is not something that we are causing as much as it is, just a system using the worst of us to keep us in a hold. I don't think anything has changed in terms of redlining, gerrymandering, and all those things. I think that is showing up differently.
Oh boy!
I think that the game has just re-upped. And once again,
the game has
we're in a game. We don't know the rules. We're trying to play another man's game without knowing the rules. And then when we learn the rules, the game changes. And so we constantly stay behind. I'm an advocate for creating the rules. Play your own game, right? And that way, at least you have a fighting chance. So it kind of speaks to that idea of segregation versus non-segregation. That's kind of where I'm getting at, right? If we stay within us, create for us, build within us, marry and procreate within us, then we have an
CKJ
opportunity at
throws
least to
salute. That is
control
exactly
the
the problem.
narrative.
There
But
is
when we
no
began to
problem.
move
They're just
out and
making us
get our money and get our degrees, and we move to the suburbs away from our people, we don't want to go back and teach,
away
we don't
from
want to pull
our
anybody up,
people.
then we're subjected to those tropes that are very detrimental to us as a whole people.
Yeah, I think I could definitely get with
Wow.
that. I think the key is right. Here's where we can make it make sense to what we currently reside in, right? The game is the game. There's a lot of exploitation within this game that we don't thoroughly understand. They used to use this against, what was his name? Not
Go out
John
and
Kerry, maybe
understand it.
the guy after him. I forget, he was running for president. But they were like, he only
You
paid
forget who
14% in
was
taxes.
president.
Right? Because his monies were like dividends and things of that nature, right? So the tax rate was different, even though he was making millions of dollars, right? He found a loophole in that system. Trump literally said, I use the loopholes with these bankruptcy things, right? To game the system because these
Trump
things are
said,
in
I
place.
use a loophole
Right?
with these
We can apply
bankruptcy
that
things,
type
right?
of stuff, right? But we're not
Really?
thinking through it.
That sounds
So as
intelligent,
entrepreneurs, to your point, right? Like I look up to Omar
Jesus,
as an
this is-
example, right? He got this many trucks, this many this, hires this many people. He found
Oh, motherfucker, this is dismal. This is literally way beneath my expectations. I need to hear this again. Trump used loopholes to do what?
he found a loophole in that system. Trump literally said, I use the loopholes with these bankruptcy things, right?
Trump literally said that I use loopholes with these bankruptcy things, right? Really? He literally said that, huh?
To game the system because these things are in place, right? We can apply that type of stuff, right? But we're not thinking through it. So as entrepreneurs, to your point, right? Like I look up to Omar as an example, right? He got this many trucks, this many
Who
this,
the
hires
fuck
this many
is
people.
Omar?
He found the loopholes that make sense. He voted for his interest
motherfucker
to
can't
then
even say
empower his people,
Umar.
right? In his area, Mitt Romney. Yep, thank you, Callie. They have a school. He pays for the kids to go to that school. Like if there's a kid that's they're a little low on tuition, he'll pay money.
Hey, Tropes, thanks
the
for
majority.
tomorrow's show
So I
title.
have 14 guys that work for me. I have 2 Latino guys, the rest are black, right? They have benefits, right? They're able to feed their family, because I work for myself, and you try to grab that level of power that's within reach, right? And then you continue to build up, right? I have autonomy to give back, right? So I can do this, but if I have to go, y'all see me be late at times. If I have to go help on a job, I got to call out, but it doesn't happen to me that often because we got pretty good structure, I can go coach, I can do right because I've been able to build it to now we can pour back in. So the system is kind of in place, but there's several things we can do to build up within this system in our communities to then take back some of that control from the tropes and the stereotypes. You see what I mean? So I agree with you. I just know that it is what it is, but there's a lot of things we can exploit in a capitalistic society, right? You can make a school when you got people that pay that can go ahead.
Right. No, yeah, but just more on the same line, we got to be taught that. There has to be more people like Omar coming back and saying, hey, this is how you do this, right? There has to be more people who are grassroots minded that then come along and teach that. I think though the issue too becomes this chase for money, this chase for to be a part of capitalism. That's got us in a stronghold too, because we're comparing ourselves to to the establishment.
You do realize that American capitalism pretty much started with us, quote, a part of it. Develop that history, ma'am. We were literally the capital at some point.
To this entity that really is responsible for the condition, but we're comparing ourselves to that instead of establishing our own way, planting our own flag.
SD,
and it's not an easy thing.
You mean?
I'm sorry.
We need money.
You don't mean the
right?
The
but
wire,
how much?
Omar.
Millions, trillions, billions.
Millions, trillions. I mean, think about it. If black people were their own country, what were our GDP is like 10, what is it? 10 trillion? What's our GDP for black people specifically? I think it's like 10, like it's a good number if we were our own country. So the truth is the money is there.
Money is there. Yeah, the money is there. It is.
You know?
It is.
And
so,
I have more money, I have
tomorrow,
more
let's just do a
ability, right? And I just have to make
revolution,
sure I allocate it appropriately, right?
Yeah.
And I manage it correctly. That's another thing, right? We mismanage a lot of stuff, you know? And I think to your point earlier, Americans have a issue with consumerism, right?
No,
but we don't have
absolutely don't.
the money, you know what I mean? Like in a lot of, but we have the same issue, right? So we don't even know how to allocate money and manage it properly.
Yes, we do.
You know, so
And
it
that's
just
another thing that has to be taught, because those of us who have a little bit of resources, are we managing them well?
Yes.
You know,
it's a lot of teaching, you know?
Yeah.
You have to have, and then you have to have the funds to even get to start to even understand these type of things, you know? Like we start talking about investing, but a lot of people can't, trying to feed themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to even get there, you know? Okay, this is what I was looking for. Thank you, Anton. So if Black America were a country, it'd be the 15th wealthiest nation. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was something like that. I think that's where I got the 10 number from, but I appreciate the edification. Look at that, you know? We don't know. Most of our millionaires come from real estate, right? Most millionaires' real estate status is tied up in assets, right? That's another thing people don't even understand. Like it'd be your houses, right? You know? Yeah, right. So I'm just looking at it, and I think the crux of it come to, you know, because I know we work hard, but it don't show up the way I want. And I'm saying I want it to. And it gets overshadowed by the casual nature.
Yeah,
you know,
what you
there's so
want
many
is what
hardworking,
we all
good
want
businessmen.
there,
We don't take of the set asides for the SBEs, right? You know, they set minority set aside. So 30% of the work has to go to a minority, whether it be black owned, black and women owned, you know? So men, right? When you get the right woman or women, if you know, polygynous.
Oh my God.
You put her name on that
Polygynous?
business. Now you got a double minority.
Polygynous?
You see? Like we're not even playing. Let's game this system.
He gonna run off.
Huh?
We're too afraid of the things that might happen if we do that. I think. You know what I mean? But that's a sidebar conversation. But I think there are just small things we could do. Like for instance, I was listening to Money Talk last night, and I go in and I listen to it. A lot of times I think they're talking over my head, honestly, because I'm not great with money and financial stuff and all of that. But I go in and listen for the nugget that I can pick up. And last night they said something like, and I'm not quoting, it just takes for you to make it a consistent investment of whatever you can invest. And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, I don't have thousands of dollars to invest in anything, but I consistently every month pay for a Hulu subscription, Netflix subscription, HBO Max. I have all the entertainment stuff I'm paying for. And when I look at that, you know, that's anywhere from 50.
This is like the dumbest fucking argument. It's the same thing as you should deny yourself Air Jordans. The fuck? Oh man, this is literally. You know, I've never listened to like a whole Breakfast Club episode, but it's got to be kind of like this. So you should deny yourself $100 a month for entertainment. Not sure that's a good argument.
To $75 a month that maybe I could take and put into that investment, you know, whatever it is. So it's just the small things that I think we don't think about. I'm thinking thousands, hundreds, this and that, but no, over time, even that little bit of an investment can make a difference. And so the teaching is what I'm saying. You know, Money Talks is again, I think it's
$75
great. And I think that they speak over my head, but I was even able to pull something that was beneficial and could be beneficial to me. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn off Netflix, and I'm going to I ain't going to turn off I'm not going to turn off Netflix. I'm going to turn off Hulu, and I'm going to turn off HBO Max, and I'm going to take those monies and put them
If you
somewhere else.
go to
accumulation
Amazon
over time,
Prime,
man.
you can actually
I
get
think
it
I think
for
I think
HBO
I think it's
Max,
really important, you know. And the
subscription.
things that we can control, Dr. G, what
you
I'm
need
kind of
an
speaking out is a little bit more
entertainment
tangible because
advisor.
it doesn't require an investment of money, but it does require us to be properly discerning and teaching each other the things that we need to be apply, you know? Like I just see us being so casual and unserious with so many things. Even like articulation, which is why we had that conversation. And what my greatest fear regarding this conversation is we don't have the proper discernment to try to do both. Right? We don't have the timings of the essence.
Is you don't have
right?
the
So we have
proper
to
grammar.
elevate. You know, so trying to do both at this juncture based on where we are and what the statistics say, if those things are true, right? I think we have to push more towards, hey, these are the things that help us get to where we got to go. So then we can do what we want. You know?
I respect it.
Damn. Damn. This shit crazy, man. This shit crazy. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Dr. G, I know you working today?
Yeah, I'm about to go back home. I'm about to get on a plane and take it back home. So
Where
I guess I'm not. I'm leaving working to go back home. Yeah.
Travel if it's a part of work.
Where you
be deducted.
Where you
as
at? You
a
in Cali again?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you always out there.
And we'll be back next week too. We got a lot of schools out here. They're trying to get it together. So I'm good with that.
You got a boyfriend out there?
Oh my God,
No.
really?
Why you laugh?
Kind of. You know what? It's always gonna come back to that, right?
Is Arnold here so he can
So this motherfucker is thinking he's talking about all kinds of sophisticated bullshit, and it all comes down to you got a boyfriend out there?
assess your demeanor when you say it. He's good at that. Dr. G, you have a boyfriend?
No.
You got a love. Don't try to get shit. You got a love interest out there or something?
No.
Who house is that?
It's an Airbnb.
All right. I'm gonna send that clip to Arnold. We're gonna see.
So we just say, well, Dr. G, when you said no, your left eye kind of twitched, and your right eyebrow went up. So I don't know if I can believe you.
You know, and Dr. G, one last thing. You know, our entertainment is always conflated with our actions. You know what I mean? And we should be able to have entertainment. You know, and entertainment is, you know, fighting, all that stuff is what you watch on the big screen, you know, but we leave and we take as entertainment, you know. Our music is so often conflated with our modus operandi for the majority of us, right? Even though the statistics show the extreme minority of us are actually doing anything, you know what I mean? Crazy, right? Even the jail population is less than 1%, you know. So I just want to make sure when it's time to be on, we on, right? And we can still enjoy the shit we can enjoy. I think a lot of people don't know this. The Psalms is songs. I think people do know that, actually.
Yeah.
King David be killing motherfuckers. He be saying how much he hate people. Like, King David was a gangster rapper. You know what I mean? But you can still this is what that is, right? And I can still be perfect, but it's just that all our stuff is so just grayed up. You know what I'm saying? But
that's interesting. I'm gonna share that with my mom. Mom, ain't gonna talk about King David being a gangster rapper.
Yeah, man. So, Dr. G, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I appreciate you.
I'm glad you invited me for this segment. and not the segment that my sis Love had to do.
Oh yeah.
Big ups to Love for doing her thing the way she do it. That ain't who I am. I would have been like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, she was built. She was built for that part. You know.
Right. Right.
That's her
Shout out
thing.
to the chat. Shout out to TMBR.
Indeed. Well, I love you, Dr. G. Be
Love you
safe
too,
out here,
Hank.
man. Make
Will
sure
do.
you know
Will
what I'm
do.
saying? And tell that nigga I'm gonna come out there and vet him.
Okay. I don't know what to say. There is no him, but okay.
It gets pretty
Like, share, subscribe,
awkward
tell a friend,
towards
and
the
tell a
end.
friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I think that I got a few different things that I need to talk through with a couple people, but I think those three are good enough. You know what I mean, for today. I'm gonna drop the link one more time if anybody want to converse about those three things. If not, we'll jam out with some stuff that make people feel good and we get up out of here. You heard? So let me drop this link one more time. I ain't see folks.
All right. Well,
I just sent him the link.
we are getting towards that time. Let's see. We are 8.5. I paid attention to that play still in motion. I'm sure that is interesting. You know what? I am tempted. I have a video up on the screen about deboning a whole chicken. Let's see, what do we have here? Let's see. Thought I had some interesting things. Oh, wow. Give me a sec. I know this is taking too long. I got a lot. You know what? I got a lot of boring stuff, but I need to bone up on something here. Ooh, look at this. Let's watch this. Wow. I've always wanted to kind of do something like this. Holy fuck.
There you go.
Found her.
Found it. Found it. Do we have a shovel here?
Well, that must be the officer. He got a shovel here. Wow.
Hector. Hector. Let them know I'm walking back now.
Yep.
Dude, you can only imagine how cold it is inside that sub. Oh, that shit's cold. Look like it's nuclear. Oh, they can find the heat if they have to.
Come on then, people.
Where?
Oh, you love it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Don't stop. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
They're coming by.
2-3. Can you put that in the notebook, please? Send it down. 2-3. Yep. No, that's not right.
Hurry up! We got to quit already, Joseph.
Hurry up.
We can drive it. Hurry up! Hurry up! You are running. Why are you slowing down? Why are you slowing? You want to go ahead and get out there?
No, then I would.
Come on.
Fuck.
Come on. Come on. Pull yourself up. Hey, let's go, man.
Oh,
Come on,
boy.
man. Pull yourself up. Pull yourself up. Come on. Pull it.
Motherfucker, they're going slow. Oh, this is a goddamn gather.
Use your arm. Pull yourself to the rope. Pull yourself to the rope. Come on, baby.
Oh, really? Oh, motherfucker, why isn't that barbed wire half the... Oh, my God, this is a pussy crawl. That's not a goddamn low crawl. The fuck? That's how it is now? Oh, they wear motherfucking goggles? Really? Holy shit.
Punch yourself. Come on. Come on, give up. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, fuck that.
Let's go. Let's go.
Even.
Go.
Catch up.
Go. Right side, first two, get the doors.
Oh
Go,
no.
right side, quick.
I've
Move
done
it,
this
move it.
before, folks, except it was in a tent. Holy shit.
Let's go. All right, come on. Come on now. Follow me. Let's go.
This has got to be Fort Bragg.
Cover me while I move. I got you covered. Moving. I got you covered. Moving. Set. You covered.
Engage target.
Wow.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Who's supposed to grab the rifle? You do.
Throw. Rock back. Throw.
Oh, nice. Grenade throw. Yeah, years ago when I was in college, I was in Army ROTC, so I've pretty much done it was basically Army basic training. So that it is a young man's game, folks. So here we go. Let's debone a chicken.
A roll, either a stuffed roll or a galantine or any other recipe. You need to have the whole chicken open apart. So this is this chicken is about 4 pounds. It was 2 kilograms actually. So this is why I said it is about 4 pounds. So what I'm going to do, I will be using a filleting knife.
They were
So
soft.
this is a
Jay.
special knife to do
But all
this kind
kids are
of
soft.
work.
They'll
So
get.
what I'm going to do
They'll
first,
come along if they survive it.
I will
And
try to
basic
get the
training
carcass
isn't
out.
the hardest
But
thing
first
to
of
learn,
all,
especially
I will take the bones from the wings.
It's really
and
not
I
that
take
tough.
them like this.
It can be intense mentally
And like this.
if you're not used
And
to
here
it
is one
physically.
bone. And I will take the other bone
There
as
are
well.
harder things.
We want to save, this is the other bone of the wing. So we will save as much meat as possible. So we will
nice.
discard
Now, I
this
don't debone my
wing tip.
chicken like
We'll go
that.
to the other side, take the bones out like this.
I guess I'll
So
have
we
to
have
learn a new way.
one bone,
Very
and
interesting.
we have another bone.
Now,
Without
the
the
way
meat
I
on them.
learned it is you start
We will take the wing tip away.
loosening the back
So
flesh
what we are
from
going
the
to do,
ribs, from the back
I
ribs.
will go through the wishbone and just break it. Okay. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to do with one straight cut, I will go from the one side of the breast, and then I
Sternum.
will go with one cut on the other kind of the breast. You see, I didn't make the movements as if we are cutting bread. When we cut meat, we just do just one straight cut, so we don't damage the meat. So what I'm going to do, I will work from head to tail and take off the carcass. Okay. So I will go through the shoulder.
Nice.
And then I will go to the other side. And likewise, I will work towards the back of the chicken and downwards. Then what I'm going to do, I will hold the chicken like this and try and
Nice.
get the skin away from the carcass, like this. Okay, at this point, I will stop and take out the bones from the legs. So again, I will go on the drumstick first and take out this bone like this, and You see, there is no meat at all on the bone. It's just a bare bone. And then I will go to the hip and take the other bone out like this. So this is the other bone. And I will take the cartilage away. I will do it later. So let's go to this side. One straight cut, and I get the bone from the drumstick. Here is the bone. It's completely bare. And then I will go to the thigh and get the other bone out. So here is the thigh bone. You see, there is no meat on it. And then I will go through the oyster from both sides, and very carefully I will remove the skin.
Wow.
So that I will have a completely boneless chicken. Again, we can use the carcass to make
kind of with you on that.
a nice stock.
It'll be okay.
We can make a soup. We can make something else. We can make a sauce. So this is the carcass.
Oh shit, he's
completely without any
you
wasted
just can't
meat on
use
it.
that wood every day.
So here we have,
dude,
the
that is beautiful.
chicken open.
Shit, it takes
what I'm
me
going
like
to do now
goddamn an
is
hour
to
do this
remove
shit. And
the
I haven't done
wishbone
it in a
from
while.
both sides.
Yeah, but I mean,
also
you
from
don't
this
use
side.
the board every day. Let it sit for 6 months. It'll be fine.
And I have the two wings.
But I'll also
that
say
there
this,
are
Trunks,
several ways of
I
taking the
have
bone out.
wooden
I will
cutting.
take the
It's
bone out from
decorative.
here,
I don't use
like
it.
this, just around the
So
bone. There are
I'm
some
with you on that.
really
There's
some
people who
strong
use wooden
nerves.
cutting boards,
I
but
want to take them out. So I will go here, and we have another bare bone. Okay, so let me take it on this side also.
that
Like
goddamn
this,
boning
like
knife
this.
is nice.
We just go around the joint, and I just pull the bone out. And here is the other bone from the wing. And now I will remove the cartilage from the two knees, which is very, very easy. And there is a
Remove the
pin bone
knees.
here in the drumstick. And likewise, I will do on the other side. So I will remove the cartilage and the pin bone.
Wow.
And so what we have here, you see, we have the whole chicken that we can either, of course, we
wrap
can
that
cut it
bitch
in
up
four
with some
and make
twine.
4 portions like I did before. But we can also use this. We put it on this side. We remove,
Remoulade, bitch.
we put them wings inside. Here, we can make a stuffing. We can put bacon. We can put mincemeat, any other herbs, any other stuffing
That's
we
pretty
like.
funny.
And then what we're going
Good
to
one.
do, we will roll the chicken like this.
Yes, remoulade
like
it.
this. And we
Tie
make
it off with some twine.
a nice chicken without any bones. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this. This is a special
what a
net
pussy,
that I
motherfucker.
can put my chicken
Use some
inside.
twine.
and then
But
it
I
will
know what he's
become
doing.
a
That's a better
nice,
idea, actually.
a nice
I've
roast.
never seen one like that. Oh, that's
You
nice.
see,
Fuck. Okay.
we have the chicken in the net. We can bake it like this, and then we can slice it very nicely when it comes out of the oven. Okay, so you could have this stuffed, or you can bake it as it is. Okay, thank you very much for watching. This was Andros Haralambous. So today you are not listening to the harmonica. So this is the chicken, and these are the bones that that we can make a stock and prepare a very nice sauce, or we can make a nice soup. Thank you very much for watching. I will be back with you with another chicken, how to cut a chicken. Thank you very much. Bye bye. This is Andros.
All right. Well, you will need to give me 1 sec. This is the first I've heard of this, so give me 1 sec. Sorry. Be right back. Oh, sorry about this. This is something I have never seen before and didn't know. So I'll just read this. Let's see. In 1944, the U.S. Navy had 100,000 black sailors, but not a single black officer. This is the hidden history of the Golden 13, the first 16 black men selected for officer training, and the systemic trap set by the Navy to ensure they failed. Sorry, gonna have to do this. I had no motherfucking clue. This documentary uncovers the racial injustice of the Navy's seagoing bellhop policy and the secret plan to discredit its first black officer candidates. We explore how these men were given an impossible 8-week timeline, half the normal length, and how, when they passed with the highest scores in the station's history, the Navy forced them to retake the tests, discover the story of their solidarity, their triumph over a racist system, and the ultimate injustice of how their commissions were handled. Well, this is important to me because I went to Navy OCS up in Newport, Rhode Island. So we will hear this.
Navy set up its first 16 black officer candidates to fail, giving them 8 weeks to complete a 16-week course. When they passed with the highest scores in history, the Navy's response was a stunning betrayal. By the end of World War II, the United States Navy had perfected the art of exclusion. The system was so thorough, so deeply embedded, that it had effectively erased black men from naval leadership for generations. The degradation had accelerated in 1893, when the Navy created the messman and steward branches, ratings specifically designed to segregate black sailors into servant roles. From that point forward, black men entering the Navy could only work as cooks, cleaners, and personal attendants to white officers. They were, as the black press accurately described them, seagoing bellhops. But even that limited service was stripped away in 1919. After World War I, the Navy stopped enlisting black men entirely. For 13 years, from 1919 to 1932, no black Americans could join the service at all. The few who had enlisted before the ban were allowed to stay until retirement, but no replacements would follow them. When the Navy finally reopened enlistment to black men in 1932, it was exclusively for steward positions. By June 1940, there were 4,007 black personnel in a Navy of 170,000. All were enlisted. All but 6 were stewards. Not a single one could become an officer. This wasn't accidental neglect. It was deliberate policy, articulated clearly in official documents. A 1917 memo from the Secretary of the Navy explained the reasoning. Limiting black sailors to certain ratings prevented them from achieving positions of authority over whites. The Navy was willing to accept black labor, but only if it came with built-in subordination. The contrast with the Army was stark. By World War II, the Army already had a black general. The first black Army officer had graduated from West Point in 1877. 67 years earlier, the Navy had none. Zero black commissioned officers in nearly 2 centuries of existence.
Just tell
The
good
attack on
joke.
Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941 should have changed everything. The nation mobilized for total war, and every branch of the military faced desperate manpower shortages. Black men volunteered by the thousands, eager to serve. The Navy rejected them or channeled them into steward positions. The response from civil rights leaders was immediate and fierce. The NAACP, the Black Press, and activists across the country recognized that this was a moment that demanded action. They weren't willing to repeat the experience of World War I, when Black Americans had deferred protest in the name of patriotism, only to face lynchings and brutal repression after the armistice. This time, they insisted on what they called the Double Vive campaign: victory over fascism abroad and victory over racism at home. If black men were going to fight and die for American democracy, that democracy needed to include them. The Navy's response to the mounting pressure was grudging and minimal. In April 1942, under direct orders from President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Navy finally opened general service ratings to black men. They could now train as quartermasters, machinists, electricians, real technical positions. But they trained separately at a segregated facility called Camp Robert Smalls within Great Lakes Naval Training Station. By January 1944, there were nearly 100,000 black sailors in the Navy. They worked as technicians, operated equipment, performed skilled labor. 12,000 more were enlisting every month. Yet not one of them could be promoted to officer, the rank required to lead men and command respect. The absurdity was becoming impossible to ignore. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Adlai Stevenson, applied increasing pressure on Navy leadership. How could the service function with 100,000 enlisted men but 0 black officers? Who would lead these men? How could the Navy justify asking black families to sacrifice their sons when it refused to allow those sons any path to leadership? The Navy's solution was calculated. In January 1944, they would commission black officers, but under conditions designed to prove that black men couldn't handle command responsibility. On January 1st, 1944, 16 black enlisted men reported to Camp Robert Smalls for officer training. They'd been selected from across the Navy based on their exemplary service records, their education, and their leadership potential. Most had college experience. Several had advanced degrees. Some were athletes. All had demonstrated exceptional ability in their enlisted roles. The 16 men were Jesse Arber, a Pullman porter and tailor from Chicago, Philip Barnes and Samuel Barnes, no relation despite the shared name, Dalton Bohr, who'd attended college in Arkansas, George Cooper, already a chief petty officer, Reginald Goodwin, who would later become a successful attorney, James Hare, Charles Lear, Graham Martin, Dennis Nelson, known for his flamboyant personality, John Reagan, a Chicago native, Frank Sublette, who grew up on Chicago's North Shore, William White, who had both a bachelor's and law degree from the University of Chicago, Augustus Alves, a former merchant mariner, J.B. Pinckney, and Lewis Williams, a social worker and union organizer. On their first day, they received the training schedule. The standard officer training course lasted 16 weeks. The Navy was giving them 8. The message was unmistakable. The Navy expected a 25% attrition rate for white officer candidates in the full 16-week program. By cutting the time in half while maintaining the same curriculum, Navy leadership was engineering failure. If these black men couldn't complete the accelerated program, it would prove, or so the reasoning went, that black men lacked the capacity for officer responsibilities. The 16 candidates understood exactly what was happening. They'd been set up. Their failure would be used to justify continued exclusion. Their success was the only way forward. In the oral histories collected decades later, the men recalled
You're gonna have
making
to
a
help me
crucial
with that
decision in
one.
those first days.
That black people are saying, let's see, this is wild. What is this video? What this video is saying that saying the same thing that black people are saying about black people today. I guess. The thing is that most of the black people saying it about other black people are failures in and of themselves. I literally don't hear any black admiral or black general. The accomplished black people are not saying this about black people. It's the John Galts. It's all these people who sit their asses on YouTube and have never experienced anything. And let me say something. Yeah, I should probably get out more. I should go fishing and all, but motherfucker, I actually did some shit. I know what I'm talking about. I've experienced it, and I just know from, looking outside of my personal experience, the people who are saying what black people can't do are the people who have not done it themselves. Being a landlord is easy. Motherfucker, go out and command people in dangerous situations, which I have done. I want to hear some pussy telling me, and I am personalizing this a little bit, I realize, but the funny thing is I know what a black man can do, a smart black man who has command of like knowledge and physical strength and common sense. That's why that's why that's why we have a 4-star admiral in charge of Southern Command going, hey, I don't have to do this shit. I'll retire as a 3-star. Motherfucker, because I don't have to do it. I need to be a black man. And black men don't do this bullshit. I'll take 3 stars versus 4 stars. I think that's fucking heroic. And I would love my son to be like, dude, you'll be okay. You make the right decision. You will make $50,000 less, but you're a 4-star versus a 3-star. Who's going to know the difference? That's the son I want to raise. I'll accept nothing less. So anyway, I'm kind of getting weird here. Too much Guinness Stout, but if you're going to be a smart black man, if you're going to raise a good black family, you have to know a bunch of shit, but you also have to just be yourself. Your family is all that matters. Make sure you raise a good family. And make sure you have a good wife and all that stuff. But this DJ Hamp and whoever this silly woman who calls herself a doctor, it rattled my cage a bit. Literally, it was the stupidest shit I've heard in quite some time. So anyway, I will bore y'all.
Samuel Barnes later explained, we decided not to compete with other members of the group. So we had many study sessions together. We were determined to succeed in spite of the burdens that would be placed on us. We knew that we were the foot in the door for many other black sailors, and we were determined not to be the ones who were responsible for having the foot removed. They would work together. They would ensure that every man succeeded, not most of them, all of them. Their training facility was segregated from both the white officer candidates and the black enlisted men. They lived in their own barracks, drilled separately, ate alone. Some of their white instructors made their contempt obvious. One instructor later admitted, "I just want you to know that I tried to make the course difficult so that you would not be successful." The physical racism was constant. White and
Let me tell you something funny. I went to Navy OCS. I had my degree, and my cousin, who is a naval aviator, I went to his commissioning. He went to aviation OCS, and I was an Army ROTC scholar in college. I had a full ride, and I'm just like, you know what? I can't be an Army officer. I just did not like it. It was just boring. Well, it sounds so petulant to say boring. It just didn't suit my personality. And you know what? I had a chance to get out of it, and that's what I did. So my cousin was like, "Hey, you need to check out the Navy." And you know what? I fell in love with the Navy. And I won't go into why I fell in love with the Navy, but we're talking Navy OCS. I had my degree. I went up to Newport, Rhode Island, did the Navy OCS. And OCS is kind of weird. In any sort of naval academy, they feed you through a fire hose with knowledge and physical. You are never not going to be not under stress. You have to learn quick, you have to perform physically, and they will happen. You'll take an engineering class, and then you're going to be swimming for 2 hours. It's kind of intense. So anyway, my first test at OCS, it was an academic test. And you know what? I hadn't had sleep. It was just stressful. So you know what? The senior chief Canty, he was a black E8. He pulls us all out. Motherfuckers, get your asses out here. And he's locked us up outside of our little pods, our little rooms. And we're locked up. We're standing at attention, and he's just fucking going crazy. So he comes up to me and he goes, "Officer candidate Cross, drop." And I'm like, what the fuck? It was just random. "Don't stop until I tell you." So I'm fucking pumping him out. Push-ups. And he goes, "Well, do you know why I dropped you?" "No, senior chief, I don't know." "Oh, on your feet." So I'm up on my feet. "Motherfucker, you got a perfect score on this test, and you did not help your shipmates out." And I was like, oh wow. But you can't go, "Oh wow, motherfucker, I'm scared as shit. I'm still trying to figure out." It was beautiful. And I loved that this E8 black senior chief, he was kind of my mentor, to be honest. And I could tell on his face, "Motherfucker, you just got a goddamn perfect score. You're the only black officer candidate out of like 50 on this hall. Motherfucker, drop." It was beautiful. And it actually was motivational. And so anyway, we
enlisted men crossed the
young
street
black
to avoid.
officers need our senior chiefs. They literally, if you want a good black naval officer. There will be some excellent enlisted, even E5 to, E8. They will recognize you. They will help you, but you have to be humble enough to fucking go, hey, I don't know everything. They will groom you. They will make you a goddamn admiral. You don't have to beg. You do have to understand that you just don't know every goddamn thing. And anyway, I again, much too much Guinness out, but kind of going back through my memory bank. So watching this, I kind of miss being 20 or 21. This is exciting for a young man to do.
Saluting them. Even though they outranked the candidates, they were black, and that superseded military protocol in many minds. The subtle hostility was everywhere, so the 16 men adapted. Lights out was at 10:30 p.m. That's when their real studying began. They covered their barrack windows with blankets and sheets so no light would escape. They studied by flashlight until the early morning hours. Each man brought his particular expertise, technical knowledge, academic skills, practical experience, and they taught each other. They created study groups that broke down every subject. They quizzed each other relentlessly. They worked through problems together. No one was allowed to fall behind. When one man struggled with a topic, the others stayed with him until he mastered it. The pace was brutal. They were covering 16 weeks of material in 8. The subjects ranged from naval regulations to navigation, from ship handling to military law, from engineering fundamentals to command principles. Every day brought mountains of information to absorb, procedures to memorize, concepts to understand. They worked 20-hour days. They survived on minimal sleep. They drove themselves beyond exhaustion, and they did it while carrying the weight of knowing that failure meant not just personal disappointment, but the destruction of opportunity for thousands of black sailors who would come after them. In March 1944, the 16 candidates took their final examinations. When the scores came back, every single man had passed, all 16. 0 attrition. More than that, they'd scored higher than any officer candidate class in Great Lakes Naval Training Station history. Their collective grade point average was 3.89 out of 4.0. The Navy's response revealed everything about the assumptions underlying the entire program. High-ranking officials in Washington refused to believe the results. An all-black class couldn't possibly outscore everyone.
They went to John Gall, and they're going, "Hey, John Gall, how could these boys possibly have scored this high?" And he's like, "I know it, sir. Those niggas, they cheated their ass off. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go find out how they was able to cheat, sir. And then I'm going to find out, and I'm going to come back, and we going to test them again."
White class in history. The scores had to be wrong. The men must have cheated somehow. The 16 candidates were ordered to retake their examinations. Think about that moment. They'd completed an accelerated program specifically designed to ensure their failure. They'd worked twice as hard to learn the material in half the time. They'd achieved the highest scores in the station's history, and they were being told their
Said, look, go grab me a Hawaiian punch. Gave the bitch $5. And told her go walk down to the corner store and go grab that shit right quick. She was like, cool.
Achievements didn't count, that they'd have to prove themselves again. The humiliation was calculated and deliberate, but the men returned to their study groups. They reviewed the material again, and they took the tests a second time. All 16 passed again. Their scores actually improved slightly. The 3.89 average stood.
By the way, I'm not going to verify every picture that's up here. That milling machine, it's probably not an actual thing. You know, when you put together something like this, they're probably just, looking for something that looks like, they're working hard. So, I'm not going to hold this YouTube video to perfect factual integrity, I guess.
Ran out of excuses, but it found one final way to maintain the illusion of black inferiority. Despite all 16 men passing with record scores, only 13 would be commissioned. 12 men would become ensigns. One man, Charles Bird Lear, would be made a warrant officer, a rank below commissioned officer status. The remaining three, Augustus Alves, J.B. Pinckney, and Lewis Williams, would be returned to the enlisted ranks. No official explanation was ever provided for why 3 men who had passed every test would be denied commissions, but the calculation was clear. With this pass rate, the black class's success rate would match the average white class. The Navy could commission black officers without admitting they'd performed exceptionally. On March 17, 1944, 12 men were commissioned as ensigns in the United States Naval Reserve. Jesse Arber, Philip Barnes, Samuel Barnes, Dalton Bohr, George Cooper, Reginald Goodwin, James Hare, Graham Martin, Dennis Nelson, John Reagan, Frank Sublet, and William White. Charles Lear received his warrant officer commission. Together, these 13 became the first black officers in U.S. Navy history. There were no graduation ceremonies, no celebrations, no public acknowledgement of what they'd achieved. The Navy kept their commissioning quiet, releasing minimal information to the press. For 3 decades, they would be known simply as those Negro officers or those black officers. The name Golden 13 wouldn't be coined until 1977, when Captain Edward Sechrest, himself a black Vietnam veteran assigned to Navy Recruiting Command, created the term as a public relations tool to inspire a new generation. Receiving a commission should have meant respect, authority, opportunity. For the 13, it meant navigating a new form of discrimination. They wore the gold stripes. They held the rank, but the Navy had no intention of treating them like real officers. Their assignments made this clear. Navy policy explicitly barred black officers from serving on combat ships or commanding white sailors. So the 13 were given positions that kept them safely segregated, training black recruits at shore facilities, overseeing all black logistics units, commanding harbor tugs and small vessels with mostly black crews. Samuel Barnes was assigned to run athletic programs at Great Lakes. He was a valued member of the base community. His work was recognized as excellent, but he was never permitted to enter the officers' club. None of the Golden 13 were. They held officer rank, but officers' clubs across the Navy remained whites only. When Barnes shipped out to the Pacific in 1945, his assignment underscored the Navy's true view of black officers. He became Division Officer of Logistics Support Company 64, an all-black stevedore unit performing manual labor, loading and unloading ships in Okinawa. This was the typical assignment for black officers, overseeing labor battalions doing menial work. Frank Sublet's experience mirrored Barnes's. After working in Navy machine shops, he was eventually deployed as executive officer of a stevedore battalion at Naval Operating Base Eniwetok. Manual labor units led by black officers. This was the Navy's vision of integrated leadership. The daily indignities were constant and calculated. white enlisted men routinely refused to salute black officers, violating basic military protocol with impunity. Officers' clubs emptied when the 13 entered. Dining facilities made it clear they weren't welcome. Housing was substandard or non-existent. The men couldn't fight back. Any display of anger, any confrontation, would be used as evidence that black men lacked the temperament for command. They had to remain calm, professional, and above reproach even as they endured treatment that would have ended the careers of officers who subjected them to it. One of the instructors who trained the Golden 13 later recalled visiting them after they'd been commissioned. He found them eating alone at a table. When white officers entered the mess, they moved to different tables rather than sit with black officers. The instructor noted the absurdity. These men had been trained to lead, but they couldn't even share a meal with their peers. Dennis Nelson, always outspoken, later described applying for a regular Navy commission after the war. When asked what basis he had for requesting acceptance, he replied, "I'm just going to reverse the question. What reason would you have for denying it?" He became the only member of the Golden 13 to make a career of the Navy, serving 20 years before retiring as a lieutenant commander. The story of the Golden 13 would have profound consequences, even if those consequences took years to materialize. In July 1948, 4 years after the 13 were commissioned, President Harry Truman signed Executive Order 9981, officially desegregating the U.S. military. The existence of black Navy officers, the proof that they could perform excellently despite institutional obstruction, had made continued formal segregation indefensible. The path wasn't smooth. The order desegregated policy, not culture. Black officers continued facing discrimination for decades, but the door was open. By the time the Golden 13 held their first official reunion in 1977, the Navy had transformed. There were hundreds of black officers. Black sailors served on every ship, in every rating, at every rank. The segregated service of 1944 had given way to something approaching actual integration. The men themselves went on to remarkable civilian careers. Samuel Barnes became athletic director at Howard University and served on the executive committee of the NCAA, the first black person to do so. Dalton Bohr taught at the Navy Engineering School and later at MIT. William White became a U.S. judge, serving as presiding judge of Cook County Juvenile Court and later as justice of the Illinois Appellate Court. Reginald Goodwin became a successful attorney. Their achievements validated what had always been true. The Navy's exclusion of black officers was never about capability. It was about preserving white supremacy within the institution. In 1987, the Navy reunited 7 surviving members to dedicate Building 1405 at Great Lakes Naval Training Station in their honor. Today, that building, where new recruits first arrive for basic training, is named the Golden 13. Every sailor entering the Navy walks through their legacy. In 2006, North Chicago broke ground on a World War II memorial honoring the Golden 13 and Doris Miller, the black mess attendant who manned anti-aircraft guns at Pearl Harbor despite no combat training. The memorial stands at Veterans Memorial Park, ensuring their stories remain visible. The Golden 13's story reveals something essential about institutional racism. It's designed to create outcomes that can then be used to justify the racism itself. The Navy didn't just exclude black men from officer positions because of prejudice. It created conditions, limited training opportunities, accelerated timelines, hostile instructors, segregated facilities, specifically intended to produce failure that could be presented as evidence of black inferiority. When that engineered failure didn't materialize, when the 16 men refused to accept the script written for them, and instead achieved record-breaking success, the Navy simply refused to acknowledge it. It forced them to retake tests. It denied commissions to 3 men who'd passed. It kept their achievements quiet. It assigned them to positions designed to minimize their visibility and impact. This wasn't accidental bureaucratic dysfunction. It was systematic suppression of evidence that contradicted racial ideology. The Navy couldn't allow these 13 men to disprove the assumptions underlying segregation, so it worked to ensure their excellence remained invisible. The men understood this perfectly. That's why they made their pact to ensure everyone succeeded. That's why they studied together until dawn. That's why they maintained composure under conditions designed to provoke failure. They knew they weren't just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for every black sailor who would come after them. Decades later, at reunions and commemorations, the surviving members would be asked about their experience. Their responses emphasized the weight they'd carried. Jesse Arber said simply, "I remember our first thought when we got our commissions was relief. Then it was determination that we would be an image for others, and that they could not say that because we failed, others were not capable of doing it." The Navy had given them an impossible task and expected them to fail. They succeeded spectacularly, and in doing so, they proved that the impossible was only impossible because institutions made it so, not because people couldn't achieve it. Frank Ellis Sublette Jr., the last surviving member of the Golden 13, died in 2006 at age 86. By then, the Navy he'd helped integrate was unrecognizable from the one that had reluctantly commissioned him in 1944. Black officers serve at every level of the modern Navy. In 1971, Samuel L. Gravely Jr., who'd been commissioned through the V-12 program in November 1944, just months after the Golden 13, became the first black admiral in Navy history. Today, black sailors have commanded carrier strike groups, led major naval operations, and served as senior advisors at the highest levels of defense. None of that was inevitable. It happened because 13 men refused to let the Navy's manufactured barriers define what was possible. They studied by flashlight in covered barracks. They retook tests they'd already passed. They endured humiliation and discrimination while wearing the uniform they'd earned the right to wear. They did it not for personal glory, but because they understood that their success would open doors for thousands who would follow. The Navy tried to bury their story. It kept their commissioning quiet. It denied them basic respect. It minimized their achievements at every turn. But the door they forced open never fully closed again, and that makes them more than successful officer candidates. It makes them revolutionaries who dismantled institutional racism from the inside, one impossible achievement at a time. In March 1944, 12 black men became ensigns and one became a warrant officer. The Navy thought it was running an experiment in controlled failure. Instead, it was witnessing the beginning of its own transformation, led by men who understood that excellence under impossible conditions was the only weapon that couldn't be taken away. The Golden 13 proved that when institutions claim something is impossible, what they often mean is that they've made it impossible on purpose. And they proved that purposeful barriers can be shattered by people who refuse to accept the limitations placed on them. That's the legacy that survives in Building 1405 at Great Lakes. That's the story that matters. 13 men broke through a barrier designed to be unbreakable and changed the Navy forever.
Wow, that was horrible. Not that impressed. So, let's go to Dennis Sperling. This is a provocative title.
Hey man, I do what I do. Sellouts. They'll say the things that the white people can't say without otherwise being perceived as racist. So,
yep, that's John Gold.
Black people, especially on YouTube, cleaning house. Now, you know, setting that argument aside, I want to also point out the fact that, you know, the way you know a person is a sellout is not necessarily by their rhetoric. I judge people by their actions. Who are you married to? I judge people by
oh, this is gonna.
Where do you live?
Oh, wait, hold it.
What have you done for black people? Who
did he just say? He judges people by who they are married to. this is going to get good.
What do your children look like? You know, and I say all that to say because you can't. I mean, it's one thing to say, yeah, you know, I'm tired of these black folks, but you live around black people, you support black people, you have a black family. You might have some divergent views, but the truth is, you know, that person is probably find it amazingly interesting how the same people who hold themselves out as pro-black often have white girlfriends, white wives, they have white husbands, they have white boyfriends. I find that interesting. Whether we're talking about entertainers, whether we're talking about artists, there's you know, we can go into detail after detail, but many of your famous so-called pro-blacks at some point have, you know, married to white people, you know. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I have my opinion on interracial relationships with white people. And look, let me just say this. I always tell people that my preference for myself and my sons, and I ask them, you know, my preference for them is that they marry and date women of
What's up,
African
Untrackable?
descent. What that means is that they
Yes,
date.
good to see you.
You too.
Yeah.
What's been going on?
Oh, not much. I guess you could say I was triggered.
How so?
By the initial words of this man.
Well, oh, I've heard worse.
But you know, it's heard worse. But you know, I judge people by their actions. But then he went straight to who an individual is in a relationship with. Like you can't be pro-black and have a not black partner in life. You know,
You know
however it may
what?
be.
You just literally, yeah. How does that work? I'm glad to know someone else is confused.
Because I work. I am actually the few of, I guess you could say, white people in where I work directly, and I've worked with one person in particular that, you know, we would talk, and he was very pro-black. He would, you know, he told me he's pro-black. He talked about being pro-black. But again, judging somebody by their actions,
Just out of
and
curiosity, what does pro-black mean? Now, I think if you don't think, look, I am pro-black because my father was black. You know, everyone I knew was black growing up, but you know, they would tell me, you know, the history and, you know, white people were mean and the system was bad. But they never said, motherfucker, never marry a white person. Somehow or another, my parents, and my father especially, my mother was kind of a city girl. You know, I don't know that she ever had a horrible time, but I had nuns who were white who taught me, you know, high school. So it wasn't just 100%. And I know I'm kind of you'll have to forgive me. I've had a few Guinness stouts, but bottom
oh, it's
line
okay.
is no one ever told me to fucking hate black people. You know, be careful. You know, don't do hook, line, and sinker. But
No,
this is
and
one of the
I'm
more
for-
interesting things. And let me just make this point. What the other fools who don't actually understand American history, black Americans have defied what white people thought were going to happen. First time I can remember noticing it was Thomas Jefferson. back in Jefferson's day, right around the late 18th century into most of the 19th century, white people like Thomas Jefferson literally knew, or they thought, well, we fear slave revolts because they're going to treat us like we treated them. That was a huge Southerners in the 18th and 19th century feared the retribution, and black people never did it. That is one of the funniest ironies in all of American history. Yep. You know what?
But
After
I think
slavery, after slavery, there was no huge revolt. We literally, and I say we, I wasn't there, but we became senators. We wanted education. We wanted the best for our children. There were some things that they thought it was going to be a bloody massacre. Fuck it. No. And there are people talking about race wars and stuff. They still think it's going to happen. And when I say they, I mean like the Nick Fuenteses, the weirder people in our culture right now. Black people don't give a fuck. Dude, we just want to live our lives and leave it to the Thomas Jeffersons to write about grabbing a wolf by the ears and God, hopefully God forgives us for the cruelty. When you hear me
okay.
I don't give a fuck what white people think as long as I get to do what I want to do. And there are a lot of John Galt like black people in this YouTube space who literally don't understand white people aren't that important. I will do what I want to do. And, that's that.
100%.
We are as free as anyone else.
Yeah, and I guess what I was getting at with my story was, this is a man that I worked with that was going down a journey of maybe finding himself, maybe still didn't know where he belonged, and he was going down
How old was he?
A few
Or is
years
he?
younger than me.
Mhm.
So he's probably to his probably late 30s now.
Mhm.
But he would talk openly with me about this, pro-blackness and because we would just have conversations with each other. But again, judging somebody by their actions, he never treated me like I was less than a person. I never treated him like he was less than a person. We were we were teammates doing the exact same thing at the exact same time in the exact same place for over 5 years. And race
Well,
wasn't
were you expecting less?
I wanted somebody that showed up, and he was one of the best people that ever showed up as far as teammates. I hope.
Right. Well, I
I
guess
was
what I'm asking you is being pro-black does not mean being anti-white. And that's your point. I'm sure. You can marry who you want. You can still like black people and be like, hey, black people are okay.
Yeah, but I
So
guess it's
finish
about
school.
your overall outlook on the world because
Right.
I'm white, but I don't think I'm pro-white. Maybe I think I'm more I would say pro-good, pro-productive.
Seems a good thing to be. And
I
you'll
don't
be
care what you look.
pro-white because you're not.
See,
Look, here's my big deal. You're pro-white because you're not anti-white. Being pro, if you are pro-good, pro-human, you're pro a lot of things that are human flourishing. And you don't know how good you are making your point. To me, being pro means you're not anti. You know, I'm pro black because I don't think black people are horrible or can't do things right. I don't get the some of the rhetoric that you get in these weird um, YouTube streets.
Yeah, it's strange out here.
Don't I know?
But I love it. But I love it.
I'm mediocre. I'm having fun on my channel. I've literally gotten to a point to where I just don't like getting on other people's channels. And
Well, that's because
I'll have to get over it.
I feel you. You just played a video about the military. Yeah, it was about a certain story and race
Yeah,
was
the
involved,
Navy.
but
To be honest, it's a story I didn't even know. I never really thought about it, but apparently, the Navy tends to be a little harder because who wants to be on ships and all that stuff? But I loved it.
Nobody.
And bottom line is it got better.
I think it was good for the people that chose it because they wanted it. And I think the people that felt like they needed it refused to fail. And then such breeds success. And when you feel success, you feel good about yourself. And you stop giving a shit about whether you're next to men or women or whether you're next to blacks or whites or browns or yellows or whatever. It's like, hey, I did something and I get to go home and say, Mama, I made it. I did something good and I survived.
Yeah. There
A hard time.
is something there.
It's not necessarily the military, but when you get to go home and tell your mama, I'm doing good. I made it through the hard educational process and I actually got some accolades out of it and they accept me now. That's the type of shit that make your parents cry.
Well, hopefully not in front of you. We don't want to see daddy cry.
Yeah, but when they get around their friends and they're like, oh, my baby's doing this, my baby's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're doing
Well, that's
good.
a mother thing.
Well, I think it's a parent thing.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
that's
true.
your success. Because your success is their success. It's like, oh my God, thank God I don't have to bail my baby out of jail this weekend. Or I don't have to scrape off the side of the road.
Well,
No,
I don't know about all that.
but it doesn't have to be a racial thing because I've been locked up. I've been
No, it's
arrested
not a
before.
racial thing. It's literally like, you know what? I didn't even want to go to my son's graduation. I was looking for a reason not to go. Dude, I don't need all that ceremony. All I need to know is that he graduated. I don't necessarily need to be there. But I was convinced that it was important for me to be there. So thank goodness for my sister and her good sense. Because I honestly would have stayed. There are things I'd rather be doing.
I got you. Just knowing that your kids are okay. But
right.
But with
How's your daughter
then
doing,
there's
by the way?
Oh, she's doing great.
Good.
I swear she grows a foot a day.
Is she gonna be a 6-footer?
It's possible.
Good for her. Well, God damn it. Then she'll be a
I'm
supermodel.
all side of my family,
Mhm.
and my wife's not short. She's about 5'10", 5'11".
Oh, that's definitely not short.
But
Okay.
but
Well, then your daughter's
but
gonna be 6 feet.
my wife's sister, we make a joke about her. We say she's 5'12", so she's tall,
Mhm.
and my kid. I mean, my kid's in the 2nd grade, and as a girl, we all know that maybe the boys take a little bit longer to develop or whatever. But she's already like towering over all the 2nd graders. Not all of
Yeah.
them. There's some other ones that are on her level, but the tall ones stand out.
The boys will catch up.
Yeah. That's what they say, but the it's funny. I saw a thing. What was it? It was like I don't know if it was a basketball player or a volleyball player, but she's like 6'6", and her
Oh, wow.
collegiate athlete, and I guess they had a good game, and she runs over to the sideline, and her boyfriend is probably like 5'10", and she's like leaning down to like give him a kiss. It was like one of the funniest videos. But love is love too. Short, tall, black, white. None of that shit matters. Find good teammates.
It can. But the thing is if this woman, the volleyball player, and her man are fine, I've spent a whole day hearing idiots who do not understand who don't know how to actually make good arguments. I think one of the things we don't do in this YouTube space is we are too willing to pronounce on what we see instead of just going, it's none of our business, let them be. We're horrible. And I'm saying we because these panels, these people are literally, most of them have no clue what they're talking about most of the time. And they're too willing to just talk shit that sounds good. And, it's kind of weird. I'm basically at a point to where I don't like going up on other people's panels. They're
No,
dumb.
I feel you, because a lot of times it's rather than rejoice with someone who's talking positivity and good things in their
Mhm.
life, they will take anything you say and turn it negative to try to make a bullet point that they get to call you out. And it's like, oh, well, have a good time.
No, but see, my problem is I'm too willing to like, oh, you made a jokey joke. Well, guess what I can do? I'm just gonna take your joke and twist you up in it. And I like doing it, but in the end, why are they making the joke in the first place? There are not a lot of there are not a lot of untrackables. Most of them are just trash. And it is problematic. And I don't have to necessarily deal with it. And people think I'm mean on the panels. It's just, dude, I don't need to deal with you. Get the fuck off. I had a little experience with someone today, and dude, he and I had a little tiff. So this motherfucker goes into the panel, into the chat, and starts just timing people out. It's like, what in the fuck? no rhyme or reason. Apparently, people would just like say shit that he didn't like, so he would just time him out. Nothing to do with what he and I were talking about. He just took his wrench and just fucking like, ooh, you had a criticism of me. Well, I will time you out. It's not how that shit works. So
No,
look, not
that's
everyone is mature, and it is problematic.
yeah. That you understand it. It's not impartial. It's like you become. That's when somebody becomes partial, and it's like, oh well, what they said was fair, and it was fun, and it was engaging, and you decided to get your panties in a twist and go Rambo on everybody.
No, it's worse than that. He and
Oh,
I up on this panel are, and he was wrong, period. And probably someone in the chat was going, "Oh, hey, you're just being, an idiot or something," and he just decided to go. And you know, sometimes if you're a leader, you have to kind of suck it up a little bit. And
yeah.
he's not capable. And that's fine. It doesn't matter. Who knows? 3 weeks from now, he might be, perfectly fine. But tonight he was not.
Well, would you like to continue this video and see what else we can find to talk
Yeah,
about?
I'm gonna continue this video, and then I am actually gonna, kind of hold down the show because I am.
That's
Oh
good.
shit! It's almost 10 hours. But you know what? I've had a good time. So.
Oh, I didn't realize you'd
Dennis
been on that long.
Sperling, folks, talking about let's see, what's the title? Something about if you're pro-black, you can't marry white. Pro-black YouTubers that sleep white exposed. So we must hear this.
Marry women who are Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latina, from the continent of Africa, or Black American, foundational Black American, or British of African descent. It doesn't matter to me. You see, that's my preference for them. Now, if they find somebody that they love and it's genuine love, and that person treats them with love and respect, and they get along peaceably and they have a wonderful relationship, who am I to interfere with that? It's not my position to interfere with that. And I will support it, but again, my preference is for my sons to marry Black women or women of African descent. Doesn't matter what part of the world they're from. That's just my preference. Now, I say all that to say, oftentimes when I see people who are proclaimed pro-Black, and then I look into their interior lives and their family lives, and they're dating white, of course, that's going to make me think otherwise. And I say all that to say that the same people who we call Uncle Toms and sellouts and raccoons are just the other side of the coin to the pro-blacks, because they all sleep white. They're all extreme with their rhetoric. And at the end of the day, they're all scamming Black people. They don't even believe what they say. They're just truly opportunists. All about it. There's absolutely no way you can proclaim yourself to be a pro-Black and still remain in the United States, living in a European-based culture, although it may be heavily influenced by foundational Black American culture. You wear European clothes. Every piece of money that is exchanged hands so you can buy your products and receive for your time and energy and work is a European president or a European descendant who's the president. European style homes, European cars. Okay, so how pro-Black are you really? How much do you really want to buck the system? No, the truth is the same thing that pro-Blacks and these Uncle Toms have in common is they don't really want to change anything. They just want a better position under the system of white supremacy racism. That's the problem with extremists. And they will have you go off on this tangent and go off on that tangent, and they don't even believe it themselves. Look on YouTube. And I won't name names at this time, but they know that I know who they are. The same so-called pro-blacks, the same people who push this pro-black rhetoric, they have white women in their lives, white girlfriends, whether we're talking about, you know, and I'm talking about white. I'm talking about European, Nordic whites. I'm talking about blonde-haired, blue-eyed white. I'm not talking about Asian. I'm not talking about light-skinned Latinas. I'm not talking about half-white black people. I'm talking about straight-up white. Out of all the women in the world, your favorite pro-black YouTubers have chosen to date, marry, and impregnate white women. So what does that say about them? And oftentimes they don't even reveal their true identity. That's the cold thing about it. You see, I've sued a couple of them. You see, this is what I'm trying to explain to you all. These are who you do. These same pro-blacks are just having you believe one, and that's oftentimes why they never reveal their actual identity. But you know, people who don't reveal their identity are typically they have something to hide. It's not because somebody's necessarily looking for them, because anyone who wants to know who they are will find out who they are. They just don't want the public to see them, because members of the public will identify them for who they are and let the public know who this person really is. They'll pull your whole card, as they said back in the day when I was a youngster. But I want you all to be mindful of that. Okay, extremism on any position is number one. It's hollow, it's unintelligent, and it reeks of emotional response. So, you know, keep that in mind, family. You know, and again, there's nothing wrong with calling out these sycophants and these house Negroes and these Uncle Toms, and I salute you folk for doing it. But on the other end, be mindful of the fact that the other extreme, the so-called pro-black extreme, is the same coin, just a different side. Okay, the truth is all of them are in it for something. They're in it for material gain. They want money.
Oh my Lord, what have we here? You know what? I don't think I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever heard something stupider from someone who calls themselves a lawyer. So you know, we have to deal with these less than smart folks.
You said it, Stanley, about just because you're pro-black doesn't mean you're anti this, that, or the other. But
Yeah, I don't
when
get
he
that.
talked about black men being with white women, not just white women, but ultra white women.
Oh,
I'm not talking
gonna love
about
this.
of the light-skinned Hispanics. Because that's
dude.
all fine. Because he
My
doesn't want to
first-
put down other people of color, if you know, because that's a term, I guess. But it's ultra white women.
way.
But you
My
know, if I was pro my race, and I wanted to, I wanted my race to like spread and control and do things like that, I would integrate it into the other races.
Well, you
I
have
don't
to be
know how-
careful. You don't have to do the hard work. It was done centuries before. So you actually have to understand your argument. You don't have a good one. Your race, if you wanted to integrate your race into power, it was done centuries before. So understand what your argument is and where you are in relation to history.
I'm just saying the only way
Well,
to
I know you're
eliminate.
just saying, and what I'm
Okay.
just saying is understand your own argument. You don't have to worry about who's in control, it was done centuries before. It was kind of a lock.
I'm
Do
not
you
exactly sure what
understand
you're
what I'm
getting at.
saying? You don't have to worry about it. It was done centuries before. It was an inevitable conclusion. You don't have to work for it. And that's, I'm not criticizing you for it, but I do want to caution you. You know, it was done. You don't have to work for it.
Well, it makes it sound like I've been put in my place and I just need to know my role.
In a way, that's a good point, but it's not me putting you in your place. You were put into your place as an inevitability, probably centuries before you were born. It's just how
And
history
what is
works. And well, hold. I'm not making a judgment. It just is. Look at the history. Um, the way it
what
works
is my,
is no. Go ahead.
what is my place?
Uh, your place is you don't have to. You don't have to work to be considered for a top spot in American culture. Now, it's not a shoe-in, but you don't have to work as hard as someone else. It's just the way it works.
Oh, that's sad to hear.
Well, let me give you a simpler example because I know you're going to struggle with it. My first serious girlfriend in my 20s was a woman from Sweden. She was very blonde, but she used to go, "Well, oh, I have green eyes, not blue eyes." So, you know what? She was the most gorgeous thing. But you know what? She sometimes used to struggle about how American history works. And you know what? Um, that was probably one of the mistakes I made. She and I were perfect for each other. She was smart, she was funny, she could think abstractly, and we used to have fun. Um, at 22 or 23, I'm like, well, oh shit, I have to take her home to meet my parents. And, it was kind of weird. Like, I'm going to take a perfectly blonde, green eyed woman to meet my mother in the deep South who grew up, in the Jim Crow South. And I'm supposed to tell her, oh, hey, by the way, I have to deploy in 2 months. And this lady is not a US citizen yet, but I need you to take care of her while I'm gone for 6 months. That seems to be a bit of a problem, wouldn't you think? And I bet you're not going to be able to figure out what the problem is.
Well, I think the problem is your insecurity in that moment.
You would be totally wrong about that. And maybe I asked the wrong person. I was totally not insecure.
Well, you just explained a whole story of insecurity about what your
Understand
parents were
what
going to
I
think about
explained.
yours.
You literally did not understand what I explained, and I suspected you wouldn't. And
Okay.
it's again, it's a little nettlesome to use a word. Um, American culture can be a problem. It gets better and better decade by decade. But the part about Dennis Sperling is as big a problem with his thinking about being pro-black is one way or another. Like if you're pro-black, you can't marry white. That's essentially the problem. He is as racist as Donald Trump is.
Okay. Not sure what that means either.
No, well then, you know what? If you don't get it the first time, then I guess I can't really explain it. But Donald Trump is a racist. Dennis Sperling is a racist. You don't get the parallel?
No.
So which one don't you understand as a racist? And you don't have to answer because it's not that important.
You know what? I'm not exactly sure where all this is going because
Well, it is going to the question I asked you. If you're uncomfortable answering, I understand that too. And
well,
I'm not
it's
going to
not that.
force you. I know where the conclusions are. You may not, but you're not. Is Donald Trump a racist? Is Dennis Sperling a racist? My answer is they both are, and almost equally as racist. So you know how I feel.
Well, I'm not sure who the other person is. The Sterling
Donald
person.
Trump and Dennis Sperling. We just watched Dennis Sperling on the video.
Okay.
You see
Okay.
that dude? His name is Dennis Sperling.
And
talking about pro-black, and if you marry a Swedish woman or European. So you recall. Now my point is that he is as racist as Donald Trump.
Well, I think Donald Trump is pro-America.
No, I
but
think
I
Donald
don't.
Trump. No, not gonna be able to skip to my loo on that. Pro-American can, dude. You're not going to be able to do that.
Well, I'm not saying
you
that I
can
agree.
I don't care. You can be pro-American and virulently racist. That's American history.
Just like
I'm
like
not,
you've talked about, just like
don't tell
Spurs
me what I
guy
talked about. See,
was.
I'm sorry if it seems unfair. Donald Trump is a racist. You can be pro-American and racist. It's almost expected. And I don't care if you feel oppressed. It is what
no,
it
sir.
is.
No, I just I see extremism.
I don't want to hear how Donald Trump can be pro-American. Pro-American can be pro-racist.
Hey, trust me, I love America, but it's very hard to be
I don't care
pro-America.
about your love of America. I love America too. And part of
Right.
loving America is seeing America for what it is.
And so when you go extremism, whether it's extremism with
how
race
is this conversation even close to extreme?
I'm sorry, sir.
Now I'm real curious. How is what I said extreme?
I'm not talking about you, but
well, then
it's hard to get a word.
Why are you bringing up extreme? Nothing I've said can't be proven by simple American history.
Well, you bring up isms, and to me, that is
motherfucker.
That's when you go.
Then it is not my problem if you don't understand isms. Except I was talking about.
I'm gonna say goodnight.
You should have done that 30 minutes ago.
I love you, Stanley, and I'll see you again.
Hey, all I have to say is know your American history, and I will beat you up if you don't know it. So, once again, a victim of not actually understanding American history. what upsets me is white Americans don't know the history. This patriotic bullshit history that people like Donald Trump and Nick Sorvino or whatever the fuck that Florida governor's name is. Y'all need to know your history, and I know it. Know it before you come up here and you want to chop it up with me, because I know American history than the fucking white Americans do. Who is supposed to know it? So let us finish this. Oh shit. You know what? Half of this dude's video, it does bother me that Dennis Sperling's a fucking he is the he is the Nick Fuentes of the Black Lawyers. And I'm unhappy with this. Oh my goodness. Irene cooking could be a good thing. Chad O. Jackson. Where is Deacon Dave? Chad O. Jackson is live. I know Deacon Dave wants to give Chad O.
Because
Jackson
what
a
happens when
kiss.
y'all don't work?
You get fired as the man. That's what happens.
And this is Rogue
You gotta lose
C.
that job. You gotta go.
Beautiful woman.
Transfer. You gotta leave. I don't know. Work
Beautiful.
relationships can be really messy.
Why are we
I
talking
think
work relationships?
when you kind of go outside of your comfort zone, I think a lot of times you get a better chance or a better reality of meeting people. Personally, I don't know. What do you guys think? As far as fellas, do you think it's better to? A lot of times, they tell you not to ish where you eat, but is it more convenient? Do you get to know that person on the work wife, work husband type of tip?
Yeah, it's convenient. It's convenient. I'll give you that.
E?
I think it's lazy. It's
I was like, where's my Hawaiian punch? She left it at the whoop-de-wop. She left it at the whoop-de-wop. She said, I left it at the whoop-de-wop.
So he already knows. But I just, if he happens to come over here when she's live, great. But other than that,
Yeah, that's same. Like if I
once
see
I saw it was like on the same type of energy, I was like, no, I can't.
yeah, it's like I'm not gonna be at somebody's mercy, like, oh, I'm gonna throw you off and make you look stupid, so I'm gonna do it just because it's funny. Like that's all that.
Yeah, I don't, and it depends on the mood. Like sometimes I just don't have the energy for.
Can you imagine yourself doing that just for fun? Tossing, I just wouldn't. I just think to myself, if I wouldn't do it, then I'd probably think it's stupid. So why would I participate?
And it's different. Like even when I would go to Bob's show, like it's fun. It kind of makes sense when they do it. But with him, it's like you just go off for nothing.
I actually hated that.
Very weird.
Every time they threw me off on Bob's, I just left. I didn't sit and wait.
So I told this bitch, said, look, go grab me a
God damn it. I keep doing that. And obviously, one too many. Bottom line is, I'm not doing parochial school on my panel. You either come up to my level and you understand where I'm going, catch up quickly, or just don't be here. I am literally willing to don't come up if you can't keep up. And I'm just simply not doing first grade English. Period. Hurt feelings. I'm sorry, but keep up. So I think that is pretty much my lesson. And God damn it, I'm sorry. I'm simply not going to do it. If I never get monetized, it will just have to not be monetized. I will not compromise. If you can't understand my point, ask me good questions. I went through this bullshit. Like, know your history, know American history. A lot of what happens in 2025 is part of American history. Don't motherfucking think you can watch I don't know, whatever it is you watch on YouTube and think that you can come up here and make a point. I'm sorry I'm arrogant, but dude, just don't bring the bullshit up here. So I must apologize for my arrogance. Untrackable. I don't know what to say other than be prepared when you come up here. And I know you will be prepared next time you come up. I don't need to apologize. You need to be better prepared. So it has been 10 hours and I have done my time dealing with the JB Smooths of the world. And JB, I hope you are listening. Don't do what you did today. You pushed my patience to a point. So do better, son. Clarice Zhang, DiCapriono. Salute DiCapriono, salute Clarice, salute Untrackable. I had a whale of a time, and Zhang, of course. But dude, I am slurring. Tropes. King Rooster. God damn it. You should have hit the link. Man of Tomorrow. Should have been Superman, not Mr. President. But of course, these motherfuckers don't understand that Superman was called Man of Tomorrow. So we have to educate those motherfuckers. SD, the Admiral, CKJ3. Salute to your family, CKJ3. I know they're doing well, but I just want to give you and your family my regards. Candy Cane. Wow, it is, man. That young lady. Whoa. Richard, of course. J Dub. I'm going way up the food chain here. And Kimmy Cakes. Always a pleasure. So, and Mo Love, my internet crush. So I will see y'all maybe tomorrow if I think of something that's worth saying. If not, it'll be probably around 1:30 on Monday. So get some rest, y'all.